Good morning, welcome to Mike Perry Motorsport Park. We're just doing some PA testing at the moment, and we'll have commentary with you as soon as we can.
Corbin. Good morning and welcome to Mike Pero Motorsport Park in the beautiful South Island, the Canterbury region, and the start of the Carter's Tyres Service Enduro Series, the South Island Endurance Series for 2022. Whether you're watching on Flow Racing around the world or Pits TV here in New Zealand, it is good to go on a beautiful day. 3 races today. First of all, will be classes 4 and 5, followed by classes 2 and 3, and then the big boys roll out in the 3-hour race. Stephen McIver joined by Andrew White. Very, very handy endurance driver. Andrew, good to have you back, mate. Nice to see you.
Good to be here. Looking forward to a great day of racing. I can't believe walking around the pits, the amount of cars that we have here. You know, there's so many different cars here, huge array of cars. But what's cool is, you know, just the selection. Some of the cars are out there. You know, you've got FIA current world spec GT3 cars, right down to, you know, Toyota 86s, and such a huge range. But you know what? They're all having just as much fun as each other, and that is the single most important thing.
Well, we've been talking a lot this week in media about the size of the fields. Now, this first field is 39 cars. 39 cars rolling out is a pretty good way to start the day, because you know you're going to get action. You've got a whole heap of different classes. On pole position for this is Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons. Michael Lyons will start the race in their car, and then James Penrose is right beside them. And James is actually going to run also in the 3-hour race in this Audi little TCR, really lovely little car. And then we go back to, on the grid, it's Stephen Kelly, Andre Simon, the Askew family, Grant and Cole, father and son combination, then Daniel Kropp. We go back onto row 4, it's Bradley Rule and Warren Black. Ben Silcock and Mike Haller on row 5. On row 6, Denzel Travers and the Booth team, Donovan Isted and Marcus Barnett are on row 7. Row 8, Prince and Neville. Sam Wallace as well on row 8. On row 9, Chris Mackey and Chris Wall. Row 10, Bradley Dawson and James Mitchell, and we keep on going. Matthew O'Donnell and Pike and McConaughey on row 11. Row 12, Tim McAzee and Mitchell and Davies. Then it's Shane Rowan and 651 and Mark Meadows. Ash McConaughey and Corey Stewart make up row 14. Cook and McLean make up row 15. On row 16 is Mark Denton and Steve Parker. The young team are on 17, along with William Exton, Saxon Sheehan and Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. We'll talk more about her a little bit later on, because she's got some really exciting things happening going forward in America with the heart of racing. 19, Mitchell and Turner and Mel Walters, and right down the back it's you and McAlpine. So if you can keep up with all that,
you need a break already. That's a lot of cars. How good is that? Look down the pit lane here. You know, you see all the cars lined up. Wow, how cool is this? Good to see them all out there. Beautiful day for it too.
Rolling start is my understanding for this one, although they are lining up in the grid order, so we'll just wait and see for confirmation of that. But the Canterbury Car Club have once again a stunning day and a strong crowd turning out for what promises to be an exciting day of racing. If I was to look forward, there is one car that I'm genuinely excited about seeing, because it'll be raced essentially for the first time in anger, and it's the Brabham BT62 of the Carter lads.
Yeah.
You know, a little over $1 million worth of car, and it's a 5.4 litre naturally aspirated V8. And you look on the track and go, what's a supercar doing on the track?
Yeah, it's just incredible to see it out there. You stand up on the pit wall and it sounds absolutely beautiful as it goes by, and then there's a whole lot of flames that fire out of it as well. So to see the safety car pull away here, we're going to see them all take off for a bit of a warm-up lap here.
And I'll tell you what, the pole sitters are not out there. O'Donnell and Lyons in the 200. The 200 car is not out there. Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons in the Hyundai i30 TCR finished second overall in this class last year, but they are not on the grid.
Yeah, we'll have to find out what the go is there. Obviously something happening looking down in the pit lane. Can't see the car at the moment. Actually, we can see them just coming to line up.
Here they are. So I wonder now, what's the story here? Does that mean
they should be starting from pit lane?
They'll have to start from pit lane. Oh, well, there they are. So that's a real blow. They went on to pole position with a time of 1:27.037. And something's gone wrong, but they will have to start from pit lane. So look at that. A little bit of drama to start the day, Andrew.
And I tell you what, this is going to make for some pretty awesome racing. To see them coming from the back, they've got a whole lot of cars to pass, and it's going to make for something for us to watch and really see how that goes. And, you know, for them, obviously, a real huge upset for them to have to start from pit lane, but I'm sure there'll be a little bit of inside going, this is going to be cool. I've got a lot of cars to pass here, make a bit of fun out of this.
And you know what Scott O'Donnell's like, right? He just loves getting in amongst it. So
he really does.
He will be the second driver, and Michael Lyons will start in the 200 car first of all. So the Mobile Pace car is taking them around on the formation lap. Remember, it's a rolling start. That will peel off pretty quickly into pit lane, and then there's about a 200-metre run to the start line for this Class 4 and 5 in the Carter Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. Just a reminder, Class 4 is 2,001 cc's up to 3,500, and then Class 5, which you would expect to be the slower cars, up to 2,000. So you understand what the classes are. So they're just making their way now round turns sort of 7 and 8, and they'll come onto that nice big run that comes into the back straight. So as you can see, the mobile pace car, the Nissan GTR, has just picked up the pace a little bit.
The lights are out, which means we've got a start coming up very, very shortly. Once the lights go green,
you can see all the little Honda Civics winding up. There's a hell of a lot of Mazda RX-8s involved in here as well, and that will make for some intriguing racing. So the pace car is peeled off and heading to the pit lane, so we're almost good for a start. Lights are still red on the front straight for the opening race of 3 today. 2 1 hours. This one will be followed by the classes 2 and 3, and then the big lads, and the McLarens, and the Audis, and the Brabham pump themselves out in race 3 from 1:30 to 3-hour race. So they've come onto the front straight now. O'Donnell and Lyons will start from pit lane. So it's James Penrose essentially on pole, and they're already starting to bunch up. It's gone green, and we are away, and look out. Car 486 straight out of the box. Andre Simon in the Toyota 86 Turbo has just shot out.
That has seriously quickened a straight line. Absolutely gone into first place off the start. Let's see how they go. I know they've done a lot of work to this car in the off-season, and it really shows the way he's jumped off the line there with James Penrose in second. James, a very, very experienced driver himself, running with Track Tech Racing this weekend in the Audi TCR. I've been lucky enough to drive that car as well, and what a beautiful machine it is. Well-prepared car, and over the long stint, we'll see this car really come into its own. But yeah, Andre out in front, huge start. He's away. He's gone.
That was like out of a cannon. So Andre Simon in car 486, the 86 Turbo, which is a 3.5 litre. He was actually, by the way, he was second in practice, so we shouldn't be surprised about that. He was sitting in third anyway. So, but the way he started, that's a critical point, right? How you start. But that was a hell of a start.
That was a hell of a start. And then something to note as well with the TCR cars, they are a lot harder to build tyre temp. I know you can run tyre warmers if you want, but with being front-wheel drive, it's really hard to get rear tyre temp in those TCR cars. So that's why we'll see James his first couple of laps just finding it a little bit harder to find his rhythm, just with those tyres trying to come up to temp.
You look at this track here at Ruapuna, is it a track about rhythm? Particularly, it feels like a sweeping track.
It really is. You've got a combination of everything. It's a very technical track in the middle, but then you got some super high-speed corners as well, which really change things up. So it's got a combination of everything, and it makes for a great racetrack. As we see a bit of a pass coming up into turn 1 there.
Yes, that'll be Stephen Kelly running past Daniel Kropp. Daniel Kropp sitting in the Honda Civic, was sitting in third position, and that'll be 156 that passed him. I tell you what though, these front 4 have already got a break on the rest of the field as the remainder of the field finally cross start-finish line to start their second lap, but we don't really worry about laps here because it's the 1 hour race. So Andre Simon still leading in the early stages here, and it is James Penrose who will race in this car. They're going to race this in the 3R as well. So here's the thing for me. You race the 1 hour in the same car, and then you want to race the 3R. Do you learn anything?
You learn a lot. You really do. You pick up a lot, but at the same time, you got to think about it's a long day ahead. There's a bit of fatigue involved as well, but the things you can learn, it's like a 1 hour test session as well for some of these guys to go into obviously they want to do the best they can in this and put everything into this race, but they can learn so much from this race to be able to take it into the race after that.
So the front 4 have taken off. Andre Simon, and then you've got James Penrose. Stephen Kelly in the BMW E46 has taken off, and then we've got Daniel Kropp. So that's your front 4, and I've got to say right now, at this early stage, Andre Simon's bolted.
He has, and it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, because obviously, as I was saying, with those TCR cars, they are definitely, a focused endurance car as well.
Front-wheel drive, though. So
front-wheel drive, it's obviously something for James to have to manage. And that's something, I'm sure Andre, if he was sitting here, he'd openly say as well, it's something that, when they're developing this car, it's something they're going to constantly work on, is making it a better and better race car over a distance. It's obviously a very, very well sorted car as it is, what they've done to it, where they've got it to now. But already you can see James starting to close in. Now those rear tyres are starting to come up to full temp.
Just have to apologise if we are sort of running blind at the moment a bit with our monitor has gone down, so I apologise if we're not actually talking to what you are seeing on Flow Racing around the world or at Pits TV, but we are working on that quietly. But the front four have really taken off. But as you see right now, Penrose is former Formula 4 champion too. He knows how to race, and he's a South Island boy that loves racing. You just see him really starting to put pressure now on Andre Simon.
Yeah, he really is. But what is going to be difficult is for James to actually get past Andre, because Andre seems to have the straight line speed, but not the cornering capability of the TCR. So this is where you can see out of the last corner here, right up behind him. But then now watch Andre's. Doesn't have as much straight line speed as what I expected, especially after what we saw at the start, but you can see, look at the gap as we get down into turn one. It's gone from no car links, but then under brakes they close up again.
So this is the key for James Penrose at this particular point in time. Patience is key. He's got an hour to do this. Well, less than an hour now, right? They will get there.
Yes, and that's the thing, and this is perfect for James. He may correct me if I'm wrong here. He hasn't done a lot of endurance racing, but this is where you gain that experience. You watch cars in front of you start wearing out tyres and getting slower and slower. So in this situation for James, he's going to have to really focus on just wearing Andre down and wearing his tyres down to make it easier and hope for a mistake for the pass to come.
Just going through turn one, Andrew, with Michael Lyons and the Scott O'Donnell Hyundai starting to make their way through, and actually they've made their way through because the back of the field's only now finishing, the start finish now. So, as you predicted, the Lyons O'Donnell car has got a lot of work to do, but they are flying through the back end of the field at the moment. But they are way by. You can almost say it's a good quarter of a lap.
Yeah, they are. And, but you look at the qualifying time. He actually qualified close to a second quicker than James, so they are very, very quick out there. So that's a huge gap to have to make up, and passing cars, he's not going to be gaining those front cars as it is. But here we can see out of turn one, James trying to go around the outside, but the horsepower of the 86 starting to pull away again in a straight line.
Yeah, and the thing too I'm always intrigued at, particularly when it comes to endurance racing, sitting in behind them can also wear your tyres down, right? That's also, it's a good, you get the suck, right? We know about that. You get the drag, but actually it doesn't, there's a lot of wear and tear that goes into that as well.
There is, yeah, because the TCR car, that does have a level of aero as well, so you're not actually always, you can see James getting very, very close behind Andre again there. But when you don't have that level of downforce, you're working the tyre harder, which is wearing the tyre out more and more. So it does start making it harder to make that pass happen.
So this is going through turns 5, 6 and 7, and Penrose is trying really hard to get up on the inside of Andre Simon. Now they're going to be mindful. He got him on the inside. I think there's a little bit of a nudge there. It allows Stephen Kelly, who's already showing just a little bit of a tail wiggle in that E43 BMW, who's sitting in third position. And he goes way back to Daniel Crawford in fourth position.
So this starts becoming quite an awkward one for James here, because he knows he just needs to bide his time and he will eventually make a pass on Andre with the way that Andre's tyres are starting to go off. But what he's now got to be careful of is the way that Stephen Kelly...
Can Cameron Penrose get on the inside, coming here towards the front straight?
Up the inside.
Right. Wow, how about that? Brave move, good move, and Penrose takes the lead in the 1 hour of the Tyre Service Endurance Series classes 4 and 5. But here we go, front straight. Can he hold him out? Because we know that little Toyota has got a great straight line speed.
Yeah, so far so good. I think Andre there may be playing the long game a bit as well. He sort of seemed to yield a little bit once James sure his nose up the inside, because the thing is, you start wearing tyres out too much, just trying to hang on to that lead, knowing that you've got a huge amount of race. We've still got
52 minutes to go.
A long, long way to go. So that's, you got to think about that long game too.
Yeah, here's the question for you. 1 hour, you're running the same set of tyres, you're going to have to try and maybe, and particularly when you're running a front wheel drive car, are you inclined to try and change the fronts?
I would say you'd probably just leave those tyres on, because what you got to think is they're not a single nut wheel. Some of these guys in the field, they may have a single nut, but most of them are, like a normal road car, we got the fire spoke. So by the time you get that off, even the TCR cars are saying, factory built race car, by the time you get those front wheels off and then put new ones on, you've probably overstayed your driver allocation time. So I'm not 100% on that rule, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think we'll see any tyre changes, but I could just about guarantee the guys with the TCRs, they'll be trying to work out how and whether it's important to be doing tyres.
Well, believe it or not, Scott O'Donnell and the Mike Lyons car are now into 8th position overall after starting in pit lane. Now, this is, remember, is a field of 39 cars, and so inside 9 minutes, they're into the top 10.
That's pretty impressive to come through the field that quickly. And just looking at his lap times as well, last lap he did a 28.9 versus James Penrose at a 28.4. So the time doesn't seem to be there compared to what they did in qualifying. But obviously, when they're stuck in traffic, it does make it that little bit harder to get through.
So racing continues in the early stages of this car to tyre service 1 hour race for classes 4 and 5 in the endurance opening weekend of the endurance series 2 with 3 rounds, and then we've got the national final a little bit later on in the year. Well, actually, it is in the year, and no, I was actually quite surprised I didn't see you on the list. Not driving. I know you ran the North Island Series, had a great North Island Series. Not required, was that the case?
Yes.
Not trying to look you in the eyeball and say, gee whiz.
Unfortunately.
Is that a question?
Of course I want to be out there at the same time, but, I'm still glad to be down here doing a bit of coaching with a few the other drivers out there this weekend, so it's still nice to be here, and it was an absolute privilege to do the North Island Series as it was, and be here as well.
That Audi's that was a rocket, wasn't it?
Oh, it's just I think the word is it's just a privilege to drive a car like that, and in a competitive environment with a team like International Motorsport as well. It was great memories, good times.
Yeah, good times, and someone's blowing a bit of smoke out there coming off the front straight. James Penrose still holding the lead from Andre Simon, Stephen Kelly, Daniel Kropp and Mike Hall, but they're certainly well ahead of the field, and the difference already out to from 1 through 5 is like running it well. They're already a lap down.
Yeah, not too sure on that. We'll have to wait. Maybe the time just needs a little bit of a refresh there, but as we watch a few of the cars coming down to the last corner here. Good battle going on there.
So this is James Penrose. Well, I got to say, he's starting to lap the field, James Penrose, already. So they really are starting to motor through. So, but that's what you get, right? You get better spec cars, more powerful cars, drivers that know what they're doing. Good kit makes a difference, right? Simple as that.
Yeah, it really does. And that's something else that comes into mind as well when you are starting to catch lap traffic. Is you don't want to be held up by them too much, but at the same time, you don't want to take too much risk to have to get ahead. And we see a bit of a battle forming here between second and third place.
Yeah, Stephen Kelly's right up on Andre Simon now, but there you go. There's that straight line speed of Andre Simon as he flies past William Exton in the red and black Toyota TR86. So they'll have been lapped, and they really are starting to show the quick cars versus the slower cars, but classes 4 a lot quicker than classes 5. Number 13 goes past the start finish. That's the young car, straight through on its own, but firing up. And I think that the important thing here is when you're in the class, let's just say the class 5, this is the learning endurance racing phase, right? This is understanding, regardless of what you're driving, how to just manage.
It is, and there's so much you can learn, and this is the perfect environment for it. You've got guys out there that have spent years developing, and this is their level of endurance racing, and good on them. They'll be having an absolute ball out there, and you've got other guys like James Penrose, who's in his first, who doesn't have a lot of experience in endurance racing. Who is also finding the same thing, that he's learning to pass his cars and how to manage that without too much risk, as we see him at the moment go past another car. And there's just so much in managing that level of risk
What's interesting now, though, is the gap he's got on Andre Simon and Stephen Kelly. Now, and this is the interesting part, they've got to manage traffic, but he has taken off. We talked about Andre Simon making a gap, and that was in the first 2 minutes of the race. We've only had 13 minutes, and he has bolted. He has bolted clear in that Audi TCR.
Yeah, he really has. And for James, he's actually got his work cut out to be passing cars because the TCR cars, you know, they're a fast car in their own right, but they don't have a lot of the horsepower as, say, some of the other cars that are out there. So, you know, he can't just pull out and go around a car in front and pull back in. You've sort of got to work that little bit harder and commit to a few more of those moves without losing too much time.
You talk about playing the long game. Now, Donald Lyon's car is already up to 5th position. They've already posted a fastest lap as well. And they are starting to fly. So as I just wonder out loud whether James Penrose is thinking, I need some gap because this Lions car is a quick car.
I think at this stage on the radio, you won't be looking for any more gap. I think, you know, maybe the question on the radio, where is Lions, where are they in this race, to manage that gap rather than trying to extend it. You just want to maintain that gap at this point, and hopefully you can, you know, you're starting to look after tyres. And the reason you want to do that is at this point in the race, there could be a safety car. There's so many cars out there that you want to preserve the car, preserve the tyres as much as you can to allow yourself to have that bit of tyre left if there is a safety car to get a bit of a run again.
Andre Simon taking some slower lapping traffic, as does Stephen Kelly. A little tight there. As we update the leaderboard, James Penrose, Andre Simon, Stephen Kelly, Daniel Coppin, the Scott O'Donnell Lion car, the 200 car, sitting in 5th position. Around 13 seconds behind. So 13 seconds over an hour, that's more than doable.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the orange BMW head back out on track. He's first event in that car. They only just finished putting it together yesterday to make it. So a real shame to see them in the pits with a few issues with that car, the number 353 out there. And yeah, hopefully they can get on top of those issues and start really enjoying themselves a bit more.
Just saw Riona O'Meara Hunt go through in the 102, the gold 286, so the black and gold 286. She's got an exciting time coming up. My understanding, she's heading across to North America because the Heart of Racing want to put out a full women's team in endurance racing over there. Yeah,
what a huge opportunity for her, and you know, she deserves a good crack at it as well. And you know, she's certainly a very talented driver. You know, very successful in karting and coming to grips with cars. I've done a bit of coaching with her, and you know, she's got great ability, great technique, and you know, you can really see that happening. And you know, and that's why she's here doing this weekend, to get miles, keep doing miles. That's the best way as a driver to get better and better. And you know, they're doing it right, and I really hope she does well on that.
What class of racing are they looking to put this women's team in? Do you know? Not sure.
Not 100% sure. I think it's
amazing. The endurance racing has taken off.
Oh, it really
is.
is.
With the changes to the rules with LMDH, and I mean, I see Tom Blomqvist has picked up, or no, retained his drive at Shank Racing, and the new car looks spectacular.
Oh, it really does, and it's great to see Tom as well get a gig. He's a very, very fast driver himself, Tom, and you know, he's really found himself a good home in that championship, in that car, and you know, they're pretty quick to retain him, and I'm not surprised why.
7 seconds is the gap from Andre Simon to the leader of this race, James Penrose. So he really has, in many senses, taken off. There is your leader, James Penrose, and just quietly navigating us around Ruapuna.
Yeah, he's doing all he needs at this stage as well, as I say, and just maintaining that gap. Like, he'll keep an eye on those lap times, and you know, he's just another 29.8. That last lap must have got held up a bit by traffic, but you know, that's all he needs to do is just maintain that gap, think about who's behind, and just conserve the car. And you know, depending on who's on his radio, I'm sure amongst the track tech team they'll have a good array of engineers down there looking after everything, and they'll have the engineers on the radio telling him exactly this as well.
A little battle of the RX-8s. I mean, there is an RX-8, or has been an RX-8 series here in New Zealand, and it's an interesting car, the RX-8, isn't it? Because it's almost one of those cars that you fall in love with. Well, those that like them fall in love with them and say, well, actually, why don't we go racing? They're quite a robust car.
Yeah, and in New Zealand, it's growing such a huge series. You know, they're a pretty cool thing. The way the whole series is just really growing and growing to the point where it is, and you I know on the sprint side of things, when they all get racing, they properly get stuck in, and they play for keeps, shall we say.
James Penrose lapping more of the back markers in this 1 hour race, the first of 2 1 hour races, and this Audi TCR is really flying. Difference now sitting around 8 seconds on Andre Simon, Stephen Kelly 11 seconds behind, and the Scott O'Donnell car sitting at 28 seconds behind. I think that 28 seconds means nothing at this particular point in time. We've still got 41 minutes left to go, and it is that's why it's endurance racing. I think it'll be a test of patience too. And the question I have for you though, because we know the O'Donnell Lion car is quick, but coming through traffic, you have to work the car. You're going to have to work the car a lot harder.
Absolutely. You've got to work the car harder. You're giving up a lot more of the car to produce the same lap times, or even if it's that towards compared to the front cars. So they'll be hoping at this point that there's a safety car. If it's the O'Donnell Lions car, they'll just be hanging out hoping for a safety car. And Scott will be getting in the car shortly, and really looking forward to having a bit of a run out there. I've done a race with Scott as well in a GT3 car a couple of years ago, and he just absolutely loves his racing. He's one of those guys that just always has a smile on his face and just loves being out there. And he's a driver that can adapt so quickly to everything that he jumps into, and it shows the way he's out there and doing what he's doing.
Yeah, and the car just flies past us on the front straight and heads into turn one. That car is flying, I'll give you that. That car is flying, and there's a lot of traffic in front of them, because when you take a look at where the TCR car is now coming through turns 5 and 6, they are well ahead. You'd pick close to a good half a lap. Would that be 28 seconds, half a lap, or it's a little less?
Well, lap time around here, these guys are doing about a 128,
yeah,
so a third of a lap.
A third of a lap. We'll play that. I was never good at maths.
I was about to say.
You can fire some bullets, it's all right. So
it's only early.
Well, they're 28 seconds behind the Zigo. It's a third of a lap. Well played. The 32 car looking a little bit of trouble. That's the James Mitchell Honda Civic Type R, the black and white one. And there's a little bit of smoke being put up there. Another one of the Mazda RX-8s. Going through start finish as there's that little BMW we're talking about coming through. The first time that's been raced in anger. It's a tidy looking little car too.
Yeah, as I said before, it's just so good to see it back out there, and this is the absolute best test for that car to be out here in this race.
The Booth boys, right? Is that the Booth boys 353 you were saying? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
The Booth boys, the 318 Ti.
Yeah, it's really good to see them back out there, and there's no better test for your car than being in these long races. Getting used to how the brakes work, understanding how the car's handling. It's all well and good there, going out there and doing a couple lap session, but you're not getting that heat soak through everything like you otherwise would be. And you can see that gap between Andre and Stephen Kelly there. That's really plateaued, that gap now, and I'm sure Andre will be pretty happy with the fact that that's settled itself down as well, so he can also start looking after tyres. One thing that is interesting, I can't believe we haven't had a safety car, dare I say it, at this point in the race.
You're wishing for a safety car? You want to see one of these poor guys put their car out?
Of course not. But
there was a slight suggestion that you didn't want to see that.
The probability, shall we say, if we want to get technical, the probability heading into this race of a safety car would be very, very high. So, and that's why I think at the moment in this race, we've seen everything sort of plateau a bit. Everyone's sort of where they are, doing what they're doing, expecting something like this to happen. As we can see Saxon Shen there in the truck parts 86 coming across the start finish line. Truck movers 86, he's doing a great job out there. He's another young fellow who's made the step up. He's really started embracing his racing and getting better and better. He did the Hampton Academy a couple of weeks. I was actually with him, did a bit of coaching with him, and a very, very thorough kid in the way he understands what you're talking about and the way he takes things on board, and I think he's got a really good future ahead of him.
At the Hampton Downs Academy, you're also running it through data, right? Now, I've done it once and had a look at it, and it took me, the old boy, a little while to understand. But once you understand, you get it, right?
Absolutely.
Squiggles. You look in the squiggles, the highs and the lows, and where you're braking and not braking, or where you're faster, but where you're losing time coming into corners. How important early on is it for these young drivers to learn that, even at this level?
Hugely important to learn the starter and how to understand it as well, and what you're actually trying to get out of it. Like I actually remember when we were younger, sitting at school, and myself and Shane Van Gisbergen would be in class looking at our data from race weekends, because it was something that you just constantly wanted to work out, and interpreting it is such an important thing, and how to actually get the most out of it and understand why you're doing this and what it's actually creating into the next corner.
That car we saw just a moment in the pits getting some more juice was Ash McConaughey and his Mazda RX-8. So it's the first time we've seen a car into the pits. There's another one coming in as well. So what are we, 35 minutes to go, and the car's starting to come into the pits. One, I can't see what the car has gone into the pits completely.
Yeah, we'll start seeing a bit more of that now, as well as these pit stops. But what I reckon we will see is a lot of these pit stops later on, because these guys, again, I know you think I'm wanting a safety car. Of course, I don't want any of these cars in the wall. There's nothing worse than seeing that, but they'll all be hoping for the safety car to come to then pit during that period.
So the McConaughey car just rolling out of the pits now after a little bit of a top up, and away he goes in the Vision 360 Mazda RX-8 and back into the battle. The 18 car crosses the line. That's Flynn Mitchell, another Mazda RX-8. The 95 car goes across. That's Dean Cook and the Honda Integra, little 1800. 221 goes through.
Just looking at the lap times here, the Scott O'Donnell, Michael Lyons car, fastest lap of the race at the 28.3. So those guys are flying.
They're flying, and they've just moved up one position. So they've gone from last effectively to fourth inside 25 and a half minutes. So if you work on that, they should be closing in on James Penrose, who crosses start finish right now. The 220 car, another beautiful Audi TCR of Denzel Travers has gone through. That's a beautiful looking, beautifully prepared looking car. The TCR, in a funny old way, it's a shame that series didn't kick here, right? Big in Australia still, very big in Australia, but here it didn't kick. And I think Andre Simons goes past. Stephen Kelly goes through. He can't seem to get a hold of Andre Simons. Let's be blunt, cost factor, right?
Absolutely. That's what it comes down to, and it's something that would have been quite cool to see in New Zealand, the TCR series, and there were quite a few cars bought in initially, and it's great to see a lot of them out here still being utilised and being used properly in endurance racing, because these cars are built to do 24-hour races, and 1 hour on them is just a walk in the park for these TCR cars.
You got to love cars that appear to be just very strong. Watch that little Renault Clio go through, the 275 car, Tim McAsvey. And I've just been watching it go round and round, and look at it. It's like we're fine. Carter's 43 goes out. That is the car of Braden Phillips. A Mazda RX-8 goes out, and the red car, he's had his pit stop as well. The 43 car.
Another beautifully prepared TCR car of Warren Black out there as well, with the bright yellow. Doing a great job. You can see him on screen at the moment, having a battle with the Seat TCR as well. So that's all go there.
The Seat is a great brand, isn't it? You look around them and you look at them racing, particularly in TCR in Europe, and you just look at this. I love style, right? It's got nothing to do with racing.
Yeah.
But they're a good-looking car.
They really are. They are. They sure are. And I'll say that because my wife's got one as well. So they're a great car. It's,
oh, my goodness. William Exton goes through in the 286 cross start finish. Stephen Kelly still cannot track down Andre Simons. That's a battle worth waiting. But look who has climbed up and is now hunting down Stephen Kelly. And, of course, is the O'Donnell car, the O'Donnell Lyons car. So this whole, if they need to put this whole strategy of that getting to where they need to be and onto the podium is going to be fascinating, because they are flying.
They really are. And that makes James really, I would say, hope there's no safety car. But as I said, they will be playing a smart race as much as O'Donnell Lyons might be catching a bit. Got to think that they will be saving some tyres in that Penrose car as well, and if they're not, it's it's all part of the learning process, and that's exactly why they're here doing this. And back to Will Exton, he's another young fellow who's stepping his way into cars. He's very, very successful karter. I actually did a day with him as well in the Hampton Academy, and I picked up straight away. He is a seriously talented driver, and I think he's got a huge future ahead of him as well.
How many young drivers are out there wanting to drive tin tops rather than open wheelers? We've interviewed in our local program here on Sky Sport called Sky Sport a lot of drivers that are saying, now I don't want to go open wheeler, I want to race endurance.
And that's a huge shift, coming up through the ranks when I was young as well, and none of us really cared about tin top cars. We were all focused on the single seater. They're going, we can see a car in front of us have a spin there. It's not quite been picked up by the camera, which you can see there. Obviously, we're looking outside onto the track as well, so they're getting going back into it as well. But, back to what I was saying as well, is there's just so many opportunities within tin top racing now. You've got GT cars, you've got V8 supercars. There's just so many opportunities involved in that. So, the paths are so different as well now, and speaking of that as well, the opportunities these young guys are getting at the moment as well, with the way Motorsport New Zealand's going. You've got the TQ Foundation, you've got the Hampton Academy, which is obviously involved with Tony Quinn as well, and Daniel Gaunt, and the way that they are nurturing the young talent. It's a really cool thing to be a part of, and you get to expose these young guys who are doing so well. And
what's really good is to see the likes of the Tony Quinn Foundation and others.
Absolutely.
David Dicker, of course, from Road and Cars, giving back, of course, with young Louis Sharp, and also Liam Lawson in F2, giving back because they know there is a hell of a lot of talent here, and they're not afraid to give back. And I don't think anyone should worry about that. They should be embracing that and giving them the polite golf clap and saying thanks very much, because there is so much talent here. I mean, you mentioned Liam Lawson. I'm not getting away from the race, which has James Penrose still leading, and a handy margin too.
Actually, we can see Lyons up the inside into third place of Stephen Kelly there.
So that took him a while, so from last to third in inside 30 minutes. So that's an effort and a half. So the Lyons O'Donnell car still going. But the question is now, when does Scott O'Donnell jump in?
Well, I would say they will be, again, waiting for that maybe safety car. That's all that... I know you keep laughing.
Well, you were hoping the spin-off, by the way, was Chris Mackey and his lovely little prepared Mazda RX-8. No safety car, mate. Stop drawing out. Heck, someone out of the pits now. It's the Mark Neville, Jonathan Prince, Subaru Impreza.
Mark my
Listen
word.
to that. Listen to that. That Subi sound. You gotta love it, right?
You do. That reminds me of being in the forest at a WRC event, listening to them come through. Back in the days with the Subaru WRC cars, that's a sound I'll never forget. And to believe they're coming back, how good.
Yeah, Repco Rally New Zealand, not too far away at all. Later on this month, and all the big boys are out. The real talking point in this country right now, if you're watching through Flow Racing or Pits TV around the world, is that the WRC2 class has got a lot of interest in. Our very own Hayden Padden, who's done WRC1, Supercars champion in the form of Shane Van Gisbergen. Then you've got locals like Ben Hunt in his Skoda. You've also got young Hawkswood there as well, doing super well as well. Now, Andre Simon has been passed by Lyons, so they have gone last to second, just like that. Ow.
Wow, that is
worth a wow.
Huge to come through the field up to second place like that. And now his eyes will be firmly set on trying to get up to that first place of James Penrose, but that is a huge task ahead of him, and whether or not they can do it will be another question.
Well, the difference is still 25 seconds.
Yeah, so let's start monitoring that now, and they'll be on the radio to James as well to say, hey, Michael's up into second. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. And as I keep saying, James is doing all he needs to do at this stage. He doesn't need to be pushing 10 tenths, tearing the tyres off. Let's conserve the car in case of a safety car.
That's the 111 Matthew O'Donnell and the Audi RS3 TCR. All these Audi are beautifully prepared, aren't they, as they go through start finishes, being chased by 117 Mike Hall and the VW Golf GTI TCR as well. So nice little. In fact, Hall's gone up the inside on turn one.
Great little battle.
And just nailed him going into it. Hey, how about that? Don't you love brave braking?
Yes, especially down into that turn one as well, because it's quite an awkward braking zone down into there because it's so fast. You know, a GT car, you're doing 250 k's an hour into there, and you've got a little bit of lock on the steering, you're hard on the brakes, the car sort of moves around a little bit because you always want to be as straight as you can on the brakes, so it does make for quite a brave corner down in there to get it right.
So they've just gone down through the timing post, and just not sure of how if that gap has come down as we see one of the TCR cars roll.
Marcus Barnett heading back out onto track there. So he's enjoying himself being back out
your
there.
Seat.
That's it.
Yeah, your Seat, the 199, out into battle again.
Just listening to the BMW Stephen Kelly come past us. Beautiful sounding machine out there.
But his basically hasn't been able to drag in Andre Simon.
That's really stabilised that gap. He got up to him. We thought he was going to have a crack, but that gap is just completely stabilised. And
just under 4.5 seconds, the gap between the two.
Yeah, so actually that gap's growing again. Maybe it's taken after, because I know Andre was certainly pushing those first couple of laps out in the lead. Maybe it just took a little while for those tyres to come back and, be able to find his rhythm.
Another car getting its lifeblood poured into it, and a pit stop. I'd love to be able to tell you what the number of that car is. I can't quite see it from where our position here. There's another car, and our little Honda Integra heads out back onto the racetrack and rejoins 275. Become a little bit of a favourite of mine, that little Renault Clio flying
Beautiful
past.
little car.
Beautiful little car, Tim McAzee's car. But they're going to be run down by the leader, James Penrose, who just crossed start-finish.
As I said, we'll just keep an eye on that gap, see what it is. We'll wait for Michael Lyons to come over the line, see if that gap is opened out or closed up a bit.
He's just coming onto the start-finish straight now, Michael Lyons. So what did we say before? We're sitting around 28 seconds. Across the start-finish now.
24 seconds, so it is coming down.
It's coming down. So you've got 25 minutes to go. Can you... Well,
it's a second a minute. That might be a huge push when you look at the qualifying time difference, 1 second. That's over a whole lap, which is a minute and a half. So we're not quite, may not see that, but there's so much to play out in this race yet. We've got pit stops to see. There's so many things that can happen in pit stops. This is where so many different moving parts come into the race. Maybe the car might stall. That's 5 seconds right there if you can't get it started again. And, that's something to really think about.
But here's the question. Would you just keep Lyons in the car?
I'm not sure how that works, but I'm pretty sure Scott will want to get in there for a run as well. And
but it could cost you a race, right?
It could.
Look, you're talking about how tough it's going to be to drag in that 24 seconds at the moment. James Penrose is running the whole race himself. He can now sit back and go, well, they need a pit stop. I'm fine.
Well, James needs to pit as well, and it's a timed pit stop, so they've got to do a certain amount of time within the pit stop. So the only thing you've got to consider there is the pace difference between Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons. I couldn't tell you off the bat what the difference is between them. I know Scott is a very, very fast driver himself. So
do you go in early? Do you go in early before Penrose?
No, you don't. You wait for that safety car. You hope for that safety car. That's all they'll be looking for, because what happens then is it slows everyone up and bunches everyone. Like you watch towards the end of the pit window here, you'll see a lot of cars come in. We haven't seen a lot of cars do that pit stop. The pit lane is going to be full.
220 Daniel Travers has just made his pit stop. He's rejoined the race, that beautiful Audi TCR.
Yeah, Denzel Travers, he's a member down at Highlands Motorsport Park. Great guy. He's someone who just sort of, liked his motorsport, bought a car, sort of gave it a go in 86, thought this is kind of cool. And now look at him, he's boots deep with a TCR car out there, absolutely loving it.
So you are watching round one of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series around the world on Flow Racing. Good evening, good afternoon. However, hang on, problems here. The car is dragging a whole lot of stuff. Looked like battery cables behind him.
I would say that'll be an earth cable.
An earth cable.
For fueling. He's dragged that out on track, so
and
he's going to end up with a black flag for that, which he'll have to come in and get that fixed. But
that's the last thing you want to go swinging around.
Yeah,
anyone.
What I'm hoping is, because that's usually attached to the back of a fuel rig back to an earth, so hopefully it hasn't pulled something or someone or done any damage down a pit lane there. But that's a huge safety concern, so I'd say there may even be a penalty attached to that as well.
Well, I'm watching it go around there. That's the car there right now. Well, it's there it is. You can see it dragging right now, so officials will pretty much sort that out. Has that just dropped it off? No, look at it. It's swinging like he's towing a skier.
Yeah, that can become very dangerous very quickly. So I would say that'll be pulled into pit lane in no time at all. And something you don't want to see hanging off the back of a car.
484 coming in. Well, he's lost it. It's gone. It's off now. It's that part has come off. So what happens in a situation like that?
So car 144, meatball flag as we call it, the black flag with an orange dot in the middle of it, that means a mechanical flag. So they will, now that flag has been issued, I know they have dropped that earth cable, but the question is, will they still have to serve the penalty? I would say yes, because the flag has been issued. No, they've withdrawn it. So they will not have to come in to serve that penalty. They've been lucky to get away with that.
So are we dangerously assuming it's not on track?
Well, that's the next thing. That now becomes just a yellow zone, or maybe a safety car if it's in the middle of the track. I know I keep saying this, but I can guarantee if you walk down pit lane, every single engineer who's running their drivers, this will be the first thing on their mind. Is there a chance here? What's happening here? Can we wait? What things are going on around the track that could cause this? And they'll be trying to find out what they can do to maybe see whether or not this bit of
play with strategy.
Play with strategy. That's it.
There's a little bit of strategy involved.
So as we can see there, Will Exton through the infield there, doing a fantastic job out there. That car, I would say, would be fully set up in Toyota 86 regulations to help him get used to the car, as I'm sure they'll be looking to do the Toyota 86 series. And you can see Rihanna in behind him as well. So that's been a close battle throughout the race. The fact that, look at the gap between them. How long's the racing been going on for?
And where we are at the moment. 40 minutes, under 20 minutes to go in this race one class.
And there's probably 2 seconds between them. So that is some fierce, hard racing going on for them to be that close after that amount of time.
29 car of Stephen Park on the 286, beautifully prepared 286 as well. Heads into turn 1 as we keep our eyes on what some of the leaders are doing. 1-2-2, the little Subaru Impreza is certainly being overtaken comfortably. Mark Neville and Jonathan Prince having their day out at Mike Perra Motorsport Park here in the Canterbury region. If you're unaware of where that is, if you are listening around the world, it's in the South Island. New Zealand comprising of 2 islands, the North and the South Island. We're about halfway down on the East Coast, and it's a beautiful part of the world. Beautiful, flat and beautiful. That's what I'll call it. Flat and beautiful as Stephen Kelly winds past in that beautifully sounding E43 BMW, but he's snipped himself into second place because, believe it or not, our leader has come in. I'm seeing him having come in. Is he pitted?
Yes, what is going? They're pushing the car down the lane here. Do we have issues with this car? They're pushing it into the garage. And they look like they're in no rush at all. This is a huge blow to James Penrose's race. Be interesting to see what has happened to that car, but they really don't look like they're in any hurry at all to get that car back out there.
Look, Andre Simon's in the pits and the hood's up as well. So with under 18 minutes to go, 2 of the front runners are in the pits and with trouble. And believe it or not, in the lead, Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons.
Wow.
Well, so you didn't need your yellow flag. Mechanicals. Now the Andre Simon car is trying to get something and it's going out now. So, but how much time and how many places have they lost?
Yeah, we'll just have to have a look at that one because I know there is a time pit stop. So I saw them adding a little bit of water. Maybe that's their work in the lane that, maybe they haven't lost out during their pit stop. We'll have to wait and see because, that's why sometimes there's not that urgency. Hence why I was looking down at James Penrose in pit lane. They were taking their time moving the car, which, because you're so timed, there's not a lot you can do. But the fact that they've pushed it into the garage is really not a good sign.
Down to 19th position on our timing screens is Andre Simon, who, as you remember at the start of this race, absolutely shot out of the gate from James Penrose. Now, James Penrose, who was P2 after qualifying, started basically on pole position with an issue with the O'Donnell Lyons car, and now the O'Donnell Lyons car starting in pit lane is now leading the race. But And the big but, of course, is the pit stop. They still haven't pitted yet and swapped drivers to get Scott O'Donnell. Now, I'm beginning to wonder. I'm calling this now. 16 and a half minutes to go. I'm saying they're not going to swap drivers.
They still definitely need to pit.
But they're not going to. I can't see them swapping drivers. Can you?
Yes, they will.
What? With 15 minutes to go?
I would say so. They're running out as long as they can. I'd say I'm pretty sure the window is at 45 minutes. It closes maybe 50 minutes. I should know this. But you'll see them coming right at the end of that to do the driver change.
But you're going to lose time. You're going to lose serious time with the driver change.
It's part of the compulsory pit stop. So you're not going to lose. You're going to have the same pit stop time as anyone else. The only anomaly, the thing that we don't know, is how the speed difference between both Scott and Michael Lyons. I can't see it being too much. With as I say, how well Scott does drive.
Well, there's the Lyons car there, sitting in behind Andre Simon. So just an update as to where we're at with a little over 15 minutes to play in round 1 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. And this is the classes 4 and 5, right up to 3.5 litre. And you can see the Toyota 86 there, the sort of, what I call cream, we'll call it the cream in Toyota 86 of Andre Simon, who led the race early on, but has had a little bit of an issue in the pits. And you've got Michael Lyons there in the Hyundai TCR, which is the race leader, stuck behind him and just trying to get through lapped traffic. How this plays out now, because they still haven't had their pit stop. So you want to make an early call on this with closing in on 15 to play. You're looking
50 minutes 50. Would be the latest the window would be. As I said, I should have done my homework on this one to know exactly when it is. We'll have a look heading into the next 1 hour race as well and confirm that for you all. But
Corey Stewart, the Mazda RX-8, has done his pit stop. He rejoins the field. James Penrose has just slipped down the field. That is a blow, and I would say right now that he's sitting down at like P28.
Yeah, the way they pushed that car into the garage, I think that's day done. That's race over. So real shame.
So as it stands, with the pit stop still to go, Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons lead this race in classes 4 and 5 at Mike Pero Motorsport. If you are unsure where that is, it's basically the Ruapuna Raceway. For those of you that know it simply as Ruapuna, those that have bought their classics over here in the years past know it well in the summer series. And it wasn't nice to see the Castrol TRS series lined up and ready to go. With first a young Brazilian as the young Fekiri, a young guy, his last name is Fekiri, is coming as the first international TRS driver. And to have the summer series back makes you feel like normal. Everything's normal again.
It's so good to see. And talking to Nico from Toyota, it sounds like there's a lot of interest heading into the series, which is so good to see. So the cars at the moment, they're doing the W series overseas, and
it's a tight window because they've got to get those cars back, and I'm sure some have been a bit banged around and they've got to prep them again, right?
Yeah, well, touch wood, they were all pretty healthy, shall we say, after the first round, and after the next one, which I think off the top of my head is Singapore, where they're taking the cars, and a little bit closer to home, a little bit easier to get them back to us in New Zealand. There's a lot of walls around at Singapore, but Toyota being Toyota, they will make sure those cars are prepped back to brand new spec heading into the series.
Race leader into the pits. Now here we go. Keep your eye on this one and see how this one plays out. Their advantage on the field is 20 seconds on Stephen Kelly.
And you can see Scott O'Donnell in the lane, ready to jump in the car.
So now is a critical pit stop for the leader. 20 seconds is their gap to Stephen Kelly in the E43 BMW. Keep your eye on where he is.
And you can see how there's no rush from in the pit stop. That's because it's a timed compulsory pit stop called a CPS stop. Because they've got a time that they've got to do.
Stephen Kelly coming into the lane now. So the main rival is coming into the lane as well.
Yeah, so they've got that time. They're putting front tyres on the car. Look at that. They're putting some fresh front tyres on, which is, as I said, if you can do it, of course they will be doing that. So they're prepping themselves as well as they can.
They're not exact. You wouldn't call this a lightning pit stop, would you?
No, because there's no point, because you've only got, say the the CPS time is 45 seconds or 2 minutes. You can't pull out before 2 minutes is up, so that's why they can take their time to do these pit stops. Because up till now, believe it or not, what they used to have to do is they used to have to get out of the car, run around the car, run back into the driver's seat. But they don't do that anymore. Just got a little unsafe where you have to sort of run back out into the lane. So
the 29 car, this is the second time this has come in. I think there might be an issue here with the 29 car. That's been in and out of the pits once already. That's the car of Stephen Parker, the Toyota 86. Nicely liveried car too. Really great looking livery, but they've gone back out again. So unsure of why that has happened, but he goes back and rejoins the field. 11 and a half minutes to play as they were the races and currently still the races, and Scott O'Donnell in the seat in the Hyundai TCR. This is the team that came second overall in this class last year in the South Island Endurance Series, and they are attempting to start with a bang. After starting from pit lane, I'm still gobsmacked by that. The 93, beautiful 93 of the Audi RS3 of Warren Black heads out as well. Can't miss that in the fluoro yellow and blue.
Yeah, what a turn of events with this race. Unfortunately, a few other cars, as we can see Steve Kelly head back out onto the track.
But no sign of James Penrose.
No, I think he'll be out of his helmet. They're based in pit lane down closest in to us here in commentary, so hopefully we can get a bit of an update of what's going on.
10 and a half minutes to play in the opening round of the South Island Endurance Series, brought to you by Carter's Tyre Service here in the South Island Endurance Series in classes 4 and 5 up to 3.5 litres.
So we have a car off into turn 1, blue and white. I'm not sure if that is Steve Kelly. We did see him exit out there, but here is
Are you waiting for your safety car?
But it's too late for what the engineers all wanted to have it for. Safety car.
Safety car. It's only taken you 50 minutes to ask for a safety car, and you've received a safety car.
But how's that? They all wanted the safety car within the window, and it came, I think, 7 seconds after the window, if the window finishes at 50 minutes. So yeah, so this really closes things back up, and as you can see there, the safety car now picking up the leaders. Scott O'Donnell in the car, and this will close the field up big time.
I'm still staggered by this run by the O'Donnell Lions car.
Impressive, absolutely impressive to get to where they've got
considering they had to come through 38 other cars.
Yep.
Now you could say, well, of course they're going to do that because they're a quick car. You still got to manage 38 other cars to get to the lead.
You do, and it's a real shame to see James Penrose not in this, because the would have, should have, and could have in motorsport. There's a lot of them, but if James Penrose was out there, maybe we'd still see him in the front, and it would have been game on, because it would have literally been James Penrose with Scott O'Donnell right behind him, and it would have been game on. But the race isn't over yet, and Scott, how experienced he is as a driver, he will know this too, and it's he's got 10 minutes ahead of him. At least now he's going to have a clear track ahead of him once that safety car pulls in, to have a clean run home with probably only by the time they clear this up, looks like the car's still stuck where it is, so we may not even get a restart of this rate.
That would have been coming off turn 2 really, so 1 through 2 and then just gone straight off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I think it is Stephen Kelly.
Actually
I think you might be
on
right.
the outlap too, because I saw him exit the pit lane and then get no further, so I'm assuming it's, it seems like a bit of an odd thing to happen, maybe. A lot of heat soaked through those brakes while the car was sitting there for a minute, and he's gone down into turn 1. All the brake fluids bubbled up, and got too hot, and he's gone to the brake, and the brake's all spongy. I can just about guarantee it's something along those lines of what's happened, which is a huge, huge shame.
Andrew, under 8 minutes to play in this race. So that's the 22 car. Is that the 22 car? No, that's not the 22 car.
No, that's a McLaren.
That's the McLaren.
720 GT3 car in pit lane there. Looks like they are waving around a helmet fan there for making sure the drivers are nice and cool there.
Some of those McLarens that are in there, there's a new McLaren, the Brian Green McLaren, the GT4 McLaren, of which Brian's going to drive as well. He won't start the race. And I said, "Oh, you're driving?" And he said, "Why shouldn't I be driving?" I felt a little embarrassed actually talking to Brian about that. And he said, "Why the surprise?" I said, "No surprise." But there's a number of new cars debuting in the 3R race, and there's some lovely kit.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of new cars debuting this season altogether. There's just so many fresh new cars. From from the orange BMW we've got out there, debuting literally today after all the work they've had to do it, right up to, some of the GT3 machinery. We've got, Mercedes GT3, which is out there for the first time this year. There's just so many serious bits of kit out there, and it's just so good to see in the South Island Series.
So what we have going on right now is a safety car, and we are assured. I think we are pretty clear with Stephen Kelly going off and into the kitty litter out there, and then we are under safety car. Now, it would be a shame if we had to finish under safety car with 6.5 minutes to play. And
unfortunately, the way the car's still sitting there, they haven't even got it moving yet. The recovery crew are doing a fantastic job this weekend. They've certainly got their work cut out with the amount of cars here this weekend, and looks like it's still stuck there. Must be something more to it.
For Scott O'Donnell, this will be a Saturday afternoon drive, won't it? It'll be just sitting back there going, well, this was okay. The pit stop was a nice and leisurely pit stop. Michael did all the work. And I tell you what, maybe a safety car will come along and I'll have a coffee while I'm in there, and we'll just follow the mobile safety car around and just take out this first round. But I know I'm being a little naughty, but you'd know he'd like to go out there and race it in anger.
100%. And he'll have a laugh about this too. He'll have a bit of a laugh, saying, "Oh God, I worked hard for that race." Where what I had to do out there. But he's a thoroughbred racer. He would just be wishing he could be out there flat out into it. But be a shame if it does end that way for him. But he's doing the 3 hour as well, so he's got plenty of racing ahead of him today.
Oh yeah, just a reminder, at 11:40 it's time to go as the second 1 hour race today here at Mike Pero Motorsport. If you're watching on Pits TV in New Zealand or Flow Racing around the world, and it's the classes 2 and 3, and we've got some very good kit out there. On pole is Sam Collins with a time of 1:22.908 beside the team that you are looking after, Wolf.
Yes, the Wolfbrook team.
Wolfbrook team, Steve Brooks and Bill Riding. Steve Brooks will start that race. He said he was very up today. Bumped into him and he says, "Oh man, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Give me that 1 hour. Give me that 3 hour. Here we go. Come on."
He just loves his motorsport. They both do, and they're absolute characters. And they do take it seriously as well. They want to get as good a results as they can, but ultimately they're here to enjoy it, like everyone else here. Number one, enjoy. Number two, let's go out there for a result and focus on making it all happen. But it's good to see them having a bit of fun.
So with under 5 minutes to play and it's still under safety car, although I can see that car they've dragged it over behind a safety wall, so one would suggest that maybe another lap of the safety car, we might at least get some racing and anger to the finish line.
I reckon we might be going green this lap. I really hope so. We'll have to keep an eye on the safety car lights. Safety car is going very, very slow. The reason for that is they're slowing it right up to get everyone back into position so they can get the racing happening this lap, because basically if it doesn't happen this lap, we're not going to get much of a race to the line at all. So you can see the guys down the front straight nearly coming to a stop. They've slowed them right up, that's a great call from race control there to slow everything up and allow this to happen. And now the safety car is speeding up, which means everything's in position. Let's get this lap underway. Let's wait for the lights to go out on the safety car, and let's see some green flag racing. Looks like the lights might even...
They've gone out. Safety car. No, they haven't.
They
I
are
can't.
Still on. Just.
No, it's my apologies. Scott O'Donnell sitting there just weaving, keeping temperature on the tyres of his Hyundai TCR, sitting in the pole position behind 117. Mike Hall in the VW Golf GTI TCR, and Daniel Kropp in 56, the Honda Civic 2.4 SIR, sitting in P3 after all that's gone on today. Those two cars are probably going, hang on, was it supposed to work like this? But Andre Simon had issues, the 22 car, the Audi TCR.
So there we go. So car 22, James Penrose, we just had word, has broken left front damper. So that's a real blow to those guys. So you can see on the screen there, you can see the way the front left wheel's hanging down there. So whether it's
That's not normal.
No. So whether that's hitting a few too many curbs or something has just failed in there, we'll hopefully get a bit more information on that one as well. But that's a real shame to them.
So still under safety car, but I can tell you, I think the lights have gone out. No,
the lights are out on the safety car.
And
we're going to get a
home.
Restart. 2.5 minutes of racing to go. So, how good is this?
So we'll get at least 2 laps out of this, maybe 1.5 laps. Who knows? Could this be a white flag lap here? No, 2:16. Well, this could be a 1-lap dash.
I'd say we're going to get 2 laps.
You think we'll get 2 laps? You think give us 2 laps? Just
hopefully.
Well, it was around 1:20, and they are away and racing. Let's call it 2 laps to go, and they're gone. The rest of the field has stagnated at the back, but Scott O'Donnell's taken off. Starting from last into first, Scott O'Donnell and Mike Lyons. Mike Lyons doing the majority of the work, 99.9% of the work, and he's taken off. So we would suggest with about 1:47 left to play, it'll be white flag on this next lap as Scott
I would say
O'Donnell
we'll
goes
see a
past.
white flag on this
But
next lap.
they left the rest of the field behind.
Yeah, unfortunately what happened is there was a car that actually had an issue which slowed right up, and he's still going around surprisingly, even though he's got issues. He's obviously trying to make, that's Marcus Barnett, but that really hindered everyone because they couldn't pass the car in front until it went green.
You shouldn't have talked about the Seat so much. That was commentator's curse. You and your wife's Seat. That was a huge problem there.
And another one to mention as well is Brad Rule. He's doing a fantastic job there at the moment. He's coming through the field real quick there. He's says he's in 4th place at the moment, but I think he's made a couple of other moves. So he is on an absolute move as well. That little Honda Civic is a rocket ship of a car, and Brad knows what he's doing behind the wheel there as well.
So keep your eye on Scott O'Donnell. He's coming through turns 9 and going up to turn 10 now, and this will... Have we had the white last lap now. Last lap board coming out now.
So it's 1 hour. Yeah, there we go.
So 1 hour and 43 seconds to go. So last lap coming up now. The last lap board comes out for the 1 hour race in classes 4 and 5, and it's Scott O'Donnell firing through. And the Invercargill Central Hyundai TCR started in pit lane. Unbelievable. Mike Hall still in second. Daniel Kropp still in third at this particular point in time. We'll check our timing screens as they go past again.
So you see a nice gap there from Scott O'Donnell. He's extended it back out again. He just needs to bring it home to the flag. Couple of laps of racing for him, but tell you what, the smile on the helmet wouldn't change. He'll be absolutely loving this.
Yeah, just take it, just ease back now. Just no need to blow it out because you got a 3 hour race to go as well. And he'll just be quietly cruising. He's done enough racing to understand how this works.
Absolutely.
Scott O'Donnell. So there is your leader. This is the final lap of the race in the Carter's Tyre Service classes 4 and 5 1 hour race. The classes 2 and 3 time to go at 11:40 this afternoon. That's under 20 minutes away, and those times will be a lot quicker, and there'll be some very nice kit out there as well as we keep watching him roll around. And this guy Scott O'Donnell is another guy that gives so much to the sport of endurance racing and racing in general. And you know, some call them gentleman races, but you know what? They love racing, and they can pedal. And here he comes into the final turn now. Scott O'Donnell in the Invercargill Central Hyundai TCR. Just remember, they started in pit lane and had to pass 38 other cars, but it's Scott O'Donnell, and Michael Lyons wins race 1 in classes 4 and 5 of the Hyundai of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series.
Great run from them. They'll be absolutely stoked with that. It'd be nice to figure out why they had to start from pit lane, but that is what you call redemption, to come through the field and win the race like that.
Car 117, Mike Hall comes into second place, and Daniel Kropp in the little black Honda Civic 2.4 SI comes in third position. That is your podium for race 1. That was interesting. That flew by. I mean, and we had drama when it all mattered. You got your safety car when it counted, came outside the pit window, but there'll be a real disappointment for the 22 car. So there are your final results. Scott O'Donnell in P1 with Michael Lyons. Mike Hall, P2. P3, Daniel Kropp. There's your podium. Bradley Rule with a lap behind, but still was flying. Warren Black, Denzel Travers, Andre Simon. There, he was disappointed. He was flying early on. James Mitchell, Sam Wallace, and Donovan instead makes up your top 10. Roll through the field, and Marcus Barnett had some issues a little bit late on. Tim Mackesby and our little Renault Clio, P14, he'll be happy with that. Ash McConaughey had issues, and Dean Cook, but you just keep rolling through the field and how big it was. Fastest lap, by the way, Scott O'Donnell, 1:28.370. Stephen Kelly, that will be disappointing. The BMW was going fine. Couldn't catch Andre Simon's little TR86, but
they were doing a great job there where they were sitting, and you know, shame for the race for them that way.
And there is your full field, and Weird Out and Mitchell and the car 224 finishing at the back of the field. But I'm sure they'll all walk out of this and go, how good was that?
Another car as well, unfortunately, Kynan New and Dave McAlpine in the 86 with a broken gearbox, which ruined their race as well. So, yeah, real shame for them. But good to see So many cars out there, clean racing, and with a recovery crew off to rescue the BMW out the back there.
So that completes the first of 3 races live here from Ruapuna Park, otherwise known now officially as Mike Perry Motorsport Park in Christchurch in the Canterbury region of New Zealand. You are watching this on Flow Racing Around the World, Pits TV here in New Zealand. We're probably going to take a wee break, and then within the side 15 minutes we will be back. We'll be back with classes 2 and 3. On pole, Sam Collins, and beside him on the front row of the Porsche, the Wolfsbrook Porsche 88 of Brooks and Riding. Back shortly. Stay with us live.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. Perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we're running a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yeah, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, you know, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business.
Yep.
So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us.
Yep, the fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. You know, it's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning. But hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mate. That's awesome.
Want a career with a bit more grip? At Carter's Tyres, we've got just the job for you.
Tyre builder.
Branch manager.
Licensee manager.
Buffing machine operator. Finance.
Owner operator.
Keep moving forward. Go places in your career and help other Kiwis go places too.
So give us a shout.
And join the crew that's tread true.
You are live on Flow Racing and Pits TV. This is the second 1 hour race in the opening weekend of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. And this is Class 2 and 3. Class 2 features Porsches, 997, 991s, 992 Cup cars, any Ferrari Challenge car from a 488 spec, any Australian Mark 1 or 2 car, or any pre-2007 FIA GT3 cars, or any pre-Car of the Future Aussie V8s. And the Class 3 are the 3,501 cc's or any FIA GT4 car. And so you've got a lot of Porsches out here and a lot of racing. On pole position, Sam Collins in the 777 car, which I can see is stuck at the back of the field trying to get through. Beside him is the Brooks and Riding's Porsche, and it'll be Steve Brooks, who will be the opening driver, and that is he brings the Wolfbrook Porsche up now, that beautiful gold and black Porsche 992 Cup car. Behind them on row 2 will be Heremana Malziak in the 910 car. That's the Porsche 991 2 Cup car. And Marco Schelp and Anthony Lee are beside them in the 9 car, which is the Porsche 997. Row 3, Ronan Murphy, and then Williams in the 8 car. This will be a rolling start. 7, Ben Byers in 256. That's the Porsche 991. Dippy and Penrose. James Penrose out of the sad finish to their Class 4 and 5 race with the damper broken. And there's that mark of Sam Collins. I never get tired, Andrew Wade, of hearing the sound of a monster V8.
You just can't beat it, can you? You're standing on that pit wall, listening to some of those cars come down, especially those V8s. What a sound. And another sound you just can't get your head around is the sound of those Porsches. What a beautiful sound a Porsche does make, and we have a huge field of Porsches here ready to take on the 1 hour race.
Yeah, there's a McLaren Lindsay O'Donnell in the 112 car. The McLaren 570S GT4 is thrown in there. We've got a V8. I heard it before. John Wadsworth in a Chevy Cruze V8 caught it in the pits and just about fell over when he just gave it a bit of a squirt. And I went, yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking, because it had a beautiful, beautiful sound to it. There is, of course, the number 6 car out there as well, if I'm correct. And that'll be the Toyota GT86 V8 of Grant and Ben Williams.
Yeah, as we can see the cars warming up their tyres, getting ready for the start of this race. We'll see the safety car lights come out very, very shortly. 1 hour race here. Pit stop window between 10 minutes and 50 minutes, and they have to stop for a minimum of 45 seconds in the lane. So some cars have got driver changes, some people are doing the whole race. So huge day ahead for these drivers heading into this 1 hour race.
If you are just joining us here live at the track or on Pits TV around New Zealand or Flow Racing around the world, the first race, the 1 hour, turned into an amazing start-finish, really. Scott O'Donnell and Mike Lyons in their Invercargill Central Hyundai TCR car started out of pit lane. They were on pole position, but for some reason they started out of pit lane, came home in P1, followed by Mike Hall and then Daniel Kropp. That was your podium for the 1 hour race in 4 and 5 as the mobile pace car takes off and gets ready to head into pit lane, and we are good to go. The field now closing up for the start of this Class 2 and 3 race, round 1 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Nigerian Series. This is classes 2 and 3, and you'll hear that roar of Sam Collins' Mark Mustang V8 just take off as they get that green light. We're still sitting in res. They come into the front straight around Avon City Ford, turn 10. Still red and waiting for the green, and they are go. They are go, go, go. And here we go. Look at that V8 of Sam Collins fly past.
Massive start from Ronan Murphy on the inside, up to third place already. Having a look up the inside of Bill Riding, not quite making the move, as we can see the Mark Mustang out in front of Sam Collins.
Now that's a heavy car too, right? Now, is that where you take advantage of braking? A big heavy car and you're in a lighter Porsche?
It's a bit like the situation we were talking about in the first 1 hour race. You've got a big fast car.
Hang on. Edifice Racing's got a car out there already. I can't see the number of that one, but that's an early off. You always wanted an early off, didn't you? You want an early
Too early for the safety car for what you want to plan for this race. So they're back underway. Didn't hit anything. Luckily enough, doesn't look like there's any damage to that car. We are looking from a distance, but they are back underway. So back to what I was saying. If you're in the Mark car, very, very fast car, a lot of horsepower. Against these Porsches, as everyone knows, are such an endurance spec car that Bill will be just sitting in behind here already, biding his time, looking after his tyres. Between them, there was only half a tenth of a second in qualifying between Sam Collins and Bill Riding. So it is going to be an all-out race. Horsepower versus handling.
So as we come across start-finish line, it is Sam Collins, followed by Steve Brooks in the Wolfbrook Porsche. Then it's Ronan Murphy straight up from P4 to P3. This is the first time out that he's in this new Porsche. Well, not new Porsche, having a crack at it. We spoke to him this week and he's pretty excited about it. Used to, of course, driving the Aston Martin in the North Island Series, the John Penny Aston Martin GT4. And now he's into this. What do you make of this move?
He's doing a great job in it, and it's all about these miles, getting in the car and being out there, and the more miles you can do, the better you are as a driver. As he's in behind Steve Brooks there, excuse me for fourth. I think it was Bill Riding. You think I'd know, considering I've been helping these boys for the last day, doing a bit of coaching with them. But
there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. There really is.
Take a deep breath.
Steve in the car there doing a great job in P2, and he's high on life, absolutely loving out there. We saw how excited he was earlier, Stephen, when we were getting prepared, and he just couldn't wait for this.
He was literally jumping out of his race suit. In fact, his race suit was half off anyway. I was waiting for him to jump out. He was that excited. But I think there's a genuine sense for the South Island Series of a lot of these drivers just cannot wait to get amongst it. Now, the first four have actually put a break on the rest of the field. Marco Shelton, the Anthony Lee's Porsche, is sitting in fourth position, and it's Martin Dippy and James Penrose, and their Porsche is sitting in fifth position. James Penrose, of course, leading that first race, but having to pull out in the end and see a win go by. But the Wolfbrooks Porsche, followed by the Pertec Porsche of Ronan Murphy, and the Shelton and Lee's car. I think, what did Anthony Lee say to me this morning about Porsche? A bit of an old banger. The old banger, he called the Porsche the old banger, the number 9 car, the Porsche 997 Cup car. But he was, again, genuinely excited of getting back into it as well. So pretty exciting times for them. But they have got a nice break on the rest of the field.
See down into the braking zone there. Steve Brooks a little bit narrow into there, covering his line off.
Thanks, coach.
Yeah, that's the one. And that car of Ronan Murphy, he's actually that's Steve's car that he's in at the moment. So they're teaming up, and it's Steve, helping young talent out again, and it's good to see them out there.
So this is Team Wolfsbrook.
It is.
Teams Wolfbrook 2 and 3, so that's pretty good. But I don't think Ronan will have any problem wanting to get past him, even though that boss is in front, if you know what I mean.
That'll certainly be on your mind a little bit. You'd be going, better not make any contact here, and I'll come past him as clean as I can. But that's if we can get close enough to make the move, because they're really settling into this race, and they're doing a great job there.
The interesting thing about the Wolfsbrook Porsche team is that in the last year and a half, they've really got into it, haven't they? They sort of, for me, they appeared on the scene, and suddenly they have taken it uber serious. Well, they're getting a coach in now. These guys want to win.
Yeah, they want to win, but and that's what is so good about this championship in both the North and the South Island. They want to win, they're serious about it, but as I said earlier, ultimately, number one is to go there and have fun, and and they did just appear onto the scene, and they have always loved cars. I got to know them before they joined the scene as well. Down at Highlands, they used to come and put a day on, and we used to have a heap of fun down there, and run a few events on track for them. So it's nice to see them. Obviously, they actually blame me sometimes for actually being out here. They said I've given them the drug of motorsport to get out there and have a bit of fun, which is great to see. And you see Hamish Wilton there in the Super Tour having a few issues, making his way back out on track. Spent a bit of time with him down at Highlands last week doing a bit of coaching. So unfortunately, it must be a few issues with that car being in too early, because the pit lane window is not quite open yet. It opens in 5 minutes time.
So early days in this 1 hour race for classes 2 and 3. Sam Collins in the 777 Mark Mustang, certainly comfortably ahead. Well, you could say comfortably. The gap's actually only just a little under 1.8 seconds, so it's comfortable at a point. The one thing about this Mark that we have seen in recent times is reliability. Reliability can be the key.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you're up against Porsches, which are known through and through for their reliability. And look at the gap; it's pretty tight there between second, third, and fourth. Settling into their rhythm. Long way to go in this race.
So interesting to note too, a little bit of cloud cover coming over here at Mike Crow Motorsport Park. Now, we always talk about this, it always becomes a subject of conversation. temperature, ambient temperature and tyres.
Yes. These sort of conditions are actually probably really good conditions for racing being here. You've got a little bit of warmth, but you've got the cloud cover not really heating up the surface of the track. So this is lap time. This is perfect for lap times, and you can see the McLaren there of Lindsay O'Donnell out there doing a great job. I was lucky enough to have a steer of that car here a couple of years ago, and what a beautiful machine that is. You just can't beat those McLarens as well. They sound good, they go good. He's doing a great job. Another one who's just here, absolutely loving his racing out here, doing it.
Got Dion Cooper behind him in the Mustang, which looks like a Mustang, which is nice.
Sounds fantastic too. You listen to it coming down the start-finish line, it catches your attention every time it comes across the start-finish line. Another one, Nigel Cromie out there as well, doing a great job. He's recently got into motorsport in a big way, did the GT series through the summer period, and I was speaking to him earlier, and he's just absolutely loving out there, qualified second in his class, and doing a fantastic job out there in the GT4.
You look at these new cars, the McLarens and the like, and it's almost as if anyone can jump into them. I know it's not, but you said beautiful car to drive. But from a professional race driver's perspective, do these manufacturers make these cars better, like the Aston Martins as well? Do they make them an easier car to drive?
They do. They really do.
Does it take away from the racecraft though? Can you fall into a trap?
It doesn't. It's sort of there's a real balance with the way that they set the cars up, especially a GT4 car. You know, they're focused more around, could you say, a gentleman driver, that anyone can jump in them and enjoy it, be fast, be safe, and and just get the most out of it. And that's why you see GT4 series around the world, GT4 cars really kicking off, because you've got guys that have done well for themselves that are able to afford and get into these cars and absolutely make the most out of them because of how they are to drive.
Do you have a preference? We know you fell in love with the Audi, but do you have a preference when you look about setup and the likes of Martin Dippy and James Penrose? The Porsche 991 flies past. You can't miss that orange Porsche 991 as they just. The lap times, what are we sitting on lap times, by the way? 125 was the last time for Sam Collins, 125.036. Consider, so they're sitting at around probably 3 seconds quicker than the classes 4 and 5, but not unexpected.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is the faster group as such, and it's great the way they've done that with the 2 series. With the 1 hour, because believe it or not, they used to have all of the cars. There'd be 40 plus cars in the 1 hour series. You'd have the Civics out there, you'd have the Porsches out there. It was busy, and it is a very, very clever thing the way that they've split the 2 up into 2 separate races. Everyone's having just as good a time, and then there's a more even playing field out there for everyone. So it's a great move by the South Island Endurance Series.
Yeah, they are forward thinkers here in the South Island when it comes to that, and I think there has been change in NERDEC, the North Island Endurance Series. It'll be interesting to see what changes they may look forward to in their new season, which is not too far away, as well as Sam Collins in the 777 Mark Mustang flies past, roars past. We're not at supercars, but it feels like it's supercars. And then the Wolfsburg Porsche in second position, followed by Ronan Murphy in the sister car.
And just looking on the screen there as well, that battle between the Shalp-Lee's car and Murphy is really starting to heat up. Shalp and Lee's car is starting to put the pressure on big time, so we'll see if we can get another shot of that, as we can see Steve Brooks there just starting to pull a little bit of a gap. That car's really starting to come into its own, and a few setup changes made on that car overnight as well, so it's really starting to play dividends.
It's the 185 Porsche of Martin Neal, the Porsche 991, beautifully prepared car, trying to hunt down Dion Cooper and that GT4 Mustang further back down the field. But right now, it is the Mark Mustang that is dominating proceedings. Yes, 185 being followed by that beautiful Porsche of Lindsay O'Donnell, but Martin Neal certainly doing the damage there, going through lap traffic. So just an update of where we're at. Sam Collins in the Brooks and Riding Porsche, followed by Ronan Murphy in the Shelp and Lee Porsche 997 Cup car as well. Dippy and Penrose round out the top 5 in their Porsche 911. This is race 2, the 1 hour race of classes 2 and 3, wherever you're watching on Pits TV or Flow Racing around New Zealand. There's so much to look forward to. There's a lot happening in motorsport in New Zealand in the next month. In fact, next weekend it's the return of the ITM Supercars at Pukekohe, the ITM Super Sprint, and there is a lot of talk about that. And as people know, we're sitting here at an iconic raceway in the South Island. It'll be the last supercar race ever at Pukekohe Park Raceway. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Just hurts hearing you say it, to be fair, what Pukekohe's like. You ask any driver, especially any professional driver, what they think of Pukekohe, they just absolutely love that circuit. It gives you a different feeling when you arrive there. You know, it's just such a high consequence, high commitment track. It's bumpy. It sounds everything you don't want on a track, but there's just something special about it. You go to a V8 Supercar weekend there, the hill is just full of people. It's such an incredible place to be, and you know, I'm sure this next V8 Supercar weekend it's going to be absolutely packed, and I'm not going to miss it, that's for sure.
We have spoken to Shane Van Gisbergen about what it means for him. More importantly for him, he wants to win the Jason Richards Trophy. The late Jason Richards, who was an incredible young man, gone way too early, and the round winner picks up that trophy. And for him, talking to Shane, we got the impression, Greg Murphy and I, who do a radio show here in New Zealand, got the impression that it was more important for him to win the Jason Richards Trophy than anything else.
Yeah, well, you know, he's won it before, and you could see him literally on the podium, you know, welling up. He was just, you could see how much it meant to him as a Kiwi to win that trophy, and it's something that I know is pretty special to him to win again, hopefully.
Be a cracking weekend. In fact, it could be the last time a drift car is seen in there, because yours truly is going out with the new D1NZ champion, Fanga Dan, and the Century Batteries Mustang for a couple of laps of fanging it around Pukekohe sideways.
Why not? That will be an experience.
It is a heap of fun. If you've never watched D1NZ, get amongst it, because it really is special. And Fanga Dan this is his 3rd title. He's been doing it for 20 years. He's the OG of drifting, but he certainly loves it. And people love, look, let's be blunt, we're all petrol heads, but we love seeing smoke.
We do.
We love seeing smoke come off tyres.
And that's the thing with those guys. They are so talented at what they do. The way they can hold those drifts. You know, I got involved a little bit more with D1NZ, and it really just opened up a new world of understanding what those guys can do, and they're a very, very talented bunch.
Well, I have been at pace sideways through turn 1 at Pukekohe.
Oh, how cool.
Now, you know how quickly you go through there. Well, they're getting up to 200 clicks, and then they chuck it on, and you're sideways going through there. As we see Sam Collins seemingly at this point comfortable in the lead of this Class 2 and 3 1 hour race at Maikapiro Motorsport Park. The gap back to Brooks and Riding is a little under 5 seconds, 4.92, and then it's a second further back to Ronan Murphy in the sister car of Wolfsbrook Racing. And that 4.9 seconds looks like it's a lot. It's closing, because that's Wolfsbrook's Porsche's flying. Ronan Murphy comfortable in a 3rd position at this point. He's got the Shelp Lee car sitting in behind him. So there's a lot going on, but the gap is quite big now from the top 4-5.
Yeah, it's starting to open up a bit, but this battle between 3rd and 4th is certainly not over. Ronan has got the pressure on from behind, and we'll just keep an eye on how that's going to unfold.
The difference between driving an Aston Martin and a Porsche, the understanding, you've driven Porsches, right? So they're a driver. We talk about the Porsche, a bit like a BMW road car. They're a driver's car. They're a racer's car, the Porsche, right? Aston Martin have come in later times with their more modern updates. Have you driven an Aston Martin? Have you had a crack?
Yes,
at one?
I have.
Okay,
yes, I raced with Tony Quinn in his one, and
so the difference.
It's they're so different in how they generate their speed. All these different cars. You know, yesterday I drove Magen Turbo Mercedes GT3, and obviously been in the Audi a lot recently, and how.
Car's gone off. We haven't seen it at the moment, but we've just seen a car go off. It was coming around the Euromark hairpin around, was it turn 4? Probably turn 4 it was. It's missed the tyre bundle comfortably. Can't see it, the black and red car. What number is that? Missed that. But there's not. Now, will they bring out the safety car?
I know there's 2 cars that look very similar. I'll keep an eye out. Maybe Luke Manson or just have a look in, see if we can get a closer look at who it actually is out there. But they're getting moving again, which is the main thing. must mean there might not be too much damage. I'm pretty sure
It looked like what you could call a comfortable slide, a comfortable off, nothing too dangerous, because you're having to slow down and come into that corner, right? He maybe came in a little bit hot.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and he just looks like he's got a little bit wide there. So back underway again, the car is moving, and he looks like he's picking some pace back up. So don't think he's collected anything, and he's another one who's just recently got back into motorsport, Luke Manson, and he is another one like Brooks Riding. Just loves being out there, absolutely loves it. He's part of the International Motorsport team, which did the North Island series with, and he just absolutely loves it. He had a good race in one of the North Island rounds with Paul Sullivan.
I think.
That's the one, and you should have seen the boys get out of the car. They didn't win the race, but they just absolutely love their time out there, and that's what it's all about, seeing them enjoy it, seeing them having a heap of fun out there.
We get so wound up on the idea of you got to do this, you got to do that, winning, but we tend to forget that was the car 222. Just double check that number.
Yes, it is Luke Manson out there on that one.
In the 222 car, Luke Manson. So yeah, and how good can he be?
Yeah.
How good can he be?
He's, and that's the thing, the way he can come in, and he's with a good team, so they know what they're up to, so they'll help get him to where he wants to be. But he's just loving being out there, and and that's what the fundamentals of the South Island and North Island Endurance Series are, is to get guys like themselves into the sport. We can see one of the
Francois Beziak in the Edifice Porsche 912 Cup car, and then the 25 car going out as well. That's John Wadsworth in that Chevy Cruze V8. I mean, I've got to say, maybe a Chevy Cruze, which should never have been built, really, to be honest. But gee, it was a cool sounding car. Let's be blunt about that one.
Yeah, and then you speak of the Edifice Porsches out there. There's two of them, another two guys which have joined the series in a big way, getting these beautiful Manthe Porsches out there. They're both doing the 1 hour race and
the 3 hours, mate. Because I think Tom Alexander, our good friend, is going to co-pilot one of those as well.
Yes, yeah, and John Lester as well. And to see them step it up and get involved with the series, the sport is in a very healthy position at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the encouraging thing. But again, we come back to what we talked about. If you're just joining us for this second 1 hour race here in the Carter's Tyre service,
Martin Dippy has a big spin off in the infield there, hasn't hit anything. Just called that one in the corner of my eye there, as would have seen it just in the corner of the camera if you're watching on the live stream there.
So Martin Dippy in the 991 Porsche gets back on, puff of smoke, and he's backing away, and you just got to keep work all that grit out of your tyres then, that's the annoying part,
It is, takes a couple of corners and a couple of corners to readjust the brain since you've just been spinning backwards and work out what's coming up next.
So just confirming, Sam Collins still leads. His gap now is 6.196 seconds from the Brooks and Riding car, and Ronan Murphy still sits in third position. He's 1.1 seconds behind Brooks and Riding. So that's fairly hard, but it's less than a second to the Shell Lee car. So 2, 3, and 4. That's probably where a story could lie, unless the mark doesn't last. I know that's a very unfair call, but we've seen it not last before, but for some reason it looks in really good shape.
Yeah, and the amount of work they've done to that car, you really hope they do last the distance of the race. And, I'm sure even Bill and Steve, if they end up winning due to a car breaking down in front, it's just never quite this, you want to win on merit, and, hope for everyone's sake that we can see them have a clean run in the Mustang there. Beautifully looking.
Incredibly gentlemanly of you to suggest that. I always thought a win was a win, and you'll take it.
A win is a win, but there's something in you that just goes, yeah, it would have been nice to have got that on merit.
But then we could argue all day long about, well, if your car's not up to it, it's not up to it, right?
That's the one. There's different ways to look at it.
What's the line? It's racing.
It is. It is. Anything is possible. And speaking of racing, obviously that pit lane window is now open, so haven't seen a lot of cars pit at the moment. Again, they'll be doing what we saw in the first 1 hour race. They'll be sticking out for as long as they can and hope for a safety car. I know you look at me sideways and you think I'm wanting to see cars crashing. Not at all, but that's what we're looking for that's what the engineers are looking for. They're wanting to run their first driver as long as they can to be able to make that last, and hope for that safety car.
Fastest lap by Hedemana Malisamak of a 1:25.33 in the last lap, so that was fairly handy for him, sitting in 5th position. He's up a place, passing Adam Julian in the Porsche 997 Cup car. So there's a lot going on, and as this race continues to unfold with a little over 38 minutes to play, there's just little mini stories unfolding.
Yeah, there really are, and we saw the interface car as well have a big spin earlier in the race, and they've obviously recovered from that and coming back through the field too.
So that gap was 6 seconds. It's now down to 5.9. So the Steve Ridings in that Wolfbrook Porsche is starting to haul in and I'm saying starting to haul in potentially the Mark Mustang, which leads the field.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep an eye on those lap times to see who is quicker. Like we look at the last lap, 25.5 for Sam Collins versus 25.8 for Steve Brooks. So there's just a couple of tenths in it at the moment, not catching, not losing, but at the same time, the Mark Mustang has had some traffic in that last lap, and as you can see, Steve Brooks there also catching a bit of traffic. Hopefully we'll just see it in the camera there. You can see there Hamish Wilton in front of Steve Brooks there, and Steve will be wanting to do everything he can to get past him as quick as he can, because he's got Ronan right behind him. Can't afford to lose any time as Steve makes his way up the inside.
And good driving too. Just allow the boys to pass. Allow them to pass. Don't get in the way. There are faster cars behind you. Do the right thing and let the race unfold.
That's what it's all about, and you're only affecting your own race if you do end up holding up other cars. As we see Luke Manson a little bit off track there again, through the right then the left. He's pushing on, and he'll have his goals for this race, and that's why you can see him having a few moments out there. But
finishing would be a good goal rather than pushing it too hard.
It would, but you got to find your limit somehow, and he's having a good go at it.
Gotta love someone that isn't unafraid.
Yep.
Not 10 foot tall and bulletproof, but unafraid to see where their limits are as he goes through the start finish. And
we could see Steve Brooks there just slow down the main straight. He's dropped in behind Ronan Murphy.
Hang on, there is trouble at the mill. So, there's another Porsche off in the kitty litter. Is that 34? Can I say a 34? Yeah, is that Glenn Brazier?
Yes,
in his Porsche. So he's come a cropper. So cars starting to push their limits a little bit more and get a little bit more agricultural. Not what they want, but there is an issue with that Wolfsbrook Porsche. Steve Ridings has fallen right back, and now Ronan Murphy will sit in P2 with the Shelton Lee car sitting in P3. That car, it's going, but it doesn't look comfortable. Oh,
yeah,
no.
that's a strange one, the way he's just it was just down the main straight, just saw him sort of pull out of it and let some other cars pass. Be interesting to see why. It looks like it's going all right again now, but something is not quite right there with the Wolfbrook Porsche to just let a couple of cars pass like that. We'll wait and see this lap, see if he pulls into pit lane. Maybe it was just a simple thing like a miscommunication on the radio, but I doubt it down the main straight like that. So we'll just wait and see what unfolds here.
Something a little unexpected. So it's Sam Collins leading from Ronan Murphy, and the Brooks and Ridings drop down, but it's a fourth.
It's in the lane. In the lane comes Steve Brooks here. Let's see if they get straight into a driver change or whether they park the car in the garage. Let's just hope it's something they're looking a bit rushed, looking down into pit lane here as Bill Riding is pulling over
Steve's
into the
pulling
lane.
over, and it'll be Bill jumping in.
All seemed a bit of a rush. I'm not sure if there has been a miscommunication on the radio. Obviously, these 992 Porsches, this one prepared by James Marshall, is a very, very well prepared car. So, yeah, something pulling, as we can see Steve there exiting the car. Got the 45 seconds to do the stop, so there's no real rush here. We'll wait and see what's happened.
Beautifully prepared cars, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely. Just, especially the new 992, they're a step up again. They've got more aero. They've got a full flat floor underneath. At home, you might be wondering what that means, a flat floor. Basically, there's no air that can get up underneath the car. It's just one big, long plank underneath the car. So that helps the aero, makes the car more slippery, gives it more aerodynamics.
Don't confuse us with the word plank.
Well, no, believe it or not, I've got that from single-seaters because it is basically a plank of wood that's underneath it. So a lot of these these GT cars actually do have a bit of wood underneath, because, but these days it's not so much so, because it's something that can scuff away without actually causing damage. So single seaters, I know they still definitely have it.
So 34 minutes to go. Bill Riding's down the bush. Oh, and he just hit floors. He wants to get out there and go, because they were sitting in a really comfortable P2 that have dropped down the field somewhat now. They've dropped right down at the moment. They're sitting in P16 with 33.5 minutes to go in this 1 hour race of classes 2 and 3 in the opening weekend of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. But right now, no one seems to be able to catch that wonderful 777 car of Sam Collins, that Mark II Mustang, over 5 litres of just pure grunt V8. Edifice Porsche comes through. That's the 909 car of Francois Beziac, Porsche 9912 car, the Manthe Racing crew. And they, again, you talk about beautifully prepared cars. You know, guys that want to look good and race fast. Does it equal anything though? Look good and race fast? It doesn't, does it?
Oh, it might be worth a couple of tens here or there. You never know. So just something interesting to note during that stop with the Wolfbrook Porsche, none of the mechanics actually started looking at the car as well. So, and they're allowed to. Obviously, it's a pit stop. They can work on the car, but they didn't do anything. So, I'm just wondering if Steve just decided it's just save creating any carnage heading into pit lane. It's best to just let the other cars pass. But seems a bit odd the way he gave up a couple of positions there.
Well,
but
when you were talking tactics and strategy with them, did you talk about when was the perfect time to change drivers? I mean, it's under 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, I didn't, to be honest. And I think these guys, this is where the fun factor comes into it. They've basically changed drivers right on the 30-minute mark to give themselves half an hour racing each. That's the side of it. You could see Steve in the car run all the way to the 50-minute mark, waiting for a safety car, which we'll see a lot of. So we can see Martin Dippy have another spin in front of us here as well. He's obviously having a few troubles with that car, and it looks like he's not able to get it started at the moment. Let's see.
Well, I can see. Yeah, no, he has got it started now, because it was in an awkward place to be stopped.
Yeah,
not having a great day as Martin Dippy.
No, as you can see, just about every single engineer in pit lane jump up and see if that car's going to get moving again, because they'll be getting ready to pull their drivers in if it's going to be a safety car. But they've got it back underway there as he pulls back out onto the track.
I was going to call the classic supercar line unsafe entry onto track, but got there, and everybody's playing it smart and most importantly playing it safe. One of the back markers coming into pit lane now. As we see, Sam Collins will cross-start finish again, and I think that lead may have dragged out somewhat. I think his lead is from Ronan Murphy in the 991. It was, I think, that we had at 6.19 seconds. At 9.19 seconds, so he's pulled a 3-second gap on the field now on his closest chaser.
Yeah, so that's a fairly good gap there to be able to pull that, and you can actually see, out of interest, where Bill Riding has pulled back out is more or less in the battle pack that he's going to be dealing with a bit later on. And see the V8 Porsche have a bit of a spin, come back out on the track. Believe it or not, there's a V8
Is that the one they call the Porsche Chevy?
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. So what's going to be interesting here is you can actually see Bill in the car. He looks like he's closing down on his two rivals in front, who are still yet to stop. So basically where he is at the moment, if it was a full lap, if it was a full pit stop, it's going to be where they'll end out. Yes, we can. This is going to be an interesting gap to keep an eye on, because this is going to shape the race for us for the rest of the afternoon, for the rest of this 1 hour race between second, third and fourth. If we can see if Bill ends up catching the two cars in front, it shows us that he's got the pace that when the other cars pit, where it's all going to come back out.
The 62 car of Russell Burgess, the Mazda RX-7 Turbo 4-litre RX-7 Turbo, has done their pit stop, so he rejoins the race. The 256 car and the 910 car chasing each other. That's Mana Melzamak, excuse me. chasing down Ben Byers in the 256 car. 84 passes through. That's Adam Julian in his Porsche 997. Grant Aiken in the Porsche Cayman GT4, just, dare I say it, just doing the numbers, cruising around. He raced in that Super GT series last summer. Podiumed, I think, overall at the end of the season. And was very happy about it. Was quite surprised, actually.
Yeah.
Because you know he goes out there because he loves driving.
He absolutely loves his driving, and you know, it's good to see him out there. And you know, when you say cruising, I know he'll have his targets. He'll know what he wants to do, and he'll be pushing on. Did a couple of laps. It's the Highlands GT4 Porsche, as it's got on the side of it, and I was lucky enough to do a few laps in it at Highlands a couple of weeks ago. And what a great car those GT4 Porsches are to drive. They just, you know, like what we were talking about earlier, they do everything you ask out of them. They brake properly, they turn properly, they accelerate. They're a Porsche. They do what is expected out of them.
It's one of the edifice Porsches going around here at Ruapuna Raceway. There's the leader so far, and I say so far because we saw in the last race the 4 and 5 lead meant nothing as poor James Penrose's cars did a damper and took him out of the race. But this is Sam Collins coming through the Euromark hairpin. There's the Chevy Cruze, the Wadsworth Chevy Cruze with some issues. What are those issues? We don't know. They're looking at the back.
Yeah, it must be. Unless this is just part of their 2-minute stop. They're just inspecting everything. Their 45-second stop. But I don't think so. They're having a chat and not going too far at the moment. Just keep an eye on that one.
Tell you what's interesting is...
Got no brakes.
No
That's
brakes.
The word. They're out of brakes in that car. And trust me, in a car like that, you need brakes.
I did say they shouldn't make a Chevy Cruze. They should never have made a Chevy Cruze. I know that's unfair. I shouldn't be like that. Round 1 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. You are watching live on Pits TV in New Zealand and Flow Racing around the world. This is the Class 2 and 3 1-hour race. Still to come at 1:30 this afternoon will be the 3-hour race, and that will be something to watch. But right now, Sam Collins in the 777 Mark Mustang is in control. Ronan Murphy, part of the Wolfsbrook team with the Pertec Porsche. We'll call it the Pertec Porsche because it's splashed down the side of it. Still able to hold out the Schelp Lee Porsche. He's doing us a good job there because those cats, they can drive.
Oh, they really can. And, you know, repeat what Anthony said, a bit of a clunker compared to what he's been in, but don't get me wrong, it's still a beautiful car, and you know, to see them doing so well in a car that's a couple years older, and you know, I know Marcus Schelp, he's the first to say as well, my car's a bit older. You know,
you were supposed to say that using his accent. My God, yeah, we won't go down that path because he told me off for mispronouncing his name a couple of times, a couple of months ago, so I had to behave myself. But there we go, another one of the edifice Porsches flies through. That's the 909 of Francois Beziac. Looking good too, looking strong. The 7 Porsche Angus McFarlane and the Michael Bushell Porsche, that had a little bit of a moment about 2 or 3 laps back, but is well on song. Bit of steam coming out of the back of that Corvette. That just looks a little uncomfortable.
Steam smoke.
Yeah, the steam. Bruce Davidson's Chevy Corvette, the 6.6 litre Corvette. Don't you love saying that? 6.6 litres of pure horses, just pure Chevy horses going around. Not steam, it was smoke. Yes, of course it was smoke. Get that burner going. Get the wood on the fire, dear. Ronan Murphy across the start finish, still being hunted down by the Lee Schelp Porsche.
So we see Bill Riding just come back into pit lane. They must obviously be having issues with this car. So I thought it was a bit odd the way that Steve slowed down a bit early. So there must be something more going on with that car, which is a real shame. They look like they're going straight into the garage.
Straight into the garage.
Not a good sign for those boys. And
well, here's the thing. They're racing in the 3-hour. So what do you do? As we see the 24 McLaren of Nigel Cromie having taken its pit stop and heading back out, the Mark Cromie Motor Group McLaren. Got to say, when you talk about design, you can't, McLaren, got to say it, beautiful.
They really are. They really are. They've got the lines, and especially, you know what the coolest part is the little Kiwi in the McLaren emblem. Like, how cool is that for New Zealand to be represented on a brand like McLaren?
The one thing that McLaren do well is legacy. They understand legacy, and I see today, speaking of McLaren, that it looks like Oscar Piastri is going to McLaren F1, the contract recognition board, and I haven't seen anything official, but McLaren have released the statement.
They have, and even on the F1 Facebook page I saw that as well. So,
okay, so
I had to check twice to make sure it wasn't another meme come out with what's been going on lately.
Has that not been a circus or what?
It's been an interesting time for all.
I'm not sure. The question now is...
Yeah, it's certainly a bit odd what's been going on in that side of things, but yeah, hopefully it'll all get sorted. But you know what's been happening in Formula One the last couple of years is pretty cool. Where the championship has got to, and
feel for Daniel Ricciardo though, because I like him. We know he's quick, but he just hasn't been able to make it happen at McLaren.
Yeah,
and there you go. The 718 Porsche heading out. The Oliver Saxon Ray Williams Porsche has done their pit stop, and away they go. Ray Williams, Racing Ray Williams.
Name says it all. What a legend of New Zealand motorsport, Ray Williams. I've been lucky enough to do a lot of work with Ray, and you know we call him the big kid of the group. We all say if we can have his energy, at his age, we will be stoked. He's just a guy full of energy, loves his racing, and he would just have a smile from ear to ear being out there.
And still racing. And what is he now? Let's be blunt. He's 70.
You've called it. You've called it. I'm not getting involved in that one. But either way you look at it, he's a guy that just is full of enthusiasm, loves his motorsport.
Well, you talk about legends of the game in this country. There's the 112 Porsche.
So that's back in the lane again. They've obviously got issues as well. Sorry, that is too. Sorry, I thought it was the Chromey Porsche again.
The 69 Porsche is heading out after its pit stop. That's Steve Sullivan in the Porsche 991 Cup car. Can't miss that one, yellow and black, a little bit of a bumblebee look about it. But yeah, I was going to mention Kenny Smith. Kenny Smith. This will be a sad day for him in Pukekohe because he was raced the first year Pukekohe Park Raceway came to being, was 1963, and he was racing. And this is what people need to understand who are joining us around the world. All the world F1 world champions were in there. Now this is the Lindsay O'Donnell Porsche.
Just taking their time with their 45-second stop. They're still within the window. There's not a lot you need to do. We're not seeing tyre changes or anything.
You know what that tape was for? If you remember back in the first race, we saw air to the helmet, and they were waggling a piece of...
Yeah, that might be...
One of it's come off.
I think it might be a different McLaren, that one, but same sort of thing.
I'm getting
technical on you now. Call you out on all I can.
Yeah, wow, thanks very much.
Keep you on your toes.
No, I appreciate that one, Andrew Waite, with a W-A-I-T-E. Sam Collins comfortably in the lead. His lead's been cut back a little bit by Ronan Murphy. It was at 9.1, sitting at 8.5 seconds. He's 1.8 seconds in front of the Shelp Lee Porsche. And there's the Chevy going back out, the Chevy Corvette. And, a little bit of puff of smoke. But that's about it. Bruce Davidson heading out there in that C6 Corvette. Got to say, I'm looking forward to seeing the new shape Corvette on the roads of New Zealand. Because there'll be many purists out there that don't like the mid-engined Corvette, but I've got to say, it's a beautiful piece of work, and I think production issues are slowing them down, getting them into here, but I've seen an example and it looks pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see, Lindsay O'Donnell heading back out on track there, and looks like there might be a couple of issues with the Porsche.
Is that the McFarlane Bushel Porsche? I can't see the...
Put in some fuel in it. I'm not surprised the big V8 needs a bit more gas to get them back out there. That's the, believe it or not, that is a Porsche with a V8 engine in it.
Is that sacrilege when you do that?
Some say no, some say yes, and I'm in the yes camp. But good on them. That is Kiwi ingenuity at its best. Who would have thought? Who would have decided one day, let's put a V8 in a Porsche? Why not? And I think it's just so cool. It's another way of what this series is about doing what you've been told you can't, go and do it.
Well, while we've been chatting away and amongst ourselves, Hiramana Melzamak is just quietly pushing in fast laps and sitting in fourth position in that Edibus Racing Porsche.
Yeah, which is a great effort. He's, the way he's been driving is pretty incredible, and we can see
Ronan Murphy, I think, coming into pit lane now for his first pit stop.
That's an interesting call to come in this early in the race.
Have I picked the right?
Yes, you have, definitely. That is definitely Ronan coming in. Let's not hope he's got any issues as well, but to me that seems pretty early to bring him in for the stop, because especially when you're a single driver, you're not worried about anyone else getting drive time. You may as well stay out as long as you can and hope of a safety car. So it's a very interesting call, and why they've pitted this early. As you can see, you've got the Mustang of Collins out there. They're still out there. They'll be pitting literally in the 50th minute. Maybe different with the Sharpley's car because they've got drive time to share, so they might be keeping that in mind, that they want to give each other a fair bit of driving out there as well. But interesting call, and you can see them trying to jumpstart the Chevy Porsche.
So the Magazine property, Hamish Walton, that 97 Falcon is going at it. 97, of course, a very famous number down this part of the world because it's Shane van Gisbergen's racing number, currently leader in the Repco Supercars Championship. Ronan Murphy seems like just a clean stop and back out again in the 91 Porsche, part of the Wolfsbrook racing team with Castrol Edge and Pertec. And away he goes. So where has he dropped down to is the question. At this point, as the timing system says, he slipped down to P4. Yeah. But Melisamac and Lee and Schelt haven't pitted yet, nor has Sam Collins. So undercut.
Well, you're not putting new tyres or anything on, so it's, because that's where the undercut comes into play. You got fresh tyres to be able to make up a little bit of time to jump a car, but it didn't look like they put tyres on the car. So definitely an interesting call coming in that early.
Just peeking over the pit lane there, there's a crew members trying to get that Porsche out of the way. The GT4 Mustang is on its way back out, the 51 car of Dion Cooper. Can't believe he was allowed to race 51 though, which is traditionally Greg Murphy's number, and he's running that 51 Renault RS01 with Shane Helms in the 3-0 race, which is another beautiful piece of kit.
Oh, absolutely. It's just, one of many, and if you're here at the track, take the chance to go and wander down pit lane and have a look at the back and see some of the machinery that's down there. Millions of dollars worth of beautiful machinery here.
Good news, the Porsche Chevy is away and racing and going. It does sound weird, hearing that bonkers big V8 in the back of it in the front of a Porsche. Front of a Porsche.
It's like an illusion,
isn't
it?
The front, haven't they? Yeah, they put it in the front.
Not sure, to be
I'm
fair.
not sure. Well, where the petrol was going. Let's not go down that path. So
they have just
Shelton Lee, and that will be a driver change as well. So the Shelton Lee Porsche is in and out. And so they've dropped down to P4 on the timing screen. So Herman Melisamac sits in P2 behind Sam Collins. Both of those yet to make their pit stop. Alan Dippy goes out, having had a wild old time out there today and on Mike Perry Motorsport Park. He's been off a couple of times, managed to keep the car going, and that's the most important thing. Big Chevy goes past. In fact, the Chevy slowed down. The Chevy is slowed down. That Corvette is slowing right down.
Did see a little bit of a smoke coming out of it as it was exiting pit lane well. So yeah, you did pick that up.
Bruce Davidson is pulling off around turn 1, which is very, very interesting. The question remains now, does he pull the car off and stay out of the way, or does it bring out a safety car?
I don't think he's parked far enough off the track. I'm looking here from the commentary box. I've still got the yellows on. This could be the safety car that the other guys who are still out there are looking for. Let's see how this plays out.
Well, I can see the rescue vehicle going there. The yellows are flashing to be mindful of it, but no safety car call yet. But hang on.
Yeah, it's a brave call to be, with the yellows on with the guys out there at the moment. So let's see if they end up pulling a safety car.
The 34 Porsche is on its way back out. Glenn Brazier in that Porsche 991. He had it off earlier on today here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Sam Collins still leads from Herman Melisamac and Alan Dippy in the 911, the number 911 Porsche. And a drive-through has been given to number 9. The drive-through has been given to number 9. I'm just seeing the board come up now. The Schelt Lee Porsche has been given a drive-through.
Be interesting to see what that drive-through is for. We'll do our best to try and figure out what's going on there. But as we can see, Grant Aitken coming into pit lane as well. He's doing his driver changes. They're trying to get that Corvette out of the way down the end.
Herman and Melisamac, the latest distance of that would be a ridiculous distance because the biggest gap that Sam Collins has had from the rest of the field was 9.1 seconds. What we're reading at this particular point in time, and just checking where Sam is on the track, they're saying 24 seconds. That's a heck of a difference.
That's a big gap. So obviously we've seen the other two cars that were behind Sam Collins there come into pit lane. So you can see it's nearly exactly a lap that you use by the time you come into pit and then go back out. Because you look where Ronan Murphy is, who's been sitting second in the race. He's only just ahead of Sam Collins now. So that basically means by the time it all filters back out after the next pit stop.
Collins in. Race leader into pits now. Race leader coming into pits. There's the 222 car of Luke Manson. And that's the Wolfsbrook Porsche?
The Wolfsbrook Porsche. Looks like they've got that fixed and they're heading back out there. They'll be using this as a bit of a test session for the rest of the day as Luke Manson in pit lane there.
Oh, so you've called that already. So forget about the race. It's a test session, lads.
That'll be it. 100%.
Okay.
Yep. Now they're back out there. They can't get a result, so they'll be just doing all they can, using this as a test session to make sure the car's good come the 3 hour.
The Shell Porsche getting the drive-through and back out. Back out in anger.
Yeah.
Still trying to find out why that was a drive-through penalty for the number 9 car.
Look how many cars are coming in to do their stop. The race is ticking on. Time is running down, as we can see. Luke Manson heading back out. The tyre pressure's down in that car. Give them a bit of a reset just to get because obviously at this point in the race, the tyres are getting so much hotter, so you bleed some pressure out and try getting them back in the window again. So, the other option is put tyres on, but in a 1 hour race, you don't need to do tyres. In a car like a Porsche, they can do, a double stint on these tyres.
Tight going into turn 1, turn 2, the Abbott's Insurance turn with one of the Edifice Porsches. And the Collins car was the leader, has its first and only pit stop for this 1 hour race with Sam Collins, that beautiful 777 mark, doing the job. So he'll just now foot to the floor with 12 minutes and 39 seconds and counting to go in this second 1 hour race of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. The 910 Hedemana Melismix made his pit stop, so the original top 3 runners have all made their stops. Now we can still see Sam Collins appears to be sitting still in the 1-1, I call it, that number 1 position, with Ronan Murphy sitting in P2, 13 seconds behind. I think we'll wait till the timers that go past that timing transponder to see where they actually really sit now with after the times, because that's just probably a little bit misleading with Alan Dippy sitting there in P3 in his Porsche 997 Cup car.
I would say Alan, I don't think from the top of my head he's done his pit stop yet, so that's why he'll be still sitting up there on the screens in a higher position. But the real race as such is obviously Sam Collins out in front, and then if we're looking out from the commentary window here, you can see Ronan Murphy actually getting held up by a bit of traffic there, and that gap's extending. So that's first and second position, and that's the gap, basically the length of the straight between Avon City Ford and turn 9.
Lindsay O'Donnell goes past. Lindsay O'Donnell in the 112 sitting in P18 at the moment. Sam Collins, the leader, goes through. The 185 Porsche following close behind. That's of Martin O'Neill. That's sitting in P16, and then the Porsche Chevy goes through as well. Ronan Murphy follows through. So one would suspect the distance to catch up for Ronan Murphy to try and hunt down Sam Collins will only come down through a mechanical, because let's be blunt, that Mark Mustang has been running purring like a kitten today.
It has, and they, at this point in the race, they'll be just looking after tyres. I know Angus Fogg's down there in that camp as well. He's a very, very experienced driver in himself, so he'll be helping them guide the car through the race in terms of, look after your tyres. There's no need to push on too hard, and again, you want to look after those tyres rather than burning the car up in case of, a period where we could see a safety car, which hopefully we don't.
That's Ronan Murphy in the part of the Wolfsbrook team and that Pertec Castro Porsche sitting in P2 at the moment. He has done his pit stop, and it's saying only 9.3 seconds behind Sam Collins in the 777 mark. Hold that position. It's been a good day. Started in P4, got into P3 very quickly. It was a great start by Ronan. Did the job. Dad will be pretty happy with that, I'd suggest. Dad Greg Murphy racing in the RS01 Renault with Shane Helms, that beautiful Golden Homes Renault RS01, which is a beautiful car to watch going around. As Sam Collins just flies past Lindsay O'Donnell, who from a moment ago was passing by him, going through by himself, and it hasn't taken long for him to get lapped by Sam Collins. Under 10 minutes left in this race. Sam Collins has been dominant all the way through. He and Ronan Murphy have all done their pit stop, as has Heremana Melismek, who seems to be putting down very quick laps. Alan Dippy is now into pit lane.
So fastest lap of the race at this stage is from Heremana. He has done a 24.56, so fastest car on the track, doing a great job out there, getting better and better behind the wheel every race he does.
So that Shelp Lee Porsche sitting in P4, the drive-through didn't really hurt it that much, but that battle that was between 2, 3 and 4 has sort of softened off now in the latter stages. Pit stops and the drive-through would have hurt them as well. But Ronan Murphy running a strong race, but give it to Sam Collins. He is blindingly quick.
He's just driving so well too, you know, he's just doing everything he needs, no more, no less. He's just driving a very, very comfortable race, and you know, there's no better feeling being in the position that he's in. You've got control of the race, you know no one's catching you, you know you've got probably a bit of pace left to burn. It is such a good feeling when you're in that kind of position in a race. You mentioned one of the characters of circuit racing here, Angus Fogg, involved with that Mark Mustang, and it's pretty exciting to know that he'll be out in Pukekohe with the big bangers. What are they? It's not the historics. He's looking after the historic for Greg Murphy, this classic peanut slab Had a
RS.
good look at that car. What a cool car. And I saw Greg out in it at Hampton Downs the other week, and just the sound, the big turbo on it, it's just so cool to see that area basically coming back to life in it.
Murph's read of it was 30 years to literally to the year. Is it 30 years? 92 to 20 years, 30 years. That's cheapest. It's 30 years. He said it hadn't changed. It was just as good and just as smooth.
Yeah, cool.
And they were in a classic. I mean, they were an iconic car in supercar racing in that period. And that Wellington Street race was mega. I still wish we had the Wellington Street race here, because it was something. Because I always remember driving under the Peanut Slab Bridge. It was just one of those iconic parts of the race. But hey, here we are in the South Island, and life moves on. The gap between Sam Collins and Ronan Murphy has increased now to 12.6 seconds. So Sam has that pedal down in that Mark 7 Mustang as he comes across start-finish right now. You know what? I'm looking at this car, and I've seen it race before and not do so well, but it just looks settled today.
Yeah.
Look, it looks on point.
Yeah,
you know,
really
when you look
does.
at a car.
They've got it sorted. They've really got it sorted. And I was actually speaking to Sam's dad just recently, and you know, they've had a lot of issues with their car, and they've had to work really hard to get it to where it's at. So this will be a huge reward for them today if they can, you know, pull this off and have a clean run. So yeah, you know, having someone like Angus Fogg on the team as well, maintaining the car, he certainly knows what he's doing with cars like this. So you know, it's a huge help and benefit for the team too.
Just updating you where we are, lap 36, and we have got just over 6 minutes to run in this 1 hour race of classes 2 and 3. And Sam Collins leads from Ronan Murphy. Heremana Melismek still punching out strong times. The Shelp Lee Porsche, which had to do a drive-through, pumped down into 4th position. Adam Julian, Ben Byers, the Williams number 6 car, Francois Beziak, Cromie, and Dippy make up the top 10. And the sun comes back out too. It had clouded over somewhat in the first 20 minutes, but the sun's back out. It is a gorgeous day in Canterbury. You look at folks over there in the Denny Hulme stand, which is around close to the sort of Euromark hairpin, as they can see them all come through down in that sort of that lovely straight before the Avon City Ford turn. And it's just a good spot to watch motor racing.
It really is, and another cool spot as well is if you head right around to the back towards what we call pothole turn 3 here at Ruapuna. That is a cool corner, especially in a GT car. You watch them go through there, come the 3L, even, you know, all these beautiful Porsches going through there. It's fast, it's bumpy, sparks flying off cars. It is an awesome place to watch motorsport.
Yeah, the Link ECU turn 3. It looks like a movie driving. Cars all parked there. Don't worry about sitting down. We'll sit in the car. You can see a couple sitting down the deck chairs right and enjoying the Canterbury sunshine on a wonderful Saturday early in September.
And why not even bring your scissor lift and just sit up nice and high? Well, that's perfect. I think that's our camera team over there. That's the ultimate view. We have to go give them a knock and go and join them, shall we?
Bring it. No, we've got a little bit of work to do. There's a bit of a lunch break coming up, and then we've got a thing called a 3-hour
I'm excited
race.
for that race. Looking forward to that one building up as well.
Yeah, I've said it to you earlier, and I am super pumped to look at this Brabham. It's a $1 million plus car, but racing in anger. They've made road versions of them, but this BT62 with the Carter lads out there and ready to rock, it really does promise to be something special.
Oh, absolutely, and they'll give it a good crack as well, and it'll be good to see as we can see Sam Collins come past us down the start-finish line here. He's still just ticking away, doing what he needs, and Ronan Murphy coming onto the back straight. That gap is opening out a bit more, but same for Ronan. There's no need for him now. He knows he doesn't have the pace to go forward, so just lock yourself in, keep it nice and smooth, look after the tyres, and bring it home.
Lights going on from Ruapuna Melzamek asking the poor Chevy to get out of my way. Even the blue light let him pass. He had to work hard going into that turn 1 and 2, the Abbott's Insurance turn, to get through them. But he's finally gone through. He'll be grumpy too, because we know he's putting down fast times. He's put down fastest laps. And Melzamek, he's on a run in that Oedipus Porsche.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on these times, because that gap between him and Ronan is actually starting to close up a little bit, and they can see each other as you go into the hairpin. Ronan will be able to see Ruapuna catching him as he's going back the other way. I'll show you that next lap as we go through. We'll be able to see hopefully on the camera as well, but let's just keep an eye on that gap. We've only got 4 minutes of racing left, so I don't think we're going to see any chance of him catching up, but interesting to see the lap time.
You're watching Alan Dippy in the 911 Porsche. It's actually a 991 Porsche, sitting in P10 at the moment. He's had a couple of offs, but he's regathered himself comfortably and sits in that P10 position. That's one of the back markers. That's Grant and Ben Williams in the Toyota GT86 V8.
Cool. How cool.
That's all you needed to say, right?
Yeah. That's it.
A V8 86. I mean, the 86 series is fun as it is to watch and super competitive and a great way for young drivers to learn. But hell, just go drop a V8 in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not if you can? And that's a good old Kiwi ingenuity at its best once again. So we can actually see the Chevys back out there again. One had the brake issues earlier on. They've obviously given the brakes a bit of a cruise.
You're going to stop talking about that.
I know, but it's back out there. They've obviously got their brake issues a little bit sorted, maybe just a bit of a bleed. The hydraulic fluid might have just boiled over a little bit, but good to see them back out there. And you don't mess around with brake issues, so whatever was going on, they must be pretty happy with what they've got.
A little over 90 seconds to go, and then some. In this second 1 hour race here at Mike Hero Motorsport Park, live on Pits TV around New Zealand and Flow Racing around the world. It's a gorgeous Canterbury Saturday afternoon. The big Mark Mustang with Sam Collins behind the wheel, comfortably in the lead with only probably a couple of laps to go. I'm seeing a lap board go out. Is that the last lap board? I can't see that.
Yes, it is.
It is the last lap board.
Last lap, we're into it now.
So did they forget to bring that up for Sam Collins, because it came out for Ronan Murphy?
Let's have a look at that one. At least there's race radio and everything as well. So main thing is, as long as they see the checkered flag, all will be good. It doesn't matter too much. As we could see a bit of dust getting picked up.
That was Luke Manson, I think, again, out the back, sitting around the Euromark here, coming around the Euromark hairpin. Saw a little bit more dust, but as you said earlier, loving to push the limits, 37 seconds and counting. Let's see if the checkered flag comes out for Sam Collins. Came out after he'd gone past that line, start-finish line.
Yeah, main thing is as long as he receives the checkered flag here, as you can see the last lap board is still out. We'll wait for him to come across start-finish line as he comes through the turn 9 there, up to Avon City Ford, the last corner.
Checkered flag, I can see is now being held by the marshal. Sam Collins now coming through onto the home straight. Does he get the checkered flag out? The checkered flag is there. Race wins. Sam Collins wins the 1 hour for classes 2 and 3 here at Ruapuna Raceway, Mike Perra Motorsport Park. And around into the front straight now comes Ronan Murphy in the Wolfsbrook Porsche with Castrol and Pertek on the sides. Takes P2, started P4, had a really strong start and certainly delivered. Here comes Hedamana Melismak. He's been posting fastest laps all the way around. That is your podium. Collins, Murphy and Melismak. That is your podium for the Class 2 and 3 in the Carter's Tyre Service Round 1. Shelp and Lee had the drive-through. That probably cost them a podium position, although, to be fair, they were struggling to catch up to Ronan Murphy, and Hedamana Melismak found something late in the race. Let's say the second half of the race, he certainly put it down. Sam Collins takes the win in that beautiful Mark Mustang. Adam Julian, Ben Byers, Williams, Beziak, Cromie, and Alan Dippy, who had a couple of offs, certainly came good and finished P10 down the rest of the field. There you can see him, the Dippy Penrose car. James Penrose will be pretty happy about that after unable to get that win in the Class 4 and 5 in that Audi. They pick up P12 in their combination. Cooper in that GT4 Mustang, P13, Manson. He had some offs in the 222 Porsche, but still, shall we say, saves. 14, Sullivan, Aitken, Neil, McFarlane, O'Donnell, and Wilson. And then right down to John Wadsworth. What was that? The Chevy Cruze, wasn't it? The Chevy Cruze? They had issues. They had brake issues. But that is your full field. Fastest lap. Hedamana Melismak. 1:24.568. But your winner, there he is, in that beautifully prepared Mark Mustang. Sam Collins, from start to finish, was on pole in a time of 1:22.908 and could not be stopped.
Yeah. Well-deserved race win there. They'll be absolutely stoked to be able to pull it off with no issues at all with that car. Ran like a dream. Good to see.
And there is Hedamana Melismak in that Edifice Porsche coming back in to complete the podium. Sam Collins, Ronan Murphy and Hedamana Melismak make up your podium for the 1 hour race in classes 2 and 3. And if you thought that was a whole lot of fun, wait till you see the 3 hour race coming up and the cars that are lined up for that one, because that is going to be a lot of fun. 3 hours may seem a long time. I tell you what, with the cars that are going to be racing, and I know, and we know, the competition and how competitive they are, there'll be a lot going on. Just lining the podium up, and it looks like they're going to make Sam Collins do another lap just to go back into that podium position.
You meant to stop on the main straight there to receive the boards, so they'll lap around again, cruise around. All the marshals have been pulled off the side of the track to let the cars come back around. But yeah, great to see the results, and I'm sure Sam won't mind cruising around one more lap in that beautiful Mustang.
So while we wait for that, just to see them all lined up, and before we take a wee break before the 1:30 start for the 3 hour race, what have you seen so far that from the cars, and some of these cars will race in the 3 hour, about strategy? Are we looking at a 2-stopper for the 3 hour race?
Most of it will be 2-stoppers. I highly
2-stoppers
doubt.
and tyres?
Yes, yep. And then especially, if you're trying to make positions, you'll be putting tyres on both stops, because the rules are different here as well. You can do fuel and tyres at the same time, so even more reason to put tyres on at each stop. So we'll definitely be seeing that out there. But it's going to be a very interesting race between first and second in qualifying. There was, I think, a couple of hundredths of a second between it, so very, very close. And I tell you what, it's going to be a great race to watch.
That is the 3 hour race, the first of the 3 hour races in this series for Carter's Tyre Service in the South Island Endurance Series, and it is a very strong field. And this is the one thing, the last time you and I were doing this, we were calling 11 cars in Taupo in a 3 hour race, and that was fun, hard work, but to see a lot of other cars and the work that's going to have to be put in by the front runners to navigate the field on what having seen now the first two races here, which is just a lovely track, it's a really flowing track. Yeah, they seem to struggle a little bit. Some of the younger ones that we've seen today, the Luke Mansons here, well, actually even Martin Dibby, the hairpin, turn 4, the Euromark hairpin coming in hot and things like that. So the subtleties are the key to watch, right?
It is, and I think what's going to make or break this race is not those couple of tenths between each other in terms of driving speed. It's going to be this traffic. When you see cars passing each other, you're going to have to take, if you're trying to win the race, you're going to have to take more risk to pass the slower cars in front of you. And, all it takes is a slower car to not see you coming, or you brake too late if you're in a faster car, and that sort of thing happens, then it's going to completely change the complex of the race.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. Perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we run a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yeah, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business. Yep. So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us.
Yep, the fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. It's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning. But hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mate. That's awesome. If you'd like to know more about how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving, head to alliedpetroleum.co.nz. Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles.
Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce costs.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
Do the job right.
Down here on the track currently, Sam Collins, a race win. The mighty Mustang managed to pull through, mate. How good was that?
Yeah, that's awesome, mate. It's always good to get number one. So, we won the North Island Series and decided to come down here and try and go for the South as well, and then the Nationals in Cromwell. So, yeah, big credit to my team. They've been working hard on this car, and we've finally got it to where it is with a lot of speed. So, yeah, I just have to drive it. I got to do the easy part.
Tell us a little bit about the car. Obviously, it's not your typical Mustang, is it?
No, so it's a pace-built Mustang from Australia. They've done an amazing job. It's an amazing car. We've spent a lot of time on setup and, doing laps in it. It's completely different to our last car, but yeah, it's turning out really well.
Awesome. Congratulations on the win.
No problems. Thank you very much, and thank you to my team.
Down here on the track, second place, Ronan Murphy. Ronan, pretty cool to do that one there in front of your dad here in Christchurch today.
Yeah, it would have been nice to go one better today, but no, definitely it was some really strong competition out there. The Mustang here is pretty fast, and we've had a few issues yesterday just around tyres and stuff, which I think sort of followed through on today. But overall for what we had, I think we maximised the package we had, and we're just going to work hard and try and come back stronger at the next one.
How much track time have you had here at Ruapuna?
To be honest, I've raced here a couple of times before. Nothing in something like that. So, it's first time in a car probably this fast around here. But yeah, it's definitely just good to be able to, at least come to a track that you've been around a few times in a car that you don't really know too well. So it's been good, really, really good learning experience, and just cool to see so many people here today and be a part of it.
Awesome. A quick word for your sponsors?
Yeah, just a huge thank you to all the guys that have made this happen, especially Steve Brooks and Wolfbrook for being able to let me use this car, and then obviously Pertec and Castrol, Ilam Toyota, and Penny Homes, and everyone else who's made this possible. I wouldn't be doing it without them. So yeah, huge thank you to you guys, and we'll roll on to the next one.
Awesome. Best of luck.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Endurance racer and trainer Andrew Waite beside me for the next 3 hours, and we've already seen 2 1-hour races. We're in the classes 4 and 5. Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons won the 1 hour for classes 4 and 5, followed by Mike Hall and Daniel Kropp making up the podium. And then the 1 hour class 2 and 3, Sam Collins and the Mark Mustang dominant, followed by Ronan Murphy and Heremana Malismek. Both those 2 and 3 cars as Porsches. Well, there's an incredible field here, Andrew, for this 3-hour race, and I don't know. There's a feeling about this one. It'll take a long time to unwind, but there's some really cool kit.
There really is. It's good to see so many cool cars out there. Looking down in front of us now, we've got a Nissan GTR, GT3 coming past us. We've got the Manthey Porsches, Audi R8 GT3s.
Renault RS01, the 51 car, which is a magnificent machine. They got this car, Shane helming it first of all, brought to you by Golden Homes. And then, of course, the one that I've been going on about, ad infinitum, the Brabham BD62.
Just so cool to see this level of cars here in New Zealand at Ruapuna. It's just going to be such a good race. 3 hours. The amount of traffic there's going to be. There's Honda Civics out there as well. There's an Altezza heading out of pit lane. So there's a little Peugeot that they're going to lap every other lap. And we see that Brabham's actually just had a spin on the out lap trying to warm some tyres up. So that is not a good start for those boys there.
29 cars in total for this 3-hour race. On pole position is Andrew Fawcett and Daniel Gaunt with a time of 1:17.859. In P2, not too far away, Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid. Johnny Reid, a national champion. They are running in a beautiful, just a beautiful Audi R8 Evo, which you know all about, having driven a similar car in the North Island Endurance Series. Then we go back to the Brabham, the two Carter brothers, and it'll be Matt will take the first run at that one in a time of 1:18.966. And then North Island champions, took a while to get there, but the father and son combination of Paul and Ann Pedersen in that magnificent AMG Mercedes green Mercedes they call the Hoon again.
Yeah, it's great to see them out there, and just caught up with Ant before, and he seems a little bit down. He's just struggling a little bit with pace at the moment with that car. So, but the Mercedes always seems to be a good car over a stint. So definitely do not discount them from this race. Absolutely not.
The one difference between the South Island Endurance Series and the North Island Endurance Series, it doesn't matter who qualifies. Any one of the two drivers can start, and it's interesting to note that Chris Vanderdrift will start in the Hamilton Asphalt's GTR, and Jono Lester will start for his team as well in one of the Edifice Porsches, and he's come back from Asia, having run in Marks and also TCR over there for this one. So it promised to be a very good time. Now we've got the 89 Mag and Turbo AMG GT out there sitting in Hayden Knighton, who will start with Kane Lawson, that GT3 starting from pit lane.
They've missed the pit lane exit. The red light is on. They have missed the start of the race, so they're going to have to start from pit lane. Hopefully they have just, this sounds terrible, but hopefully they've just mistimed it and they've got no further underlying issues with this car out the gate. I was actually lucky enough to drive this car yesterday, and what a beautiful machine to be out there with a good time of a 1:21.0 yesterday.
And they were on row 5.
Row 5.
So row 5, so that's a killer.
That is an absolute killer, but the saving grace, at least this field, the back cars are quite a bit slower, so they'll be able to make their way through the field that bit quicker, but that's a huge blow for a start. But we can see the Brabham making its way.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously a little bit of an oopsie lining up on the grid, and hopefully that's the last we see of that car facing backwards today.
Man, look at that. Pace car is away for the start of the 3-hour race. Everybody gets going. Just take a look at the mix of cars that are on display today here at Mike Barrow Motorsport Park. They are simply beautiful, and it promises something special to unfold, particularly when you've got a number of new cars out there as well. Brian Green in the 61 McLaren 570 GT4. New car out there. Brian's going to take the second stint. David Rogers will take the first stint. You've got a new Audi R8 2-litre turbo.
Yeah, Yeah, an Audi R8
That's the 24
GT3,
car.
so that's actually a GT3 LMS car, which they have taken the V10 out of and put in a 2-litre turbo.
Okay, let's leave that one there. There's by the way, there's a new toy as well for Paul Rickaby and Graham Rhodes. It's a Mark II Mustang. That's car 31, brand new toy to go and play with. And while we're going back to the Brabham, Stephen, this is actually probably the
Believe
first...
it or not.
Yeah, believe it or not. It's probably the first time it's genuinely the first time it's been raced in anger. It's had demo laps in the North Island, I believe, as well. But this will be the first time we actually get to see it raced in anger.
Yeah, which is great to see. And I know they've been wanting to get that car out to race in anger, as we said. And, it's just good for them to be out there, and they'll put on a good show. And I think they're going to be one of the cars to beat because they are both very fast in the car. So
is it reliable though? We don't know this, do we?
It hasn't done the distance yet, so they're in a learning process. I know they've had gremlins with this car in the past, so that's going to be something we'll have to keep an eye on as well. But it's certainly be in the back of minds for sure. So the safety car lights are out. We're getting ready for a race start.
3-hour race for the opening weekend of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, and this is the main event. The 3-hour race. On pole position, Andrew Fawcett and Daniel Gord in the beautifully kitted out car that it is, which is the McLaren 720S GT3. Andrew Fawcett in the seat. Beside him, Sam Fillimore and Johnny Reid. And it'll be Sam Fillimore who will start this stint. They come around the Avon City Ford turn and head onto the front straight. Lights are still red, getting ready to go green and called race on. Rolling start like all the two races previous to us. Waiting, lights out, and we're away. 3-hour race, and look at the start by the McLaren. In fact, the Brabham's just snuck up on the inside straight away.
Brabham's managed to get in there, and you can actually see the Nissan GTR with Chris Vanderdrift behind the wheel, also looking like he's up the inside. Not quite getting the move done on Sam Fillmore there, but look at Andrew Fawcett. He is gone. He has got a gap out of turn 1. He will just need to get his head down now and do his best to pull away.
So they come up through the Link ECU corner, then heading towards the Euromark hairpin, and it is Andrew Fawcett in control. Look up on the inside, it's Paul Pedersen jumping into P4. The Brabham's still there. How about that start by Chris Vanderdrift? One of the rarities in this field today being the pro driver starting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a bit of a change from everyone else. We've got one pro in the cars, which is Chris Vanderdrift up behind the Brabham at the moment. And we'll see Chris with a fair bit of pace on, I'm sure.
So early stages. Remember, this is 3 hours long. So the early jostle position and then to settle in is going to be probably over that first hour. You probably go hour by hour, don't you?
Yeah, it's important, but at the same time, there's that jostle position on lap 1. It's such a long race. You don't want to get caught up behind the wrong car at the same time, though. So that's why they are fighting pretty hard to get into the right position there. And I know Chris, he won't have the straight line speed of what the Brabham does, so he'll be having to work real hard to get past that car.
First lap gone. Keep your eye also on Glenn Smith and the SBT McLaren's 650 GT3, because there's a lot of work done on that. He's already picked up another position as they go into turn 1, and that car can fly.
Yeah, it can. And one car to notice as well who didn't get a good start was Sam Fillmore, unfortunately. He's dropped back quite a few positions, 3 positions from where he started. He sort of got hung out on the outside at the start, so he'll be trying to push on. Look at the flames coming out of the Brabham, out the back of it. What a beautiful looking car.
Well, he's all over the back of him is Chris Vanderdrift in that Hamilton Asphalt's Nissan, because Chris Vanderdrift is probably one of the most underrated drivers going around. Did a lot of work in Asia and Lamborghinis, has come back, got caught out by COVID, and has been hanging out to get competitive racing again. He's just come back from taking his Veloce karting team over the young boys over to kart in Europe, and he is gone. He's through. He's passed the Brabham just like that. It's taken him 2 laps, and Vanderdrift is through.
Yeah, he's good move there. The Brabham just got a little bit high up on the curb, couldn't get back in, and Chris did a great move there. And as you said, one of New Zealand's most talented drivers. It's great to have him here amongst this field of other very, very talented drivers.
Got to say, he's using he's using as much track as he can, because he's puffing smoke off just taking those curbs as he goes along.
So another good way to notice who's actually in the car, you can see the green light is on for Chris Vanderdrift, so that's noting that he is the pro driver in the car. So hopefully everyone's using those lights, and we'll be able to tell you if the pro or the am is in the car.
By the way, we saw the Shelp Lee's car go through the number 9, which has just raced in the 1 hour. Found out they got a drive-through for speeding in pit lane, which cost them a podium, genuine podium chance, and that race, a Class 2 and 3 1 hour race. So the boys were a bit upset. It was apparently Marco going out in anger.
Yeah, that's not... Bit of a shame for them. As you can see, Chris Vanderdrift right on the back of Andrew Fawcett now, and the guys on the radio, Stephen Giles is on the radio to Andrew Fawcett. He'll be telling Andrew to just, know that it is Chris in the car, don't fight this too hard, we're playing a different game, no need to focus too much on this car. You better to actually let him go and drop him behind and follow him through. So
and cue that almost.
Nearly.
Yeah, I was about to ask, that would probably be the safe move, right? If he wants to chew it all up going early, you will play the long game. And you have to play the long game here. Coming to Avon City forward corner, and is it Chris Vanderdrift going to drop in under him?
You will see the move at some point, I'm sure, but we've seen this before at Pukekohe in the North Island Endurance Series. Andrew Fawcett actually managed to hold out Chris for quite some time, as Andrew's actually defending him, holding him behind, which is an interesting move this early in the race, because you start burning up more car by holding up other cars. So it'll be interesting to see where this plays out.
Let's remind folks who are watching this on Pit TV in New Zealand and flow racing around the world, you're expecting 2 stops in this one over the 3 hours?
There will be 2 stops. I'd be very surprised. Maybe something like the little Porsche Cayman of Porsche GT4 of Evans and Giltrap. They'll be able to do a 1-stopper on a car like that, but the big GT3s, they're a bit hungrier on gas, and you'll see 2 stops to get them to the end on fuel. So the other thing to think about as well is the minimum driver time is 70 minutes, which means that you want to get your gentleman driver out of the car around that 70-minute mark is what we'll most likely see.
I was talking to Simon Evans, who's with Marco Giltrap in that GT4, and he talked pretty much about the same thing. Marco was in the car first. Simon's turned up. You remember Simon's had all sorts of issues with his arm, and he still says it's a bit sore in the shoulder, but he's good to go. New father, and also he's bouncing off the ceiling.
Yeah, he is. And as you can see, Chris trying to dive up the inside. He's just taking out the McLaren.
Tap on the McLaren now. Clean tap. Legal tap.
Well, that is a question too hard to see from this move. There was contact there. Who was at fault? Too hard to tell from this angle. Well, wow, that's not good. And the McLaren, unfortunately, is stuck.
It's parked. That is a huge blow.
Whether he's stuck in gravel, he's managed to find a gear. He's started to pull away. So from here, it's a long race. Long race ahead. You just got to get back into that rhythm. Hopefully there's no damage on that car, and they'll just be able to reset and go again. We'll just have a look from up in the commentary box here. No smoke coming off the back of it from any tyre rub. No damage from what we can see. Both Chris's car as well there. We're just watching that. So, we'll just see how that'll unfold. But don't discount the McLaren from here. It is still such a long race ahead of us.
Well, we could go right back to the first race of the day, couldn't we? When the Michael Lyons Scott O'Donnell car in the 1 hour race in Class 4 and 5 was supposed to be on pole. Had to get past 37 cars, started in pit lane and won the race. So, that's the joy of endurance racing. Anything can happen, whatever is going on. So that is a surprise, though. The McLaren getting a little nudge, or was it? Because we don't see any signs. We look at the front of the Nissan now, and to be frank, where we are, looks pretty clean.
Looks fine from here, but actually you can see just one of the little carbon things at the front there, just hanging off, just carbon things, listen to me. But you can see it just hanging off a little bit there. So there is a little bit of damage, but not too much. As we can see, one of the Manthe GT3 Porsches sitting on the inside of the track, obviously just had a bit of a spin. Easy place to do it out of there. We saw the Brabham on the outlap have a spin there as well. It's a very hard corner to get out of because you've got a lot of lock on through there and you're trying to get back on the throttle at the same time. So, bit of a spin there.
So thankfully that didn't bring out a safety car. They got the car restarted and we can keep moving on. So it's early in the 3 hour race here, and it's Chris Vanderdrift in the Hamilton Asphalt GTR that leads this race. From the Brabham BD62 with Matt Carter piloting on the first stint, followed by Paul Pedersen in the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, Sam Fillmore in the Audi R8 LMS making up that 4. This is a early pit. I think that's that little 2-litre Audi coming in. The Moore Patterson Audi R8, it is too.
Too early for any stops, but yeah, that's a real shame. Obviously, must be some mechanical gremlins going on there, but you know, when you put in a 2-litre car engine in a different car, maybe a few gremlins going on to get that sorted, as we can see.
That's the Reschool.
Yep.
Yeah, Reschool starting this one with Gene Rollinson and the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3 from Signature Homes. It's been around a while, but these, you know what? I'm a sucker. I love seeing the GTRs are upright.
I know. I was talking to Reese before earlier, and you know, we're talking about all these beautiful cars that are out here in this race, standing right in front of this GTR, and he's discounting that, but it's just, as I said to him, it's just such a cool looking car to see out there.
Marco Giltrap in the 6th Porsche. He has teamed up with Simon Evans, a very successful Super Tourer driver, and both very successful in TR86 as well in the past year or two, considering what we've been out there, sitting in 17th position at the moment in that 718 GT4 Club Sport.
So we drive through for car number 88, who...
Oh, it's your team. Steve Brooks and Bill Riding. Now here's problems, the 912. It's Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy's Porsche. Problems already. Well, we have to get our good mate Corbin down there to find out what is going on.
Yeah, not a good start, you know, to see that, and yeah, maybe there's a few issues going on there with car number 88 as well.
That's the 51 of the Shane Helms Greg Murphy Renault RS01 that actually won the last 3-hour race in the North Island Series and was punted because of a rule discrepancy, because it was 2 pro drivers, Tom Alexander, who's racing with the Manthe team today, and just a fine car to watch. But that 720 McLaren, that will hurt them. That's going to hurt them, man. Andrew Forster in the car, getting a spin at the Avon City Ford turn before front straight.
Yeah, it'll certainly hurt them that, but as I said, I don't think that we can count them out of this race at all. It looks like there's no problems with the car, there's no smoke coming off on any corners. I've been keeping a close eye on it, all seems fine at the moment. So
do we call that, from what we understand, just a simple racing incident?
It's hard to see from this angle. You need multiple angles. You know, there could be from where we were, maybe it was Andrew closing down, maybe Chris jumped off a curb. It's just too hard to see from this angle of exactly what happened. It'd be nice to see if we could see that again.
Scott O'Donnell, not the way we are wanting to start off this 3-hour race. Tell us what's happened to the mighty Porsche.
No, we've had not much luck starting races today. Look, we appear to have blown the rear right CV joint. Just coming out of the complex of corners, the short back straight, just no drive whatsoever. Then clang, 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 clang in the back right corner. So lucky to get it back to the pit under Tone's team. It ran out of drive, of course. Didn't matter what gear you use, you had no drive. Boys can fix it, but it could be an hour and a half to fix. So I put you out of the contest. We'll try our best to get back out.
Every point matters, mate. Best of luck to get back out there.
Thanks very much.
So that's a real blow. CV joint, no drive, and the 912 Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy Porsche 991 gone.
Yeah, that's a real shame to have an issue like that. And,
11 and a half minutes and they're out of the race, basically. So
not a good start. And, you know, that's where you're putting a lot of load through the CV joints, or maybe it's a drive shaft, something like that. You know, it's exactly as explained. And, you know, you're putting a lot of load through the car on those warm-up laps, trying to get a bit of wheel spin to heat the tyres up, and maybe that's just contributed to the drive shaft failing, which is a real shame for those guys. Watching Hayden Knighton making some passes out there coming through the field. He's doing a great job there on some fresh tyres. He's been learning a lot with this new car, and they're just absolutely loving their time in it.
That's the Magen Turbo AMG Mercedes,
That's
right?
the one.
It's a beautiful piece of kit too, as we see Grant Sylvester head out in that car of theirs. and get back into the lane. So early troubles for that team. And I can see, you're right, Grant Sylvester is really cleaning his way through the field. A pass again in the Mag & Turbo Mercedes going through again, coming into the Avon City 4 turn and onto the front straight.
So word is car number 88, the drive-through penalty was for speeding in the pit lane.
Second of those today.
That's the one. And car 76, they had a drive-through penalty as well for driving through a red light at pit exit. That is a definite no-no, that one. So
that's Andrew and Will Kitching. Andrew Kitching, the dad, in there in that Draftline Toyota 86. So some early moments for teams as we just remind you of where it stands at the moment with the Lance Hughes, Chris Vanderdrift, Nissan in pole position at the moment and putting down a fastest lap. The McLaren of the Carter boys sitting there, and there's a car going through, well, taking the shortcut.
Yeah, that went off at a great rate or not. I'm wondering if they've had a puncture in the left rear or something, because that left the track pretty fast there.
Look at this. This is the Mag & Turbo Mercedes is just going around Reese Gould just like that.
Another thing that's interesting there, we can see one of the Matthew Interface Porsches there holding up Sam Filmer. Sam's going left and right without the, trying to get past down the main straight there, and I'm not sure if that's Jono behind the wheel.
It's the 33, so that'll be, excuse me, no it won't be. It's the 910 car. That'll be Jono Lester holding him up.
Yeah, so he's pushing pretty hard out there. John a little bit sideways out of the corner there, coming on to the out of the hairpin. He's mixing it up with a couple of GT3 FIA cars.
So right now it's Hughes and Vanderdrift and Nissan leading the field from Carter and Carter in the Brabham, Pedersen and Pedersen, the father-son combination in the lovely AMG Mercedes.
So just looking at the moment where the TCR Golf is pulled up, it's in quite an awkward spot. I'm not sure if they're looking at that for maybe a safety car. They've got a car that they've pulled up to it, so
I think that's the Askew, the father and son combination of Grant and Cole Askew, who were second overall. Believe it or not, that car was second overall in this series last year in the 3R after the season.
That's impressive to set up there. They've got it running again, so no need for any safety cars or anything of that like. They're just going to crawl it along. Must be some more fundamental issues with that car, especially with the rate of knots that it left the track. It certainly looked like something was probably wrong with that car.
Worth noting, just quiet movements of Glenn Smith and John DeVeth and that SBT McLaren now sitting in 6th position. Started on row 4, so they've moved up a couple of spots comfortably, and the Fawcett Gaunt car is picking itself up as well. Well, they had to, didn't they? They got the off.
Yeah, they did, and I know Andrew will be very frustrated at the moment, and he'll be pushing so hard to make up that lost time.
Dan will be filthy. And because I remember watching that last round of the North Island Endurance Series, and the Topo race, and that car flew. That was just, and Dan Gaunt drove so beautifully in that race. I think was he in front of you?
Yeah, probably. No, I'm not going to say that. Dan and I have a good rivalry, and I'm always happy to see him do very well as well. And qualifying, how tight it was between him and Johnny Reid. It's it's good to see.
And let's be blunt, Johnny Reid is class act. You're all great drivers, but when you see Johnny Reid in the car and then you see the times tumble, you know exactly what you've got.
Yeah, Johnny is a very, very talented driver, and he's showing that again, and I know he'll be looking forward to getting in the car and pushing on as well.
Chris Vanderdrift just working his way through the back markers. This car has a wonderful history because they actually have been driving a Lamborghini, and he was struggling a little bit in the Lamborghini, only in the sense that he's quite a big lad, and the vision is quite different because this car, on a number of occasions, has had all sorts of problems. As we look at the Freedom-built TCR.
Yeah, and we know that unfortunately the Lambo, they're waiting on parts for that one after a few proper issues with that car, so that's why they made the decision to bring the GTR down here for the race weekend. listen to that Brabham as we go. Watch it come in front of us here. Just a beautiful sounding car, that high-pitched, screaming V8.
There's a real battle going on here between the
Sam
Pedersen
Fillmore.
Porsche, and Sam Fillmore goes inside. Oh, gets squeezed out by Paul Pedersen in the Mercedes.
Tight.
Then you've got John O'Lester up there as well. They are going for it, those three.
Yeah, aren't they what? And Sam will be happy he's finally managed to clear Jono there, and he'll be pushing on to now focus on trying to get past Paul Pedersen.
They are racing hard early here at Mike Perra Motorsport Park in Christchurch in the Canterbury region of New Zealand. If you're watching this on Flow Racing around the world, and if you are in New Zealand, you're watching this on Pits TV, you know exactly where we are. There is the Wolfbrook Porsche that got the drive through. Steve Ridings again in the hot seat the first stint, and saw him in the break. Again, happy to get out a pump issue, which was their issue.
Fuel pump issue.
And he said, look, people are standing in my car. And sure enough, someone was standing in their car trying to fix the pump issue. And you know what? He must have a big following, because there was a lot of people hanging around that pit area.
Yeah, and it's great to see, home track for those boys, and good to see them with a good following all here watching what's going on. And really, really good to see that car back out. And speaking of cars that are coming to pit lane, we can see Reece Gould, Gene Rowlandson GTR coming into pit lane. So that's a real shame if they've got issues there.
That's the Askew car going now, the 65 VW Golf GTI TCR, the father-son combination. Grant, the dad's in there right now, so they get back into the lane early. Be interesting to know what's going on in that. Alicia, is that a driver out?
It is. It's an interesting call there. I'm wondering if they're planning ahead for their final splash and dash, and they're doing things the opposite way. I wouldn't think so. I'm assuming that there might be some issues with that car.
Early in the piece, though. We haven't done 20 minutes.
No. And so I'm thinking they must have some issues in the car, and they're just putting Gene in to see what's actually going on. Obviously, with Gene's experience, he might be able to pinpoint what's going on. I know they've been struggling a little bit with that car this weekend.
So early in the piece, we've had 20 minutes gone in this 3-hour race here of the Carter's Tyre Service opening weekend of the South Island Endurance Series. And it's Chris Vanderdrift and Lance Hughes in the Hamilton Ashfield's GTR that are leading the race from the Brabham of the Carter boys. Pedersen, that beautiful AMG Mercedes, sitting in P3, and Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reed. Sam Fillmore behind the wheel in the 27 car, getting himself back into position, because he went backwards very quickly at the start, but now seems to have found his rhythm. Although he's got John O'Lester all over this battle down this part of the field. This 3, 4, 5 position is quite intriguing. There goes Paul Pedersen. There goes Sam Fillmore. There goes John O'Lester across the front straight, and away they go. But look who's just doing the damage out front. It's Chris Vanderdrift, and wow, he's lapping the Wolfsburg Porsche.
Yeah, he's up the inside of them. We can see the Brabham as well, still doing a good job sitting in second place there. They'll already be settling into this race. They've found their speed. They know what they're doing. They'll be thinking about fuel consumption, where they need to get to. Engineers will be punching numbers out to work out the long-term gain.
That Mark Mustang, that new Mark Mustang that's out there, really is beautifully built. We had a look, of course, at the winner, Sam Collins, in that 1-hour race, but that new Mark Mustang for Paul Rickersby and Graham Rhodes really is a peach. It just hugs the deck, doesn't it? Look at it.
It really does. It's just a beautiful looking car. You can see the carbon throughout it. It's such a cool car.
So word from the pit lane, it's going to be a long day for Gene Rowlandson. We've just heard from pit lane that Reece Gould is out because he's unwell.
Yeah, that's a real shame. If it's speaking to him earlier and he seemed fine, so yeah, hopefully it's nothing too major there. It's unless what you can have sometimes is some of these cars, if there's fumes coming in from somewhere that not normally coming in, maybe some fumes have got to them. But we'll see what happens here.
So that's a real surprise. So it'll be Gene Rowlandson for over 2.5 hours on his own. That's a heck of a stint, isn't it? How do you manage that?
That, to be fair, is pretty, in endurance racing, sometimes you can go up to what is a triple stint, which is, it's basically an hour 20 times 3 really. So you can be in the car for up to 4 hours sometimes. So for endurance drivers, that's normal. You know, it can be part of it.
But knowing Gene too, he'll be soaking this up. He'll lapping it up.
Absolutely,
Seat time beyond.
Absolutely, he will, and he'll be gutted for Reese as well, because you know, for Reese, it's him here doing it. He absolutely enjoys it, and you know, us as pro drivers, you want to be in the car as much as you can, but you know, ultimately, it's about giving the or the car owner as much time as possible. So Gene will obviously be a bit gutted for him as well, but hopefully nothing too major.
Andrew Fawcett putting pressure on Shane Helms. Shane Helms piloting the first stint in the Renault RS01, so you wouldn't expect that this early on, would you? Because that's still a quick enough car, and we're only 20 odd minutes through.
Yeah, we'll wait and see how that unfolds. But yeah, you can see Andrew's doing a great job there. The way he's on the back of Shane Helms there. Shane does a little bit of a brake check down into the last corner there. Sounds like a brake check, as in, you know, you're trying to scare off the other car, but you're just checking you got a brake pedal on the car before you check in.
Alrighty, well, we've been watching the 51 car of Shane Helms and Greg Murphy. Corbin is in the pit lane with Greg.
Greg, not a bad start to your day so far. Car 51 looking the goods.
Oh, I don't know about that. It sits out there. Shane's, you know, doing his thing, and just, I mean, he loves driving the car, and you know, does it for pure enjoyment. And you know, so he's doing. He hasn't made any really mistakes. You know, it's a fast field. It's a very, very fast field of cars. So it's awesome to be here in the first round of the South Island Endurance Series and have such a mega turnout. So I think and people have turned up as well, which is so good to see a crowd here to see the action. So it's just awesome to be a part of it.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing you in the car.
Sorry?
Looking forward to seeing you in the car.
Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, no, it's always, I love driving the Renault. It's a really cool thing, and you know, gets the old blood pumping through the veins, and we'll see what happens. But it's very early, mate. Very early, long way to go.
Cheers.
Greg Murphy, of course, piloting the going back to Bathurst with Richie Stanaway, and that's a great story, particularly for Richie Stanaway, because there is a genuine feeling that Richie hasn't changed. He's quick, right?
It's so cool to see, and I've got a lot of respect for Greg to get back in the car as well. And he says himself, it's for you know,
it's for Richie. This is about Richie, right?
This is about Richie, and you know, I've been good mates with Richie growing up, and he looks energized about it. I've never seen him so fit. I've never seen him so focused on what he's got coming up. So I reckon there might be more to the story, and you know, we're all hoping so. And I don't know if he knows there's more of the story.
I think it's been made quite clear that Peter Addison, from Boost Mobile, who is supporting the team with this Erebus wildcard entry for Bathurst, they want Richie back in a car. They want him back, and more importantly, Richie wants to be back. His time out of supercars, well, it's generally acknowledged he was given a rough ride through his last 2 years.
Yes.
He's come back, he's refocused, as you say, mega fit, just completed the Tauranga half marathon, wants to get back in the car and is quick. They've had their 2 tests and he's quick. He's on the pace.
And that is something that, you know, you have no doubt, Richie being fast, he is a very, very talented driver. So there's absolutely no doubts that he's got the talent to be out there and doing the job. So it's a very, very cool thing. I'm absolutely stoked for him and the whole way it's working out.
The other interesting part of that story is the Murph side of the story, right? You know, 4-time Bathurst champion, going back, but learning the car is a completely different car to when he last raced, and listening to him talk about how firm these cars, how much downforce these cars, how not easy, but the challenges he is having to get that whole muscle memory back going. But he's thoroughly enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that'll be a contributing factor of why Greg's here doing this as well. He knows that miles in any race car, as we can see Marco Giltrap going a little bit wide. Very, very wide.
Very wide.
Maybe he dropped a wheel on the way in, because that's before he just about even turned in, he got out there. So yeah, lucky it wasn't any wide or any it could have been far worse through that high-speed corner. But yeah, you know, back to what I was saying with Greg, he's enjoying doing these miles. It's so good for him heading before Bathurst to be doing this. So it sounds like reports from pit lane that Scott O'Donnell's car, there's more damage than they first thought, so maybe it's more than just a drive shaft. So sounds like that might be their day done.
Terminal.
I hope not, but said it was selecting gears and everything, so hopefully it is just something, not actually internal to the gearbox. It just might be a drive shaft plus something else as well, but it's a good sign that it's still selecting gears.
Marco Schell in that number 9 with Anthony Lees just working their way through the field. Lance Hughes and the Chris Vanderdrift car still in the lead of this 3-hour race. Almost a half hour gone. A little way to go yet. Their lead is 12 seconds on the Brabham of the Carter lads, and the Mercedes-Benz of Paul and Ant Pedersen is 27. So they're keeping a pretty handy distance from them. So 27 seconds is a very healthy lead. As Andrew Fawcett is flying in that McLaren now. He is really putting some pace on, but he's a half lap. He's easy a half lap behind the Brabham, and a long way to go. And they're sitting back down in P7 behind the Smith and DeVeth McLaren. And the Manthey Racing, look at them coming into this. Coming into the Open City Ford turn.
Oh, and you can see John Lester trying to go right around the outside.
3 wide coming onto the front straight. And across they go. So that's a battle royale within itself. Going into turn 1 now down the bottom. What happens here? Paul Pedersen in the AMG Mercedes. Lester gets him. Lester picks up a position.
Yeah, so that was real unfortunate for Sam there. He tried to have a dive up the inside of Paul Pedersen, and in doing that, lost out on Jono by going around the outside. So that's it's all part of it. You try and make a move, you don't quite pull it off, and unfortunately, he's ended up losing a position because of it, which is a shame.
So pictures of that Sylvester Mustang back in pit lane. So they're having all sorts of problems, as we see the Mag and Turbo warehouse AMG go through, flying. So this is the third time it's been third time I think it's been in pit lane. So they've got issues. Yeah,
they do, which is a shame to see for sure. And just watching as well the speed that these guys are passing those lap cars around. As you can see, Paul Pedersen just get a little bit wide through turn 8 there. Just dropped a wheel. Jono Lester's all over the back of him now.
Jono Lester is all over him like the back of a bad suit coming onto the front straight. And he really wanted, he said he wanted to, Jono Lester said to me, he wanted to be up in that sort of P3, P2 area early. Well, they're in P4, and he was keen to get going. He felt like this car could really fly.
Yeah, and you can just see the power difference at the end of the straight there as the Porsche just falls off compared to the big V8 of the Mercedes GT3, and what a sound those Mercedes GT3s made. They just sound so good.
And this car hasn't been run a lot. I mean, the North Island Series was really its first proper outing for the car, yes. And then, they did a great job with it as well. They made a bit of contact there, I think there might have been a bit of contact because Jono Lester pulled up pretty quickly, and they were almost nose to tail there.
So we see Jono trying to make it up the inside. Very close.
He's forcing him. No, he's not. He's going to try. He'll try again, though. You know that as they're coming through the Southern Salvage turn at 8. Then they'll head towards turn 9. So
goes up the inside.
Yeah, inside this time. Does he get him? No. Jono Lester doing everything in the Edinburgh property Porsche, but he's got to remember who's behind him as well. That's Sam Fillmore. Now, if that was Johnny Reed, he'd be worried about Johnny Reed, right?
Yeah, that's the one. But yeah, it's interesting to see the way it's panning out. And I know for Sam, he'll be getting frustrated in there as well. He's got the straight line speed, and he's trying to get on with his race. But the awkwardness and this difference of the speeds of the cars, and Sam goes around the outside of him down into turn 1.
Now, I'm just beginning to wonder whether that Porsche is slowing down. Because that, to be fair, looked all too easy for Sam to get past Jono, who has been cranking that. No?
All it would take is the fact that if Jono got a little bit of a bad run onto the straight, plus the lack of horsepower compared to the GT3 car, that's all it would take for Sam to be able to go around the outside. And Sam managed to commit to get back in front of him and pull the move off again.
So no change at the front of the field with Chris Vanderdrift, the pro driver, in his first stint leading in the Hamilton Asphalt GTR in this 3-hour race. The opening weekend of the Tyres Services South Island Endurance Series, and a really strong crowd out here have turned out on a lovely day here in Christchurch to watch some fine motor racing. You heard Murph talk about it as well. Greg Murphy saying, how good is it? People out here, people wanting to come and see motor racing. I think people just want to get out nowadays. They just want to get out and enjoy.
It's like that, isn't it? And it's so good to see the environment the way it is. As we can see up the inside, as Sam got not quite an overlap onto the front straight. This battle is just go, go, go. These boys will be loving it.
So these are positions 3, 4, and 5. While at the front, it's Chris Vanderdrift and Matt Carter in the Brabham just sitting there on P1 and P2. And I've got to say, that gap that Chris Vanderdrift has got on the rest of the field is a mighty one.
So we can just see Hayden Knighton got a little bit wide through turn 8 and 9 there, off the track a little bit, but he's back underway again.
Shane Helms crossing the finish line, sitting in P8 at the moment in the 51 Renault RS01. There we can see coming onto the front straight now. There he is, the leader of this race, Chris Vanderdrift. It was a very brave move coming in, and there was a turnaround of Andrew Fawcett.
Yeah, that was a bit earlier in the races. Just keeping an eye on that gap between Andrew and the other two GT3s of Mercedes and the Audi as well. It's have to keep an eye on that gap and try to work out what it actually is, because that's sort of where Andrew's trying to get back towards those guys. And we'll head down into the lane with Kane Lawson for an interview.
Kane Lawson, not the start that you guys would have been looking for. How do we bounce back from that?
No, not ideal. I think probably the best way to bounce back is try and do a one-stop strategy for us. We're obviously clearly not as fast as those front guys in the GT3 cars, but hopefully if we can do one stop, we can work our way back up again. So we're sort of battling against it anyway, so now it's even worse.
What was the reasoning for the start from pit lane?
It's just our mistake. Simply we didn't leave pit lane quick enough, so the pit exit was shut, so we had to wait in there.
Awesome, best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Kane Lawson, Hayden Knight in that lovely Magen Turbo Warehouse AMG Mercedes GT3 sitting in around P9 at the moment. But yeah, you know, you got to get you do it by the numbers, right? Cannot do that, because they were. Where did we say they were sitting in
fifth row
and on the 5th row,
yeah.
And put them right down. But they've caught back up.
The silver lining of that as well is they weren't battling an issue and missed the start of the race. They've made a pure mistake. It is what it is. It's a long race. It's not the end of the world. You know, if they're saying, oh, we've got gremlins with the car, that makes for a long afternoon. So the silver lining of it is that, you know, they're still out there with a healthy car, and you know, they're learning. This is their first weekend with the car, and they're doing a really, really good job with it. I was doing a bit of work with them yesterday, and they're just loving it, which is cool to see.
John O'Lester a little bit all over the place now. He's having to get past the other Porsche he's gone through, because he's allowed the Pedersen and Fillmore cars to get well ahead. So I'm beginning to wonder whether that car is okay.
Yeah, he just got stuck behind that Porsche he's just passed, and that he just had to go by there. So that is the main reason. The Russell McKenzie, Paul Kelly Porsche just got stuck behind them through the infield. I saw in the background, so that's what affected them there a bit.
So there is P3 and P4, Paul Pedersen and Sam Fillmore, one in the Mercedes, one in an Audi, and that has been a real battle now. John O'Lester is effectively at this point, I'm not going to say it too loudly, out of that battle at the moment, because they've been all over each other. Now I wonder whether that's a call by the team.
I don't think so. Give it a couple of laps. John will be on the back of them again, I'm sure. He just got balked through that centre section. So I'd say he might make his way back up there. I don't think...
Oh! Sorry, I just saw a wee touch. The Brabham had a wee touch with one of the Porsches going through turn 9 as it was flaming up again, which is quite spectacular, but there was a wee nudge. Trying to see what number of the Porsche that he tapped, but it was on the right-hand side of the Brabham.
All looks pretty sturdy there on the Brabham as it goes down the main straight past us here.
It was the 909 Edifice Porsche of Francois Beziac, who he's driving with Tom Alexander, so they had a wee touch going through turns 8 and 9. It was around turn 9, so it looked pretty harmless, but it's a tap, right?
Yeah, it is. As you can see, a bit of a moment down into turn one as McLaren there just goes a little bit wide. Of course, the little Honda Civic there to have a bit of a lock-up as well, so it's a bit of a moment down there. And yeah, another common theme that's
David Rogers and the Brian Green McLaren, the 570 GT4.
Yeah, just made the corner, and I think the little Honda there has now got a couple of issues as it's slowing right down the straight. Maybe they've seriously flat spotted a tyre down there.
So there is Paul Pedersen being held up by the Sylvester Mustang, which is back out. They've had all sorts of problems. They've been in pit lane on a number of occasions. And Paul Pedersen is really pumping that. I asked him about the sponsorship, but they just said, well, it's just Hoon again. It's just, this Hoon again, but we want a Hoon again. That's why we want to get out and do this. And it is, again, we talk about beautifully prepared vehicles, but that car is a peach.
Oh, it is just stunning to look at. And, the whole Hoon again thing, it's, father and son, Ant and Paul out there doing it. And, Ant's a great guy, and it's really good to see him back at the track, here racing, and and like what Greg said, for the enjoyment, enjoyment number one, competitive number two, and that's what it's all about, and it's just good to see these guys here doing that.
So the timing screen's telling us it's only 14 seconds now between 1 and 2. Now it was up around 27 seconds. I think we'll have to go through that again, but let's say it's still sitting at 27, 28 seconds. You've got your first stop coming. How important is it starting Vandergrift as opposed to Lance Hughes? Because we know Chris is the faster driver, right? We know that. So how do you think that strategy change plays out?
It's an interesting call. It's a gamble, and Chris will be the first to say this as well. But it's worth the gamble because they know they don't have the outright speed to win the race. So starting the race, doing it this way, is a good chance for Chris to have his big long stint, and then later on in the race, when Lance jumps in the car, maybe it might work into their favour. It's the percentages against them, but it's worth a crack.
Mate, I can believe the 14 seconds because Chris has just gone past start finish and the Brabham's just coming onto the corner, so that's probably a good 14 seconds. So they've picked up some real time in that Brabham, so that's interesting. They've got what, that's 13 seconds.
Yeah,
that's a 13-second pickup. So what is causing that gap shift?
It'll be interesting to see actually if it has closed down. Maybe Chris is struggling with the car a little bit more, but we'll just keep an eye on it. Like looking at the lap times, I don't think, like looking at the last lap, Matt Carter did a 22.4 versus Chris's 23.2. So yeah, there's a bit of time, but because of the traffic, we'll have to monitor a couple of laps. We can't just guarantee off one lap. Yeah, it's certainly something to note and something we'll keep an eye on.
That's the reschooled Gene Rollinson signature home GTR, and that's got Gene in it for the rest of the day. Reschooled, pulled out with about 20 minutes gone, citing being unwell. So it's going to be, as Andrew White said quite clearly, a triple stint for Gene Rollinson this afternoon in the number 5 car. That's the Brian Green, David Rogers, Brian Green Property Group McLaren. That's the 570 GT4, the orange one. A little bit of wind out there maybe.
Just looking, we've got a flash the wrong light. So looking down into turn 1, saw a yellow light, which means obviously there's something wrong, but I think the flag marshal might have just flicked the wrong light there as a blue light came on afterwards. See the battle still raging on between Sam Fillmore and Paul Pedersen, still going hard at it. Sam's best bet here is to try and work his way through the traffic to try and get past Paul, so we'll just keep an eye on how that's going to unfold.
You're looking at the Russell Mackenzie Paul Kelly Porsche there, the 68 991 Cup car, grey and red, nice piece. That's been involved a little bit. He was sort of holding up Jono Lester for a while.
Jono on the back of Sam Fillmore again. He's like a dog to a bone, shall we say, not giving it up.
This is the 666 Grant Sylvester Dean Perkins MRX Ford Mustang with the 358 cubic inch NASCAR engine in it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
doesn't that sound good? I was talking to him, saying, yeah, it's a NASCAR engine. This thing can fly. 700 horses at the rear wheels. It sounds like it's not having a great day.
No horsepower there at the moment, unfortunately, with a few issues going on.
Less than 700 horses as, again, Johnny Lester finds himself on the back of Sam Fillimore. He's teaming up with Johnny Reid as Sam Fillimore, and it's like he's like a flea, old Johnny Lester, just like a flea as they go past start finish. Paul Pedersen still holding that P3 position, P4 for Sam Fillimore, P5 for Johnny Lester as they go into turn 2, which is the Abbott's Insurance turn here at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. It's a good battle, this one. It ebbs and flows, this one.
It does, and this isn't the first time either. In the North Island Series, Sam and Paul, obviously I was driving with Sam in the North Island Series, and they just battled, and the amount of times that these two are together, it's cool. It's great to see, and they're enjoying their racing, and they're hard races but fair races, so they'll be loving this.
This is a real test too for Jono, because he's been normally in an A5 Audi, which is a street car, basically a road car that's been turned into a race car, and is sounds great. It's not quick enough. So he's in a quick car now, right?
Yeah, he's in obviously a proper GT3 Manthe Cup car. So basically, you sort of wonder, what is a Manthe Cup car? So basically, it's a GT3 992 Cup car. 991 Cup car, and it's gone to Manthe Racing. They've put a whole lot of upgrades on the car, a few aero changes, and then they received the car in New Zealand with those upgrades.
The Moore Patterson Audi R8 LMS 2-litre turbo comes out of the pits. That's already been in the pits once before already this afternoon. So a few issues down there. We might actually get Corbin to head down to that garage of the 24 car. Just find out what that problem is with that car. That's the 24 car of Barry Moore and James Patterson.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see they're struggling away with that car, but hopefully they can get on top of it. As James Patterson, he's a great guy. He's a member down at Highlands Motorsport Park. Got to know him down there, and loves his racing. Was keen to step it up, and you can see him back out there on track at the moment. So he just absolutely loves his racing. So he's keen to step up and see where he ends up with it all.
The Fawcett Gaunt McLaren 720 GT3 is struggling somewhat, sitting in P7 at the moment. They were in P1 for a while, so they're struggling to get back in. They're sitting 53 seconds off the lead. That's a heck of a lead. But as we could say this all day, it's 3 hours long.
It is.
It's a long way to go.
It really is, and the way this race is going to unfold, we'll really see what happens there. And as much as we go on about this big lead by Chris, we've still got to see the AM driver get in the car, and that changes the game up a bit, especially once we see the likes of Am Pedersen and Dan Gaunt and Johnny Reid get in the cars. We know how fast those boys are, and it's going to really change the race.
I hope Lance Hughes is not listening to this, because you're just piling a hell of a lot of pressure onto him already.
Oh, he'll be knowing, he'll be feeling it, but he's another one. And Murph even pointed this out with Shane Helms. He's just an enthusiast, loves his motorsport, loves doing it, and the results come second. And that's a bit like Lance Hughes, same sort of thing. Those kind of guys, they just love their racing, they love being here doing it, and that's the single most important thing for them.
And can John Lester, we just cut away from that, but can John Lester get around the outside of Sam Fillimore? No, he can't. So there is your leader, and that, of course, is Chris Vanderdrift. Coming up behind the Mag Turbo Warehouse AMG Mercedes, there's Paul Pedersen rolling out his own Hoonagain Mercedes GT3, sitting in P3, holding out Sam Fillimore. Car, that's your car, the car you drove, right?
That is the car that I drove.
The R8's always been an awkward-looking car, right? But I
find the road car awkward looking. The race one, I think, is just a beautiful looking car, and especially after been lucky enough to drive one. I've been lucky enough to drive a few of those R8s now, and they're just such a cool car to drive. They do everything properly. They're one of the most solid GT3 cars that are out there. between that and Mercedes, they're just, two hard cars to beat. But then, look at the McLaren, and we just keep talking about how beautiful that car looks as well. And it's the sound, it's unique, it's cool. It's just good to see all these different range of cars out there.
Well, what's Hayden Knighton doing, or should I say Kane Lawson doing, because he's trying to get around the back of the GT3, or should I say the GTR of Chris Vanderdraft. He was saying, well, hang on a minute, you can't do that. As he goes through the field, there's the Wolfsburg Porsche. It's just going to get lapped.
Yeah, well, obviously the guys in the Wolfsburg Porsche, they had a little bit of an issue with speeding in the pit lane. So
sitting P24 and a number of laps down as there they go. There goes your leader. Cross start finish. Chris Vanderdraft on the pedal, and it's on the medal. Don't you worry about that. So I think he passed the Mark Dippy Porsche, did he not?
Yes, Hayden Knighton has made his way around the Porsche of Martin Dippy there, and also past the Wolfsburg Porsche as well.
He is going to put a lot of cars laps down, and maybe that's the key. Maybe that's where he feels that if we do this, we get far enough ahead, we'll deal with those that are behind us. Because the battle will then unfold those that he's not lapping. I mean, that's not rocket science, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But there is a buffer involved.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to achieve there as well, with that buffer. And Chris is just going at it, trying to get that gap as big as he can.
What's really encouraging, there's no issues with this car, and I'm touching wood when I say that, because we've seen this car before early last year, I think it was, or this year, in one of the races in this series. That thing came in hot with brakes. They've had all sorts of issues with that car. They've had fuel pump issues, they've had brake issues. So to see the Hamilton Asphalt's Nissan be clean and look good and look fast is a testament to the work those guys are doing.
Oh, absolutely. And obviously still early days in the race. We've still got 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. Long way to go. But you're right. They've worked so hard on that car. And, I know Chris is an integral part of making that all happen as well. With his huge amount of experience. And the team there, they really get stuck in and make it all happen.
So that's the Martin Dippy James Penrose Porsche. It's James Penrose in the orange 991 Cup car. He's had a heck of a day. If you were joining us earlier on today, James Penrose is running P1 in the Class 4 and 5 1-hour race. Now, here's something that we should just quickly tell you. We are seeing spits of rain on our commentary box position, which is directly opposite the start-finish line.
Had to look twice. I don't think anyone expected rain today here at Ruapuna, so had to look a couple of times, make sure someone's not playing games with us with a hose on the window at the back, but I don't think so. It's looking a bit black around us, but there'll be a few spits on windscreens and people having a bit of a think about that.
Well, I'm not seeing any brollies go up. That's umbrellas, excuse me. That's an umbrella going up, but it is starting to look a little dark around Ruapuna, and that could throw a real cat amongst it.
Yeah, that would really change things up. So we'll see what happens here.
So the 61 Brian Green McLaren having a little bit of bother, was passed by Glenn Smith and the John DeVeth car, that SBT 650, which has had so much work on it. Look at the aero that's been done to it. Those are mega cars, but they are being shown up today.
Yeah.
Because that in the North Island Endurance Series has always been one of the front runners behind the Audis of the likes of you, but here it's being really shown up, and I'll be blunt with you. I did not expect this Nissan to be this quick.
Yeah, at the same time, this track lends itself to cars that are better through the technical stuff, as you see the DeVeth and Smith McLaren. They seem to be better at the tracks with a bit more high-speed corners, so So yeah, that's obviously it's really not lending it to themselves with this car. So we'll be interested to see how that pans out. But you know, I think they'd be expecting to be up a bit higher as well.
Alrighty, let's go pit lane. Paul Pedersen is sitting in P3. His son Ants with Corbin.
Pedersen down here in pit lane. A couple of spits of rain coming down at the moment. You guys currently sitting in third. How does this impact your race?
It's got to come first. Yeah, these spits at the moment won't change too much the race in our strategy, but yeah, if it comes out a bit harder, it might. How it changes the race, yeah, we'll just assess it as it comes.
Your dad's sitting in a very good place at the moment, third position. Is that a comfortable position for you once you get in the car?
Yeah, Dad's doing a great job. The leading car is a pro guy, Chris, so yeah, no, Dad's doing a great job. Yeah, it's still a long race, so we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Awesome, long way to go, good luck.
Yeah, thank you, cheers.
And Pedersen, another one of the drivers we forget that used to race in supercars, right?
Yeah, he did. He's
2:15, I think, was his last one.
Oh, look at you go with your numbers. Yeah, it'll be something around there, but yeah, it's the Super Black suit. He raced at Bathurst with Super Black, and you know, he's one very, very fast driver, very talented. He did a lot of the V8 Super Tourist series here in New Zealand as well, and won a lot on that, and was always one of the front runners. So yeah, he's certainly one of New Zealand's better drivers.
Well, Gene Rollison is certainly making up some numbers. We're seeing him pass many of cars in the number 5 Signature Homes GTR, but he's still, well, he's actually up, he's in P13 at the moment, so he is making a move. He's just saying, okay, I'm out here, let's just keep rolling.
Yeah, well, they're effectively got some fuel on board after that early stop that would have affected them a bit because it would have been outside windows for fuel. So, yeah, they'll be trying to just do one more stop from the race from here, but they'll be pretty lucky, I'd say. So, one gap I do notice it's open out a bit is between Paul Pedersen and Sam Fillmore. They have that gap's open, whether there's been a bit of a moment to cause that to happen, but it's all sort of settled down quite a bit there.
So Gene Rollison doing the job in the Signature Homes GTR, and that's good because he's one of the nice guys. He's very quick in his TCR that he drives as well. Yes. In the North Island. We've seen him drive. I've seen him drive in the South Island as well. But he's again one of these guys is again just loves is a real racer when you talk to him.
Yep, he is, and again another really talented driver in himself, and he's achieved a lot over his years, and it's great to see him out there on the grid as well, and doing a great job with it. I know they have been struggling quite a bit with that GTR this weekend, and yeah, I know he's the first to say I wish they had a bit more pace out of it, but you know, Reese has got the right guy in his corner in Gene to help unfold that and get that car going faster.
So 55 minutes have gone in this opening round of the 3-hour series in the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series, and your leader is still Chris Vanderdrift in the Hamilton Asphalt's GTR, which you can see there just weaving its way through back markers. Matt Carter and his in the Brabham B62 sits in second position, and it's the Pedersen team in the AMG Mercedes, the Hoon again, sitting in P3. So keep your eye on the likes of Gene Rollison working their way through, and this battle that goes down through to sort of fourth and fifth position between Sam Fillmore and John O'Lester is still carrying on. And you know what, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just watching that Smith DeVeth car, just watching it and seeing if it's going to move its way through and just play the patient game, because we both know, and we all know it's a quick car, and maybe they are playing the long game on this one.
Yeah, I think they'll be playing their own race is probably the best way to put that. Yep. They know that they don't have the outright speed, and that's quite often the way in endurance racing. You get so caught up in cars being faster than you are, and you know, trying to play a game about what every other car is doing. But endurance racing is about playing your own cars, doing your own race, and then you always find yourself in the mix come the end of the race if you've played your own race correctly. So, and that's what makes endurance racing so cool. It's such a team level of sport. It's not all about you know, it's not all about the single driver, it's about the big wide team, the guys doing the wheels. They're a huge part of the team. That, you know, they're as important as a driver, because if they spend 3 or 4 seconds taking time to do a wheel longer than anyone else, that's a lot of time for a driver to make back up on a lap when there's 2-3 tenths of a second a lap difference. So, you know, it's so cool that it's a team sport like that, and that's why I really enjoy my endurance racing.
All you have to do is just go into the pits and see when a team wins and how much it means to the likes of the team. Now, the Brabham is slowing down, because it's getting that Paul Pedersen is really starting to make a gain on that Brabham.
Yeah, we'll just keep a close eye on that one. I don't know if we've just picked up that he's not as quick now, or he's actually got a problem. Let's keep a real close eye on that one. But he seems to, like, if I look at their last lap time, Matt's last lap was a 22.9, so maybe that gap is just starting to close down, or unless we've missed something. We'll keep a close eye on that one.
So they're coming onto the front straight now. The Brabham will come in first in P2, and then it'll be the group behind them, 3, 4 and 5, that have been battling each other. So the Brabham is coming across the front start finish line now, but the gap is certainly a lot less than it has been.
Yeah, for sure. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves and think that there's a problem with this car. I really hope there isn't. I don't know if there is, whether they've had a moment or got real stuck behind another car, but that gap is definitely closed right down.
There has been some very slow traffic. That's the 5 car in the pits.
Yeah, so it's Gene in the lane. He's getting out of the car. So maybe they just, you know.
That's look, I feel for Gene, and I feel for Reese as well. But it looks like it's day done. The 24 car that is just coming out again. We talked about this before. The Audi R8. They've been having gear shifter issues.
Yeah. Okay. Which that's interesting. I'm just trying to work out what if the gearbox would still be the proper GT3 gearbox, or they've strung something else in there. But it's just such a different sound here in the car going to pit lane with a little turbo 2-litre
You see, you're a driver, right? You're not a mechanic. Let's just be honest here.
Yeah.
That's where it matters. Just give me the car.
Sparky by trade. Give me that.
No, I'll give you plenty, because I wouldn't even have a clue what you're talking about. But look at this. Paul Pedersen is now. He's got clear air now to have a crack at the Brabham. The Brabham coming onto the front straight now, and so he goes across start and finish, and that's a blink of an eye. And the Hoonagain GT
I think there might be some sort of issue with that Brabham. Listening to it down the front straight, it sounded like there was a lot of, but they just pulled a gear and then there was no more engine sound coming out of it as such. So whether or not they're massively fuel saving to get a number to get to the 70-minute mark, that's my only assumption. But it is definitely slowing. You can see Paul Pedersen. Look, Paul Pedersen has just gone past him.
So how about that? So an hour has just clicked over. As we see the Signature Home GTR sitting forlornly in pit lane. Both drivers out of the car. We'll get Corbin down there to see if we can chat to Gene Rollinson and find out exactly what has gone on with that car.
Yeah, so I think at the moment it looks like they're doing a bit with the tyres, but I'd say they'll just be loosening them off, because when they get so hot they glue themselves on with the amount of heat that goes through it. Also, they might be just cracking them off from full torque at this stage. So yeah, maybe they've just, with Reese not well, maybe they've just called it a day, and they know they can't do the whole race. But there is definitely something wrong with that Brabham. If you listen to it come down the front straight, we'll watch it next lap. There's something not sounding quite right with it. Pulls a gear, you'll hear it come past the straight, you'll hear it pull a gear, and then nothing. So that lap sounded a bit different to the lap before, so not too sure what the go is there. But yeah, either way, there's something not right with it. I'm just hoping it's something as simple as they're trying to make it to the 70-minute mark to pull him out of the car. And so they're just doing some huge fuel saving, but I don't think so. You can see the way he went around that left-hander there, pothole. It's not going fast around the corners either, so there's obviously something fundamentally wrong with that car. So yeah, what a shame for those guys. You can see he's wide around the hairpin
You get the impression he's cruising. From what we see now, that's not at pace.
No, that's not. And when I first heard it, because it pulled its last gear down the straight and then there was no engine sound, so that's why I was just hoping it was a fuel-safe thing to make a number, but I think there's something bigger than that in terms of issues.
And that doesn't look good for the Signature Homes GTR. That is backed into the garage. Both drivers are out of the car. As we take a good look at the Brabham that's got the Wolfsbrook Porsche up behind it, which has been lapped a number of times, and now that it is potentially going to lap the Brabham, or get, should I say, past the Brabham. So it's still staying out, so it's not terminal.
We're just doing our best to try and get the team down in pit lane to find out what's going on with the Brabham, and also be nice to find out with what's going on with the Signature Homes GTR, as I've obviously put that car back in the garage as well, so we'll just...
So, two McLarens going through front straight now. That's John DeVeth being hunted down by, should I say, Glenn Smith being hunted down by Andrew Forster. They go past Martin Dippy into turn 1, then through turn 2, the Abbott's Insurance turn, and Martin Dippy just making it a little bit difficult for Andrew Forster to get past, but there they go, sitting in P7 and P8, 6 and 7. So Glenn Smith in 6 and Andrew Forster in 7. 54 seconds or thereabouts, both of them behind the leader, who now has pulled out a 35-second lead on Paul Pedersen. So it's going up and down like a yo-yo. One would suggest slow traffic, getting through traffic.
That is always a big thing in GT racing, is the traffic. Yeah, especially down here, like you can see just in front of us here, Sam Fillmore getting really badly balked by the Mustang there, but you know, you can take a lot of risk and make up a lot of time in traffic, but the risk factor, all it takes is one car in front of you to pull in front of you or have a little moment and cut a tyre, that can wreck your race. But you know, there's been times, you know, when I've been doing endurance racing where you've got no choice but to bomb up the inside of a car to make the move happen, to stay in front of someone, and the risk level just goes through the roof. So that's just what that management is about. That changes your lap time in seconds. You know, there's all these beautiful machines, and you know, you're talking the difference between a GT3 Cup car between a GT3 FIA car is sort of 2 seconds, but that could be the difference between traffic sometimes. So you know, it's such a huge factor in the South Island series here, and it's certainly not a complaint by any drivers. It's just what makes it that another level of coolness, shall we say.
Fawcett managed to get past Glenn Smith, so McLaren overtakes McLaren. Both one's a 720, one's a 650, and I think we'll just leave it at that, because I think that tells the story. But I'll tell you what, Glenn Smith will have the bits between the teeth. No worries about that. Now that Brabham is sort of, well, it's been passed by John O'Lester, so
it's still circulating.
It's not making a lot of sense.
No, it's still circulating. Maybe they've had to try to do a bit of a reset in the car, and they've lost a bit of time trying to mess with that. Or only other thing I could think is, like, it can't be bad enough, because they'll be looking at all the telemetry, working out what's actually wrong with the car, and if it was something fundamental, they wouldn't be risking, you know, a low oil pressure problem or something like that with this car. They'll be thinking long-term game. So it's main thing is it's good to see it's still out there, and
fire, breathing fire.
That's it. And then it's the other thing in this car as well. It's now an unknown territory. They haven't run the car this long ever. So it could be something as simple as maybe it's so hot in there that they're trying to find some way, Matt's trying to find ways to get air into the car. It could be so many number of things and why he's slowing down.
Ever been in a situation like that where it's struggling to get heat, cool in the car, and how uncomfortable it can be and how dangerous it can be?
Yeah, I have actually. We was racing with Simon Evans actually in one of the first Highlands 101 races, and we had an overheating ECU, believe it or not, and all the air was directed to that, and it made the cabin so hot in the car. It was actually, it got dangerous because under safety car, I was keeping my door open to try to let some heat in because there was no air coming towards me. So yeah, as a driver, it can really start affecting you. Because you think about that heat soak that comes through the car. If it's a front engine car, you've got the heat that comes up through. Just makes it worse and worse.
What about gases though, like all the fumes? That's the dangerous part, right?
Fumes can be another thing as well. They've got them better and better, like a GT3 car these days. They actually got that well sorted. There's been such a huge shift in focus around driver safety and driver health as well, that there's no fumes that come through. Like Super Tours and things, they still have a lot of fumes that come through them and all sorts.
All right, let's go to pit lane and see what's happening.
Barrymore, not the place you want to be standing this far into the race anyway. The R8 not really behaving today.
No, we've had some gear shift issues. We had a boost problem in qualifying. We fixed that. Unfortunately, it's got some gear shift issues, and it's sort of not fair to the rest of the guys out there because somebody's probably going to end up drilling up the back of me. So we've decided to play safe and get off the track and let them have their day. So, yeah.
Sitting inside the garage can't be easy watching the rest of this one here. Very sorry to hear about it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty soul destroying. We put a lot of work into this car, and we had a test day at Teretonga, and of course the car ran faultless for 90 laps, but that's racing, as they say. So we'll just regroup and come back to Teretonga and try and go hard.
Barry Moore in the 24 car. That was the Audi R8 LMS 2-litre turbo. That's out of the race. That's terminal now. Chris Vanderdrift into the lane and driver change inside the. Well, he'll go again, so we know that. So he's spent about an hour and 8 minutes in there. It'll be now a 70-minute stint they'll want out of Lance Hughes coming out of pit lane and just get on with it.
And just trying to work this out as well, they've got Ant jumping in the car here before the 70-minute mark. We're at 1 hour and 4 minutes.
1 hour and 4 or?
Sorry, mine's behind. I'm looking at another screen there. We're at the hour 10.
We're at the 10 mark.
I'm looking at another screen that's telling me we're at an hour 4, so that makes sense. I was like, I'm sure a team like that will not make a mistake that simple. Look at that. On the hour 10, we've got Ant Pedersen jumping in to take over Paul Pedersen. I might update my iPad. That's not right.
No, that's okay. But we've got Lance Hughes in the Hamilton Asphalt's GTR that have obviously, with their pit stop, dropped out, and they're out of sync now, as we've got Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reed leading as Ant Pedersen now goes out of pit lane. I just had to pause there because I wanted to hear that Mercedes just V8 wind itself up out of pit lane. It's just beautiful sound. So they're out, and also the RSO1 of Shane Helms and Greg Murphy are into pit lane as well.
So interestingly, they are leaving Sam Fillmore out in the car at the moment. Surely they won't be too far away from bringing him in unless they are doing an opposite strategy and trying to do a one-stop and make up the midway race. But we'll keep an eye on that as we can see Murph loading up in the car as well as Shane jumps out.
Beautiful car, but it's not as quick as a lot of them are around there. Although when you put it in the hands of Murph, and I've seen this happen before, it can be a very quick car.
Absolutely. It's got a lot of aerodynamics. It's a great little car for a track like this as he heads out of pit lane.
So put together by Race Lab, and the RS01 Renault is out with Greg Murphy in the 51.
So let's just keep an eye on Sam Fillmore here. This is interesting that they're still leaving him out at the moment. If he doesn't put this lap, I'm going to start thinking that they're actually trying to go half distance and go single stop strategy with this race.
The McLaren has come in and out. That's the Fawcett Gaunt McLaren, so
they're in. Fillmore's in, so we'll be seeing Johnny Reid. Daniel Gaunt is in the car. He's heading out of pit lane.
So now we're getting the pro drivers in, and now the game really begins.
This is where things really settle in.
And this is where the nerves go up for Lance Hughes. John DeVette will now be in the 90 SBT Group McLaren. The blue one, you can't miss that one with all the aero on it, the big air scoop on the top of the roof.
Beautiful.
Done a lot of work on that car. So there's a lot of pit action going on with the AM drivers going out and the pro drivers going in. Sam Fillmore will go out and Johnny Reid will go in. An hour and 13 has passed in this 3-hour race, a little over an hour and 46 to go. So at the moment, it's John O'Lester and Hedamana Malzamak that are leading the race, but they are yet to pit.
See Daniel Gaunt out there. He will be trying to push on as much as he can. He knows the gap that he's got to make up between Ant and Johnny Reid. As you can see, Johnny Reid heading down the pit lane. Daniel Gaunt, they've managed to make up a lot of time here. As you can see,
it's Johnny Reid heading out.
Johnny, quite a slow entry onto the track there, but he's managed to get it going. Look at the gap, the difference between Dan and Johnny. I'd say Johnny must be still trying to get his belts all nice and tight as he was heading down the lane before he got going there. Oh, as you can see, Dan feed his way through a couple of cars, and that's tightened right up.
So now you've got some very good race car drivers out there. The race being taken control of by Chris Vandergriff, who was another very good race driver, but the strategy play could backfire on them. Could completely backfire on them as they roll through. So they're sitting in basically P1 because Leicester's still got to come in. So the GTR still holds P1. But you've got then Johnny Reid, Daniel Gaunt, Greg Murphy behind you, and Pedersen. It's on.
It is going to be game on, that is for sure. And we look for Ant Pedersen. So look at the gap that Ant Pedersen has managed to make on Johnny Reid. You think that the gap between Paul Pedersen and Sam Fillmore was only a second or two, but now, if we look from where we are, the gap is a lot bigger than that. We've got Ant Pedersen coming down the main straight, and then we've got Johnny only heading into the last corner now. So that's opened up huge. So maybe in the lane there, the stop just didn't quite happen as quick as I was hoping.
Dwayne Carter now in the seat for the BT 62 and looks quick. So I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could find out down in the lane there what was going on.
John DeVette has got the foot down in that McLaren and not mucking around. He has just gone past the Paul Rickaby Graham Road Mark II Mustang like it was standing still. For a big man, he's got big feet that can just sit on that pedal and say, go baby, go.
That is what we like to see.
So we're now into the second hour of this 3-hour race, the opening weekend of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. And sitting in the lead at the moment, yet to put their first pit stop under their belt, John O'Lester and Hedamana Malzamak from Lance Hughes and Chris Vandergriff. Lance Hughes in the seat now. In P3, it's the Pedersen combination in the Hoonigan AMG Mercedes. It'll be Ant Pedersen in the seat now.
This will be an interesting gap to watch as well between both Dan and Johnny. I know Dan will be pushing as hard as he can to try and close that gap, but you know, we know how tight it is. They were a couple of hundreds of seconds away from each other in qualifying, so that gap will stay pretty similar the whole way through. It's basically going to be a matter of who who can make a mistake and who can't. But between those two, I doubt there'll be many mistakes.
Reed and Gawn putting down 121s at the moment. Also, Greg Murphy a 121. We haven't seen a 121 in the race today.
Shows just like that, eh? We've seen a 120.8 by Chris Vanderdrift. So that's a little bit quicker down there. I'm sorry to call you out on that one, but I just had to show you that one.
Yep, that's right. It's okay to show me up. It's fine. No worries. We'll just keep moving on, shall we? There is Lance Hughes in the essentially P1 in that car, waiting for the Melizamak Leicester car to make its pit stop. I wonder how far they'll go with Jono here.
I would say they're going half race distance. That's all they'll be doing.
A full hour and a half, right?
Full hour and a half to try. You may as well, if you've got the fuel distance to make it, you may as well go that hour and a half and then put your other driver in.
And let's remember, Melizamak in the last hour, with that car, he was out in that car in the last 1 hour race. He was putting down strong times.
Yep.
He's probably a second two, maybe slower than Jono, but they weren't terrible times.
Yeah, he was doing a fantastic job. He's really stepped it up for someone who's, fresh into the sport as well. He's doing very well.
You're seeing Ant Pedersen on screen now, currently in P3, took over from his father Paul in the Hoonigan AMG Mercedes GT, which is just a beautiful car to watch and listen to. And they've got behind them the other Knighton and Lawson Mercedes AMG GT3 as well. It's a little way back because I don't think they're pitted yet myself, and Fillmore, Reed and the Fawcett Gaunt cars are on a mission.
Yeah, they are, and one thing that we're going to definitely keep a close eye on is the times of Ant Pedersen at the moment. He's done a 21.6 versus Johnny Reed with a 20.3 and Dan Gaunt with a 20.1. So those guys have a lot of pace. And again, we just need to keep an eye on those times, as there is a lot of traffic out there. But to be doing 20s this early is very, very fast with a full tank of gas.
Yeah, so that Reed and Gaunt really are quick. Yep, they are both. Johnny Reed really quick. What's that? 120.2 his last time. So they are flying. Finally, we go into the pits. The Leicester Melizamak Manthey Porsche is going in, supported by the Edibus Property Group. So now things change, and we get and the pressure now goes on Lance Hughes. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and this is that part of the race. He knows he just needs to do all he can, and he's got Chris jumping back in the car afterwards. But yeah, that gap will.
Well, the gap
keep an eye on it.
The gap to Ant Pedersen is approximately 10 seconds.
Yeah, so
and we can now see them. Lance coming down front straight, and we can see that Ant is on a fly going past Martin Dibby. That's the Schlepp Lee's Porsche, just carrying on, sitting P10 at the moment. Had their moments in the 1 hour race earlier with a drive-through. Marco Schelp just a little bit too hot on the gas. That's the Marco Giltrap, Simon Evans. Simon said to me they were going to do half distance. So he said, I'll get in about an hour and a half.
Yep, you may as well because that car's going to make the distance. As we can see the Leicester Melizamak Porsche come in. We'll leave pit lane, shall I say, back onto the track. You see Simon Evans and Marco Giltrap car there. The 6-sponsored GT4.
As Greg Murphy just takes the opening, says, thank you very much. I'll keep on flying. Thank you. Ever been coached by Murph?
No.
It's annoying.
I saw that. Well, I was with you in a car the week before, so I can.
Oh, okay.
I could see what he was saying and why he was.
Oh, thanks very much.
Sorry to just put you down while you're already down.
But not to talk with people who don't understand what's going on. I had the opportunity to drive a Radical New Zealand car, which they're magnificent cars, open tops, really, fun cars, right? Power to weight ratio is magnificent, and Greg Murphy decided to teach me how to drive one. Doesn't stop talking. Boy, if you do something wrong, you're toast.
Yep.
He said, you got a little excited. You thought you were a race car driver, missed a gear. In, please. That was it. It was done. We were done. It was like, get in there as we see the...
I could just imagine them.
Yeah, right, okay. You don't have to add to the story too much. Mag and Turbo Warehouse AMG in the pits now.
So this is what it's like with that traffic. We can see that gap now between Reed and Gaunt. It's closed right up. Before it opened right out because they didn't get through traffic the same, and then now it's closed right up again. It just shows, you've got to make those moves, and it's just so easy to see those gaps close. They're right on the back of the Brabham as well now, and Dan Gaunt is on the back of Johnny Reed. It is game on.
Johnny Reed in the 27 Audi. You've got Dan Gaunt behind him, and they've got Dwayne Carter in front of them in the Brabham. And so... what happens? This is the Mag and Turbo Warehouse, Hayden Knight and Kane Lawson AMG Mercedes GT3, the 89 car in getting its service and the driver change.
So Kane getting in the car now, Hayden will be getting out, and we have a look at the timing. They just didn't quite make the full hour and a half mark what they were hoping to do, so they're going to have to come in for a splash later on in the race.
So you're thinking, okay. Coming into pit straight now, let's have a look at that, and wow, look at this. Johnny Reed has got past, looks like Dan Gaunt has got past, coming to the front straight now. It looks like they've taken Dwayne Carter as they go through. Meanwhile, we are looking at the leader, Lance Hughes, who will be hunted down by Ant Pedersen. That gap now down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, that is closing up, and well, we'll see how that goes, but the gap that I'm definitely interested in is the one between Ant and the two chasing Audi and Mercedes, Audi and the McLaren. Just another note as well, I don't think we've seen a pit stop yet from the Brabham, so they've managed to keep the car out there all this time. So they're trying
they're pitted. Yeah, they're pitted.
They definitely have pitted. Oh, and actually, speaking of, the Brabham has just been off track. Off on the inside. Is
actually,
that damage to the front left? It's lost its front wheel.
Front wheel's gone flying. So that front left is gone. It's heading towards the Denny Hulme stand and the tyre barriers, and that's wow.
Hopefully that wheel stops there, because there's nothing worse than that coming back onto the track. So this may end up having to be a safety car if this wheel ends up on the track.
It's going to end up on the track. It's on the corner of the track. It's not. There it is there. Look at that. What are you going to do? It's like a ball holding, a golf ball rolling towards the hole.
That's going to have to surely be we'll wait and see what happens, but they'll be calling a safety car with that one, I would think, being that close to the side of the track.
How the heck do you lose a wheel? I've always wondered that. Yeah, okay, if the nut's not on properly, I accept that.
I'd say that's probably the general consensus of how you probably lose a wheel.
Alrighty, that's the last time you and I discussed that topic. We'll leave that one alone. So the Brabham comes in having lost a left wheel.
Safety car. Here it is.
And safety car comes out. So who does this play into the hands of now?
So everyone that is in this race has pitted. It's not going to change much in terms of pit stops. All it does is it closes up. Obviously we can see that Ant has just got past Lance Hughes there. Ant needed that gap. He knows he doesn't quite have the pace on Gaunt and on Reed. So
it falls into really Reed and Gaunt now are in a more
better position.
Yeah,
position. It's not a game changer, but it certainly helps close that field down. And I think the one that at this stage in the race, it's not a huge disadvantage. We know it's still a long way to go, but if anyone that's sort of not helped is Ant with that gap. He had that nice buffer after the amazing pit stop, and then to get out as quick as they did. So we'll wait and see how that plays out.
So when we talk about strategy starting your pro rather than your AM, has it backfired on them for the Hamilton Asphalt team?
It's certainly made things harder. It's closed that field up. To be honest, it hasn't changed things too much because the gaps weren't that big between the cars anyway, but it certainly closed that field up. So we've got Hayden Knighton down in the pits. We'll catch up with him for an interview.
Hayden Knighton just jumped out of car number 89, Kane Lawson. He's now in the hot seat. How's the car feeling?
Yeah, no, it's feeling really nice. Yeah, we've got good pace out there. Unfortunately, we started off the back foot and out of the pit lane. So, yeah, that was not ideal. But, yeah, hey, I don't know where we're at actually. I haven't spoken to the guys. But, yeah, it felt good. And, yeah, hopefully Kane can now sort of finish it off and get us in a better spot maybe.
Safety car is out on track at the moment. How does that play into you guys' factor?
Shouldn't make much difference to us. We just keep going. We've just done our stop, so there's no point really coming back in again. Yeah, we need to come in again probably to do some more fuel, but now's not obviously the right time because we've just filled it. So yeah, Kane just needs to stay out there and just get into it. So
awesome. I'll let you get back to the team.
Cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, they're sitting in P8, and there's the, you just saw the bottom screen too, the Brian Green McLaren, and all sorts of bother. The safety car, the rescue team are out there, and they've got the tow rope on, so that's not so good for the 61 car of David Rogers and Brian Green. And one would suspect that's Brian Green in the car, who would have only just got into the car.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well, that Hayden may not have thought of there. This actually does work in the favour because they were so close to making that half distance. This safety car might be enough to stop them having to fuel.
Splash and dash.
Stop them having to splash and dash because they're obviously saving fuel at the moment. Is one thing you listen to as you hear the guys at the front. They'll be in a high gear, cruising down pit lane. There'll be no RPM on the cars, just trying to save as much fuel. You can hear how low the RPM is on the cars as they're rolling through, trying to save as much gas as they can. But it becomes a real balance. You've got the engineer on one hand saying save fuel, run a high gear. You're losing tyre temp, don't lose any tyre temp, but you need gas and brake to be able to get that tyre temp up. So believe it or not, under safety car, as much as it seems like it's a good chance to just cruise and sit back, yes it is, but at the same time you've got to manage your tyre temp. You don't want it to drop away too much, and to have that tyre temp you need to effectively use more fuel to keep the tyres warm and brake and accelerate.
I've always wanted to try and understand how much fuel can you save under a safety car. Are we talking, you know, half a lap?
Obviously, that's a good question of exactly how much, but it would be a lot under safety car. You know, you think of on average a race car burns about 2 litres a lap of fuel, and when you're cruising around at this sort of pace, you're probably only burning half a litre, if that, not even half a litre of gas cruising around in a high gear.
So you're giving yourself, if you, let's say you do 2-3 laps, you're giving yourself maybe 4 to 5 laps
Absolutely.
extra, where you can avoid the splash and dash.
Yep, exactly. And then that's also on top of that as you're going slower, so the time's ticking down quicker while you're still lapping around. So this could be, depending on how long the safety car is going to be, I'd be surprised if we're not going green this lap, because that will be picked up.
Yeah.
But this is the thing where I don't think for those other guys it will change the race. They'll still need to splash and dash, but you still want to save fuel because that's another litre or two you don't have to put in at the stop now, because you've got the car, you managed to save that little bit more fuel. So all these little things are just something that you're constantly thinking about throughout the race.
Lights out in the safety car, the Mobil 1 safety car here at Mike Perra Motorsport Park after the Brabham VT62 lost its left wheel. So we'll go green again as the cars come around the Avon City Ford turn 10 and onto the front straight. And Pedersen in the lead from Lance Hughes and Johnny Reid and Daniel Gaunt, and then you've got Herman and Millersmack rounding out the top 5, but you watch them go because they will go. And look at this, hang on a minute. Lance Hughes found some pace straight off the bat and said, yeah, well, hang on. Just because I'm an AM doesn't mean you can't get past you. How about that for a restart?
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that one
as
to whether I was looking down the track, so I couldn't see if it was green. It depends if he jumped before the green light. If it was green, game on. We can't confirm that one. I didn't see if it was green
confirmation
or not.
Confirmation it was from our spotter.
But he's gone off the track. He's unwound all his hard work off that restart. So, wow. So I'm not sure what was going on with Ant there, if it was green and he missed the start, but he got away big time. So look at this. You've got exactly the same as the North Island Series. You've got the Mercedes, the Audi, and the McLaren all at the front, back into battle again.
And 3 really quick drivers having a crack, and that's exactly what you want as we head into the we've just gone halfway in this 3-hour race. 1 hour and 32 minutes almost done here at Mike Perra Motorsport Park, the opening weekend of the Carter's Tyre Services South Island Endurance Series, and you've got 3 pieces of kit out there that are just gorgeous to watch and listen to. And it's Ant Pedersen now coming under pressure straight away, and no surprise from Johnny Reid in the Audi, who will have Daniel Gaunt all over him like a wet rag, because that McLaren is quick.
Yeah, it is. And you can see Ant's just made it quite easy for Johnny there up the inside. Move done.
Move done. Johnny Reid into the lead in the 27 Audi, prepared by International Motorsport, who do such a magnificent job preparing race cars for a lot of people in this country. And Dan Gaunt now, he's sitting on the back of Ant Pedersen as they...
Yeah, and you can see Dan lost quite a bit of time through what we call pothole there, high-speed corner. So what happens there is because Dan is so much closer to the car in front, he loses aero, so it makes it harder for him to get through that corner. So it'll be interesting to see the difference in the cars through this tighter section here. You can sort of see Ant seems to be struggling with turn in the car. He's not quite getting the car rotated, so there must be, where they're struggling with the setup in the car. They just, you can see through the slower section here, he's just not able to get the car turned how he wants it to. So
just coming out through Casino, then through Southern Salvage, and then up to turn 9. And that you know what, that in the hands of Johnny Reid, I got to say, that looks hooked up even more, that Audi.
Yeah, I set it up for him. No, I had a good chat to him before the race as well.
Talk yourself up, Wade. Talk yourself up.
I had a good chat to him before the race. It was really interesting to hear what he says about the car. Believe it or not, when Johnny and I were, he was with Neil Foster in the other car, and the way the setups were so different. So I was really interested to see.
Well, he would have had to take the booster seat out because you used the booster seat.
Thanks. But I was really interested to see the difference in the setups, and we were so different. And his feedback, he just, it was different, but obviously still achieves the same sort of speed, which is really cool to see.
So you say different, but in terms of a race driver setup, what were the key differences that you saw?
It's actually quite an interesting one, because you've got 2 cars that are exactly the same, and right from testing for the endurance final, we both went off in such different directions with the way the cars were. So, which you'd think you'd want them exactly the same.
Such as, what was the key difference between the 2 of you?
We just wanted different things out of the car, and that's why.
Mate, you were telling me nothing. Are we playing secret? Are we playing International Motorsport Secret Squirrel?
I don't want to give away all their secrets.
It's exactly what you are doing. Playing Secret Squirrel is Johnny Reid.
But honestly, you could give Johnny 3 wheels and he'll still be super fast. He is one seriously talented driver, and look at him. He's pulling away from the cars behind him. He's doing a great job out there.
Unbelievable. Kane Lawson now putting pressure on the Hamilton Asphalt's GTR of Lance Hughes, that was in first position, but the strategy may have backfired as they come through start finish right now and head into turn 1. Nelson Mack sitting there behind them. He's sitting in P7. They've gone backwards. It's actually the Helms and Murphy car at the moment, it would seem, is sitting in P5 with the Smith DeVeth McLaren sitting in P6. We'll just make sure that timing will keeps us up to date with that one. But I know you can see it. There's the Helms Murphy Renault RS01. Sun's gone away. Threats of rain have diminished somewhat here at the Mike Perra Motorsport Park. We had a warning shot of. This is the Scott O'Donnell Alan Dippy car. Well,
that is what you call a broken dry shaft, a very, very broken one. And yeah, they're doing some hard work on that to try to get that going again. Good to see them pushing on to try to get that car back out there, and they're doing all they can with that.
Well, Scott O'Donnell did say right from the get-go it was going to be an hour and a half, but it's been an hour and 36 minutes so far. They didn't have too much time out there as Johnny Reid crosses front straight and is got that Audi lit up.
As we can see, Daniel Gaunt up the inside of Ant Pedersen. He's made the move stick. He's got up the inside of him there. Interestingly enough, he made it reasonably easy for Johnny to get past, but then not so easy for Dan, which is interesting.
Lance Hughes is holding off Kane Lawson, the other AMG Mercedes GT3, doing a strong job, and he needs to, because we would suggest that Chris is going to have one more stint, and when that's yes, he will. He'll have to have
Chris needs to get back in the car.
It'll be about 20 minutes. I think it'll be thereabouts because I think he swapped over about an hour 10.
Yeah, it was about that minute 10 mark. So yeah, well, it was exactly right on an hour 10 mark. So we'll basically see him run all the way through to that point. So yeah, as we can see, look at them all battling away there. We can see Dan is right on the back of Johnny now.
Meanwhile, you've got Greg Murphy wanting to get past Lance Hughes and the Renault RSO 1, the 51 car, and there he goes. He's going to take him going into turn 9. A little bit of late brake, gets through, and just like that, Murphy goes through, and that'll put him in P4 for the Race Lab team. And he'll just get caught up. Is that Marco Schelp holding him up a little bit? And Murphy now screaming past into P4, so they move up, Shane Helms and Greg Murphy, into that position as they cross the start-finish line.
So this is game on. We've got 1, 2, 3 pushing on, and what's going to happen here is Johnny needs to now take a lot of risk to get past the cars in front, because if he gets balked behind someone, if he tries putting a move on someone and it doesn't quite work, that's Dan in the hole. So we can see a car that's got a bit of smoke coming out of it, maybe a bit of a blow up there. Hopefully they stay off the race line and don't cause any further issues there.
They have gone into the runoff, which is the safe position, and
he's doing a bit of a burnout while he's down there. It's obviously, I'd say, spinning on his own oil is what that'll be.
It's not a celebrity burnout.
No, but it looks like we're got the safety car sitting down here right in front of us. We'll wait and see if they call it. He is in a bit of a bad spot there. They'll have the yellow lights on. But, yeah, back to what I was saying about that gap. Johnny just needs to do all he can to get past every single car now. He can't afford to just, to be too safe. He's got to dive up the inside of each car, because basically what will happen is if Johnny gets held up a little bit, Dan's going to either take a move either side and pull that move on him. So yeah, long race ahead.
Kane Lawson in the Magatuba Warehouse Mercedes sitting in P9 at the moment, P8 at the moment. The safety car sitting quietly after that car. We couldn't see the number from where it was. Went into the runoff area with a bit of smoke going on. Daniel Gaughan trying to use the slower sections of the track to try and haul in.
Yeah, so it's even areas like this. If we keep an eye on the first three there, they're catching the little Peugeot. All it takes is a little Peugeot to hold him up a bit. Bang, Dan's going to go to the opposite side. And Johnny knows that. He's obviously got so much experience as well. He knows that he needs to do all he can to make sure he gets past as quick as he can the slower cars.
So you're watching 1, 2 and 3 at the moment in this 3-hour race here at Mike Perra Motorsport Park on the opening weekend of the Carter Tyre Services South Island Endurance Series. Winners today in the 1 hour, Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons in the Class 4 and 5, and Sam Collins runs the Class 2 and 3 1 hour in his Mark 777 Mustang. Beautiful car was. It looked a peach all day. As you see the top 3 go through. How far behind though is P4, which is the Renault RSO 1 of Shane Helms and Greg Murphy. And it's not that much, probably half a front straight, you could say.
Yeah, it's certainly doing some quick times out there as Murph. Last lap there, about the same as the first 3 runners. So, maybe another safety car could pull him into the game as well.
One minute and 41 gone, 1 hour 41 gone, an hour and 18 to go in this 3-hour race, and it's Johnny Reid.
And that is one thing I know Johnny will not want to hear, that the fact that there's an hour and 19 minutes to go when you've got a McLaren breathing down your neck like that. That just, sometimes we're in the car, a 3-hour race when you're, you can double stint. Feels like you're in the car for no time at all. Other times when you've got a car behind you like this, it can feel an absolute eternity.
Greg Murphy piloting the Renault, currently sitting in P4, weaving a little bit. I wonder what that's all about. Is that tyre temp?
Maybe still trying to get some sort of tyre temp, and there's, because on the dash you can actually see the tyre temp readout, so maybe he's just struggling to keep some tyre temp, which seemed interesting over a long stint, unless he's got some other sort of issue going in the car that he's trying to feel out. But yeah, interesting one. But look at the gap, you can see car 1, 2, 3, and then Murph as well. He's, if we look at the last lap as well, 21.5 for him versus the others at a 21.1.
So he's what, 10 seconds behind P3. So that's being piloted by 4 times Bathurst champion Greg Murphy. If you're watching this on Flow around the world, and Pits TV here in New Zealand, Flow Racing and Pits TV bring you this live stream from Mike Perra Motorsport Park. And this is the 3-hour race. This is the main event, and there's some beautiful machines. That Hamilton Asphalt car was leading the race in the hands of Chris Vanderdrift. They changed up their strategy, went with a pro driver first, because most of these have a pro and an AM driver, and it always seems that the AM start. Well, in the North Island Series, whoever qualifies has got to start. So normally what happens is the AM driver starts, and then you throw your pro driver in. Here in the South Island, it's plenty more
free-for-all.
Free-for-all, which is probably not a bad thing.
No, not at all. Definitely not. It changes the game up. It makes you think about things a bit more. You've done qualifying. The pro's going to qualify the car. What's the strategy? Who's going to do what? Can you one-stop even after 2-stop? And just keep working out the different ways of how you can play the race. We can actually see that gap between Johnny and Dan Gaunt there starting to open up a little bit again, so maybe Dan's struggling to hang on to those tyres quite as much, so we'll just keep an eye on that. Last lap, Johnny was 2 tenths quicker than Dan. The lap before it was 2 tenths as well, so yeah, it's starting to change a bit there.
Daniel Gaunt going through, passing Martin Dippy through that turn 9, and they are flying, and he is really starting to try and put some pressure on Johnny Reid, but Johnny Reid is a cool cat. He knows exactly what he's doing. They're coming on a front straight now. Johnny Reid, Dan Gaunt, and Pedersen, 3 pro drivers just pushing as hard as they can. As we see John DeVeth coming under some pressure from Kane Lawson.
We hear the Peugeot go out of pit lane 2 to get torn as he heads back out onto the track. Oh, they just love it. Those boys are out there having some fun. It's trying to work out what that was.
I thought it was Mr. Whippy who had come. Mr. Whippy had come around. If you don't know what Mr. Whippy is, he's the ice cream man. I thought he was sort of coming up the back of the commentary position.
No, it's good to see those boys out there. That's Stanton and Tremaine and the little Peugeot, and it's quite funny when you're out there on track with them. You'll see them. They literally point which direction they want you to pass you. Sometimes you'll be heading down the straight. Next thing you'll see this hand in the out the back window pointing which way you should go around there, which is cool. And there's mixed views whether or not how slow they are, that they should be a bit of a worry. But I think they're one of the safest cars out there to pass. They do so well out there, and it's so cool to see them out there enjoying it.
So John DeVeth now is starting to nudge in on Lance Hughes, although he's got some heat from Kane Lawson behind him, which is probably annoying him somewhat. Now they've been held up by a back marker, which he will not appreciate.
At the same time, car number 90, which is DeVeth Smith, they've got a drive-through penalty, which I can see on the main board there. So
you are kidding me.
As they come into the lane, so they're in to serve their drive-through penalty. It'll be nice to figure out why they've got this drive-through penalty and what's going on, but yeah, that's a blow for them.
Johnny Reid, Sam Fillmore in the Audi 27, lead Fawcett and Gaunt in the 720S McLaren, and the Hoonigan Pedersen AMG Mercedes GT3 make up the top 3. Greg Murphy and Shane Helms are in the 51 Renault RS01, sitting in P4, followed by Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift, who were the early race leaders until the seat change in the 84 Nissan GT, sponsored by Hamilton Asphalts. So Johnny Reid still leads this 3-hour race here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. Ahead of Dan Gaunt, and Dan Gaunt, as try as he might, still can't get past Johnny Reid, and they've actually got a bit of a break too. Slight break on Ant Pedersen, so relative speeds being shown up by these two fine machines. Good to know that Supercars champion, well, no, I was not saying champion yet, but he will be anyway, Shane Van Gisbergen from Triple Eight Racing is watching the live stream and enjoying himself before they head to Pukekohe. He's probably actually, I wouldn't be surprised if he's sitting out there in the family estate. And Manukau just watching it with his feet up and enjoying it, getting ready for the ITM Super Sprint in Pukekohe. The last time the supercars will roar in anger, that famed raceway, first built in 1963. And, you know, if you take a good look at history of that track, the greats of their time, Formula One champions, raced here in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And that's a legacy that will never be taken away.
It is. It's something that, you know, is pretty special to New Zealand motorsport, and, you know, shame to see that place go, but, yeah, the memories will never be forgotten.
What was your best time out there? Not actually race time, what was the best moment you had out there? Can you remember? Did you have any good moments?
Pretty lucky, like even some... Be nice. I won my last race there, actually, believe it or not, in the Audi. So
yes, you did.
Yeah, so no, we had a good run there. But actually, to be honest, some of my best memories are obviously racing, but growing up there. I literally grew up there with Owen Evans and the Evans family, and you know, he was racing a lot there. So I've got so many fond memories growing up there. So those are something that certainly can never be replaced.
Owen Evans in the pit too for Simon Evans. And Marco Giltrap in the 6th Cayman, the 718 Porsche, doing what he does so well, telling people what to do and making sure that everything's right.
Yes, and you can tell by the way their pit is presented, you know, they certainly do everything right.
So that drive-through penalty for the John DeVeth Glenn Smith car, we've just been told, was for passing under yellow at turn 1, passing under yellow, which you cannot do. We know that.
That'll be with the car that blew up down the end there. I'd say I can't remember exactly who that was, but that'll be. So this is interesting. Look at the gap. So with the Wolfbrook Porsche is actually pulled out of the way. So all it's going to take, that gap is just not subsiding. It's just the same every lap.
It's under
Dan's
a second.
just sitting there, and Dan will know that his chance to get past is through lap traffic affecting Johnny. He knows that he probably doesn't quite have the outright pace, so he's better to sit there just on his tail, looking after his tyres, keeping a bit of pressure on, hoping for that moment around the traffic.
Oh, he got close there. He can smell a pass.
Yeah.
And then, well, here you go. Here's what you've been talking about: potential of lap traffic and giving Daniel Gaunt the chance.
Yeah, so here we go. So you can see the traffic is holding Johnny up. And this is where you can see Dan Gaunt trying to go around the outside.
Around the outside.
Is he going to make it work?
Around the outside. No.
That was tight. And this is what I mean. This is how Dan is going to get the pass done. That was close. That was a lot of commitment and a lot of risk to try and get that move done from both parties. Johnny knew it, and so did Dan. This is what's going to change the race, is the lap traffic.
So Dan Gaunt showing no fear, going round the outside. He goes round the outside, but cannot get past Johnny Reid. And that gap seems to have opened up quite a bit to Ant Pedersen. It's sitting around just under 3 seconds now, back to P3.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to quite have that outright pace that they're hoping for on that Mercedes. And look at that. Now you can see the gap between Johnny and Dan has opened up because that's a lap car that got in the middle of them. As simple as that. So now it's gone from heat on from Dan, but now a lap car has opened that gap out to give Johnny a breather. And it's just because you know, two professional drivers in the cars, they're going to lap consistently. It's going to be the same every lap, and that's what makes it so hard to pass, especially with the aero in these cars. But the traffic just changes everything every lap.
Well, that lap car was that beautiful new toy for the Paul Rickaby and Graham Rowe, that Mark II Mustang. So I've just caught sight of the little Renault buzzing around. He's going to be passed in a minute by Johnny Reid.
The Punk Stang.
Go on. Push the button. Go on. Push the horn. Give him the Mr. Whippy sound as you go past.
It's probably got the commentary on in the car, so...
Johnny Reed's picked up pushed that
yeah,
gap up
and
again,
that's all
hasn't
it's been. It's because a car got in the middle of them. It's the Mark Mustang. And unfortunately, that's all it takes is to open that gap back out. And now Dan's got to try his best to pull that gap back in. But, you know, look what it cost him last lap. You can look at Dan's last lap, 20.6 versus at 21.4. So nearly a second it cost him.
Now, this is interesting. Lance Hughes has still kept Kane Lawson out behind him. Now, that's an effort and a half, is it not? Because, you know, he's come under incredible pressure from all the other drivers. And, you know, he's one of these guys that you can sense pressure on him. So, there you go. So, Lance Hughes, Chris Vanderdrift, sitting in P5, we're P1, Shane Helms, Greg Murphy in P4. And that was who just went off?
That's Kane Lawson.
That was Kane
just
Lawson.
been off.
So he's feeling the pressure.
He is feeling the pressure, stuck behind Lance Hughes there. And that was a high-speed part of the track to have a spin through pothole there. So, yeah, lucky not to get himself in any more trouble.
A little over an hour to go in this 3-hour race, the first of the season in the Carter Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series for 2022, and the Hamilton Asphalt GTR, no problems with that today.
So now look at this. You can see Johnny's now been held up through pothole by the TCR car, and that gap is now closing down again. As simple as that. That's all that changes it. That gap, that freedom that Johnny had is now changed again.
So Kane Lawson making up for the mistake, getting past lapped cars and putting himself back in a position to finish easily in the top 10.
Good battle going on here between Martin Dippy and Russell McKenzie, who's partnered up with Paul Kelly. They're having a bit of fun out there, and they've been close together for quite some time now, pushing each other along.
Hasn't been a great day for Martin Dippy, has it? No, seen the grass a number of times.
That wasn't the 1 hour race. He's obviously gone back in, had a bit of water, had a bit of bit of a reset, and he seems to be going all right again. So yeah. Good to see just a couple of moments in that earlier race. First race of the season too, you got to forget there's a long off season between races as well. So, he's just getting his eye back in and away he goes. Look at that gap now again between Johnny and Dan. It is very close again. Maybe when these gaps are opening out, maybe Dan's got a chance to let the tyres cool off, the tyres to have a bit of a breather to come back at Johnny via traffic. It's, there'll be so many head games going on. As you can see, Dan jumped the curb through turn 8 there. But that's the thing, there's so many extra things that both Johnny and Dan will be thinking about through the other race. It's not just, I'm going to pass him, I'm going to push on. You're thinking about, okay, there's a bit of a gap, I'm going to look after my tyres, let them cool off. And then Johnny goes, okay, there's a gap, I'm going to do the same. So it's just constant working on what they're actually going to do with the race.
So Sam Fenimore, Johnny Reed, lead Andrew Forster and Daniel Gawn from Ant Pedersen and Paul Pedersen in this opening weekend of the Cutters Tyre Services South Island Endurance Series. They've got, and it's nothing, it's half a second at max between P1 and P2, but it's 3 seconds back to P3, so they've really made a case for saying, well, if you're going to hunters. You're going to have to hunt us down, but they've got outright pace.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the key.
And then look here, as they go into the complex, they're going to get caught up behind Marco Shelp and Anthony Lee. See this gap? It's going to get very tight here.
Spinner coming in at around Casino, just before Casino.
Ant Pedersen.
That was Ant Pedersen.
I'm wondering if another car was involved there to allow that to happen, because I just caught the end of it. They were around the Altezza there.
He was trying to pass the back marker.
Yeah, so because it's not like Ant just have a spin on his own, so maybe there's a little bit of contact between the two cars there.
Greg Murphy flies by.
Into third place.
Into P3. For how long? We'll see. Well, this will be a good test too of seeing our outright car speed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that gap is pretty much stabilised. We look at Greg Murphy, last lap time 22.3 versus the others at 22.4, 22.6. So then you look at, that's where that traffic just comes into it. You look, Ant's quickest time the lap before was at 20.8. So you know, he is very fast as well, but it's just that traffic.
Yeah, and it was sort of innocuous though, wasn't it? Really sort of just came out of the blue. Very unexpected.
Yeah, and that's why I think there must be traffic involved with that spin, because you know, for a driver of Ant's caliber, it's not like him to just have a loop-de-loop all on his own.
83 laps gone in this 3-hour race, and it's Dan Gaun posting another quick time, fastest time so far. Sam Fillimore and Johnny Reid in the seat at the moment, just in many ways comfortably holding off Dan Gaun, because when there's no traffic around, that Audi's hooked up.
Yeah, no, it sure is, and you know, you can see the way that gap is just stabilised now. It's, if anything, we look at this next lap time, I'd say that Johnny's lap here is probably a bit quicker than Dan's, and you know, the Audi seems to be just having that time. When I say an advantage, it's only small, but in this level, it only has to be small. You know, I'm talking a tenth a lap. If that's all it takes, you know, that's what's going to make a difference. I look last lap 21.2 for Dan Gaun versus Johnny Reid at 20.5.
20 seconds back to P3, which is the Murphy Helms car, and Greg seems to be comfortably holding off Ant Pedersen. Ant Pedersen really making no impression on the Renault.
As we look, that gap is really starting to open out that bit more between Dan and Johnny. It's
1.5 seconds now,
yeah.
Andrew. So that's a sign that Johnny's well into his rhythm, and I just wonder whether Dan. Well, no, you can't wonder. He's being outpaced outright.
Yeah, the cars obviously just seems to be that little bit better over the long stint. And Johnny will also be enjoying that air conditioning in the Audi R8 GT3 now.
Oh, that's
you may laugh, but they have it.
I know. Did you have a stereo while you were racing? To put your favourite radio station on? I know you were talking about that when we last spoke. Oh, I've got air conditioning, everything like that.
Yeah, it's a game changer. It really is. You know, when you've got the aircon, those cars are so hot. You know, it's when you're in there and there's so much going on, even with the aircon and with it cranking, you still get so hot in the car. And then you think about, you know, a car like Dan, that fatigue will set in a bit more, and it's nothing against Dan's fitness. He's super fit as well. It's just, you know, when you've got that cooler air going through the car, it makes a difference.
Johnny Reid making the most of the traffic that he has gone through to keep Dan Gaunt at bay, and so that he's really opened that lead up. It sits at a minute and a half, a second and a half, 23 seconds back to the Murphy Helms RS01 as they go through start finish And then Greg Murphy brings it around the Haven City Ford top turn 10 to bring it down into front straight. So we're inside the last hour now. It's the Phillimore-Reid combination sitting in P1 ahead of Fawcett and Gaunt and Helms and Murphy, and Pedersen having a spin at Casino. We don't really know why there was a spin. He was attempting to pass a back marker, but just out of the blue, spun that beautiful Hoonigan around. That AMG GT3 sits in P4 from Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift. Now here's the question. When do we think that maybe Chris Vanderdrift hops back in? Well, he's got to do the full 70 minutes, Lance Hughes.
So it'll be right on that 40-minute to go mark is when we'll be seeing him get back in the car. So another 12 minutes to go there for Lance.
That's Martin Dippy. Certainly lovely motor racing.
Yeah, they do. All sorts of races they get amongst, and just absolutely love it. They've done a bit of rallying for a while there, and all sorts.
Have you ever been to the museum that they have in Wanaka with the tractors and the diggers?
I'd love to go there. I haven't been.
It is amazing with a capital A, and it basically they have got a collection of. I know it sounds crazy, right? Diggers and tractors and bulldozers. And it basically, when you walk through and talk to them, it tells you the story of how they built the South Island. It is staggering. It is a treasure. When you walk away, you go, oh my gosh, I've just learned more about how they built the South Island than anything else.
Yeah.
They've got original bulldozers from the 40s that, created Arthur's Pass, all these sorts of things, and it's amazing. So if you ever get a chance, it's not really on show. I'm trying to figure out where it is. It's behind one of their where they do a lot of their one of their big gardening outfits or whatever it is they do, and it's just you know what? Go into Wanaka and ask where's the Dippy Museum. You'll find it. You'll find it in Wanaka. It really is one of those things. You got to be into it, right?
Yeah.
But when you hear them talk about it, you go, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's like even the transport world. You go to transport world and
in Invercargill,
that
right?
place just never ends. It's just unbelievable the collection they got there, and it's something that's very, very cool, worthwhile checking out.
Oh, it is. It really, really is, and it's something. They're good destination points. Greg Murphy in the 51 Renault RS01 sitting in P4 behind. No, actually, is he B?
He's been passed by Ann Pedersen. Move has happened, so Ann Pedersen back up to P3.
Here I was going on about the history lesson and missed the pass.
Stephen's history lesson for the day.
Chapter and verse, that's where it stops. Stephen McIver, endurance racer and trainer. Andrew Waite with the call on this one for round one of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series, and this is a 3-hour race. Inside the last hour now, 54.5 minutes to go, and it's Johnny Reid in control in the beautiful 27 Audi, prepared by International Motorsport, behind Fawcett and Gaunt, Pedersen, and then Helms and Murphy in the 51 Renault, and Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift, early leaders for a good hour. And then the driver change came over, and that's no disrespect to Lance Hughes. He is the AM driver. They rolled the dice on that strategy. You never know. Does it pay off? Who knows? They're quite a way back now, but at the 40-minute mark to go, Chris Vanderdrift will hop back in. Other cars will have you think, do they need to splash and dash? And we have seen, and here's the funny thing is, they won this round last year. Vanderdrift and Hughes won this opening round, the 3-hour series last year, so not beyond.
Yeah, no, and they had to give the strategy a go. You don't have the outright pace. You've got to try something different, and that's what they've done. And it's a real small window of opportunity to run the strategy their way. Hoping for a lot of safety cars when Lance is in the car, but it's got to be worth it. You've got to play the dice, and otherwise you sort of know how your race is going to go. You may as well risk it and give it a go. As I'm talking here, interestingly enough, that gap between Dan and Johnny is closing up again. Maybe they're There's been a bit of a reset from Dan. He's cooled those tyres off. Maybe it was traffic. We have to keep an eye on that one. But certainly that gap is starting to close up a bit more.
They've just come through turn 8, Southern Selton, heading towards turn 9. You are right. So Dan Gaunt's got the pedal down and now starting to apply some pressure to Johnny Reid. Coming out of the front straight now. The gap's still, well, the gap was sitting at 1.6, so once they go past there, we'll get a better indication of how much he's closed that gap down. I'd say it's half a second, and he's taken a second out of him.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well, which the engineers will be having a think about. They'll be talking to drivers as well. Do you do tyres or not? Do you do tyres or not? I would say they will do tyres because they're going to have to fuel the cars again, and yeah, it'll be interesting because you're not going to have to put anywhere near as much fuel in, so the tyres are going to take longer than what the fuel is.
If I'm right in Taupo, Johnny Reid did a last stop and didn't take tyres.
Other way around, he took the tyres, the others didn't. From memory, I'm sure Johnny took the tyres and it didn't work out for him. So
I'd like to argue with you because I know Neil Foster at the time when he'd been driving and he'd done such a good job with the tyres they didn't need to take tyres. It is what it is. We'll wait and see what happens with that final stop. John DeVeth going through as he heads towards turn 10, the Avon City Ford turn, coming onto the front straight.
But that's the thing, when you talk about those tyres again, do you lose 3 or 4 seconds putting the tyres on compared to the time that you're going to lose on track? And that's what the engineers are going to work out, right? Tyre degradation is this. We lost this much time per lap. We were this much faster at the beginning of the race with the new tyres. This is what pace we were doing yesterday on new tyres. Does that outweigh the 4 or 5 seconds for new tyres that are going to go on the car? So this is just, this is why the engineers will be working super hard down in pit lane. And look at the gap between them. It's certainly closed up.
Well, when they went past the timing marker before, it was half a second, and under braking, Daniel Gaunt is trying very hard to put Johnny Reid under pressure. He's not the sort of driver that'll buckle under pressure. Johnny Reid's been around too long to fall for that old chestnut.
Yeah, absolutely. And I reckon if the gap was still growing, what I would reckon we would have seen is Johnny not take tyres and Dan taking tyres. But now it's close again. I'm not sure how we're going to go here. I'm really, really interested to see how that's going to all unfold, but we're still a while away from seeing that stop yet.
Manthey Racing having a go at each other. That'll be Mel Samak and crew chasing each other. That'll be Tom Alexander in the car. Another driver that I would, another underrated driver you'd like to see get a crack. Remember, he was a youth champion before COVID in Australia.
Yeah, no, he's a very talented driver as well, and it's great to see him with a solid gig doing the full South Island Endurance Series.
Under 50 minutes to run now in this 3-hour series. And Pedersen going across start finish now, followed by Greg Murphy. That's P3 and P4, although hang on, Sam Fillamore and Johnny Reid. Johnny Reid just popped in and popped out. So are we saying splash and dash there? Because I didn't see tyres go on, did you? Are they new tyres?
They've had a tyre issue with that car and they've fueled it at the same time. That's what's going on there. Just the way that Johnny lost a lot of pace so fast, I would say that they've maybe had a tyre issue, whether it's a tyre going flat or something not right, and that's why they've brought the car in to take the stop, take the fuel and get on with it. So
that's it for them now, right? They're gone. They're no more stopping.
There'll be no more stopping. That'll be then to the end of the race.
48 minutes.
They took fuel, which I'm sure they would have taken fuel.
So that puts Dan Gaunt and Andrew Forster in the lead, Pedersen in second, the Helms and Murphy car in third. But don't you worry, Johnny Reid will have the foot down and it won't be long before he puts pressure on the Helms and Murphy car. 46 minutes to go in this 3-hour race here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park. And there you see the leader just going through the screen now. Well, the former leader, that was Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift. So you've called it that maybe at 40 minutes, Hughes comes in and puts Vanderdrift back in the car.
Yep, 7 minutes time. I'm sure we'll see him jumping back in the car to run the rest of the race. And you'll wait and see how that one unfolds. But the main one we really need to keep an eye on now is the gap between Daniel Gaunt and Johnny Reid. I've sort of got a visual gap on two parts of the track here, so between what you guys can see on screen there and what I can see out in front of the commentary box here, I'll keep us updated with how that gap is.
So Daniel Gaunt, unfortunately, in the 101, which is the McLaren 7020, has just gone through start-finish. Now that's your leader right now.
So you can see Dan pushing hard to make some passes.
He will be brutal on traffic.
He will be very brutal. He knows this is his opportunity to now get ahead for the rest of the race.
Now, I'm seeing the 27 Audi, and that is a way back.
Yeah, well, obviously they've taken their final stop early. So I still think they're in this game. They're still in the race. I don't think they've lost anything more than they look like they just did a tyre and hopefully fuel. So they are still in this game. But yeah, that's what we're looking at.
So Daniel Gaunt out front. The lead, believe it or not, sits at 29 seconds from Ant Pedersen in the Hoonigan Mercedes, followed by the Helms and Murphy car, which sits 30 seconds back and is about 1.1 seconds behind the Pedersen car. But this car you're looking at now probably still has to stop. One more.
Absolutely. They absolutely need to stop. But it's whether or not they take tyres, and that's what Johnny's done. Johnny's come in, he's done his fuel stop. They've changed. We can only see it out of the corner of our commentary position here. It looked like they definitely changed one tyre. So whether or not it was a delaminating tyre or whatever that was going on there, but whether Dan ends up taking any tyres, this is where it's going to be interesting, as we see a car spin down.
That's the leader. Is that Dan Gaunt? Dan Gaunt spun.
Spin. So that was against Lance Hughes. So obviously they've made a little bit of contact and there's been a spin.
Wow.
So that's changed it. So basically now, advantage Johnny and Sam. After that spin, that's time loss. So let's see if there's any damage to Dan's car there.
So we'll try and keep our eye on Dan Gaunt as he comes back around. They're going to come through Casino now, turn 6. There he is. That's John DeVette's car. He'll be a bit behind that one. So there it is there. Now, 42 to go. Lance Hughes is in the Howland Asphalt's GTR to put Chris Vanderdrift back in. He's standing waiting in pit lane now.
Yeah, so we'll see Chris get in for the rest of the race with just over 40 minutes remaining here.
2 hours and 17 gone. The leader has had a spin. How will that now affect their race? They've still got to come in and either splash and dash and hope that trust on their strategy that the tyres are good, or do a lot. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. When do you come in? When do you come in now?
Basically when you're out of fuel, which will be around 20 minutes remaining, because the reason you want to do that is in hope for, again, the safety car situation. There's no point in putting under green if you can stay out there circulating. You're just going to wait and wait and wait and hope for a safety car to make it a bit easier for you in this race.
But you don't want to be the reason for the safety car.
No, you do not.
His heart would have dropped in that spin.
Yeah, so yeah, a bit of a shame to see what happened there, but yeah, it's really affected their outcome. But, you know, to be battling for the lead after 2 spins now with what's going on, but you can see it's basically nearly the full front straight gap is what Dan ended up losing because of the spin. Just where I'm using my markers to see where they are on the track.
I hear you completely. He's gone through, but
that much time that he's lost, so it'll be a good 10-15 seconds that he did lose.
Still, it's a long way off. I mean, Johnny Reid is yet to get onto the front straight now, and Dan is well through and going up through the Link ECU corner, heading towards the Euro mark hairpin, and only now are they coming onto front straight. So as far as seconds go, right? And how you play this one, this could be a tight re-entry. Okay, so how long is the cruise through pit
Through
straight?
pit lane, it looks like it's nearly, by the time you stop, it's probably a full lap is a minute. I'm trying to do maths on the fly here.
I understand.
It's about, so with the 45 second that they're doing in the 1 hour stop, it was basically exactly a minute 30 total. So it's not going to be enough. It's going to be, I would say that by the time Dan does his pit stop and comes back out, it's going to be near the full front straight gap is what the gap will be.
Well, here he is going to get past John DeVeth coming onto the front straight there at Avon City 4, turn 10. And Chris Vanderdrift back out onto the track. I will be watching Chris Vanderdrift's final 40 minutes with interest.
Yep. No, it'll be interesting to see. Like, we have a look at his fastest lap time through the race. It's not quite as quick as what those other guys are doing. So, and he knows that, you know, it's the car's not quite as quick as what those front ones are. So, I don't think we'll see him come through too much from here.
Such a killjoy. There's Daniel Gaunt, was leading the race, had a spin, but they still sit
in first place because they're still yet to stop, like the Audi of Fawcett and the Audi of Fillmore and Reid. So basically, it's going to all filter out once we see Reid come back in for another pit stop.
Love the sound of that mark going through. That's the Rickaby Road Mark II Mustang. Nothing like a big honking V8 going past you on front straight just to get the old hairs up on the back of the neck. Thinking about ITM Super Sprint next week. This time next week they'll be racing in Pukekohe. This time next week,
Huge crowd, I'm sure. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. There's Daniel Gaunt just getting past the Shell Lee's entry. Last lap was a 1:21. Just trying to wait for that difference between them and Pedersen, and that's a hell of a lead. They've managed to maintain at this point a lead of 20.2 seconds.
Yeah, and that's the other car that we've still got to see stop as well as Pedersen. They'll need to stop one more time as well to top the car back up around that same sort of distance, so around the 2 hour 40-minute mark. We'll most likely see them come in again.
23 seconds back to the Helmans and Murphy car in P3. 31 seconds back to Reid and Fillmore. That is the car that we'll be keeping an eye on.
Back out onto the straight. Interesting to get a bit of an update of seeing what exactly happened there, because Lance Hughes is out of the car now, so it'll be nice to be able to catch up with the team down there and find out what actually happened.
So the interesting point is that the Pedersen car hasn't had its final stop, right?
Yeah, they'll be building into that very, very soon. They'll be working out their fuel numbers, how much more fuel to put back in that car, but the time is certainly ticking down for that.
And he's actually not too far behind him as the Renault with Greg Murphy behind the wheel. So that'll, and of course then there's the Johnny Reid situation. How much time will all of these guys use up and allow potentially Reid to take the lead back?
Yeah, yep, and that's the one. And I think comfortably now, Johnny is in a position to take this race. You know, now they've replaced that tyre. The only thing is maybe that issue could come back. Whatever was going on, maybe they picked up puncture through some debris or something. I'm assuming that's what it is. The fact that they only changed one tyre, because normally in a race you don't change just a single tyre, and it was an inside left by the looks of it from what I caught. So yeah, so that's what I'll just be hoping nothing like that happens again. And
we should remind people too that the Brabham didn't come back out after that, lost its left front. We haven't seen the Brabham again.
No.
So that was really disappointing.
Yeah, no, a real shame to see that. And just had an update as well from IMS that they basically have just fueled Johnny to the finish from here. So
no tyres? They didn't mention tyres. They didn't mention tyres.
They know I'm telling the world, so they're not telling me.
Man, secret squirrel at IMS, eh? Johnny Reid goes past start-finish now. He is 31 seconds behind the lead, but with the front three cars still needing to go through one more stop, that 31 seconds will dissipate very quickly, and by Andrew Waite's calculations will put Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore back into the lead of this 3-hour race as Chris Vanderdrift decides to go cross-country.
Yeah, just saw it in the corner of my eye all unfolding. Yeah, actually maybe he's got further issues the way he's pulled to the inside there. Whether he's got a puncture or something, but he's decided to take
the scenic route.
The scenic route through there.
Something. Well, you don't know, do you? You just have to be careful. He's going to have to be careful on the re-entry here.
Yeah, the main thing is whether or not he gets over into the pit lane. That's when you know he's got further issues. If he carries on, it's just been a mistake. But
he's heading into pit lane. That's
something's
a real
clearly
shame.
wrong with that car, which is a shame to see that unfold that way.
The John DeVeth Glenn Smith McLaren is coming into pits for their final stop. What will happen? I don't see any tyres out there for the crew. That's a real shame, and they're being told to come straight into the garage. What a shame. What a real shame.
Yeah, no, it is to see that. That's such a good run with that car. You put a bit of the curse on them saying how well it was going and how reliable, but real shame this close to the end of the race to have a bit of a failure there. Looks like nothing too major though, no smoke, no wheels hanging out of the car, as we can see.
Splash and dash, that one.
Splash and dash.
Splash and dash for the Glenn Smith John DeVeth McLaren. Sitting at the moment in position 5, P5. So Dan Gawn coming around again. A little over 32 minutes left to go in this 3-hour race. The question remains, when do they come in? When do they time? You know, what strategy are the team thinking?
Yeah, it'll be around that 20 minutes ago mark. I'm going to say is where we're most likely to see it. I could be wrong. Could be a bit earlier, depending on how the fuel burn's been going. But you know, maybe there's some other real trickery going on. Maybe there's some slower time. Someone like Murph and Helms, maybe they're able to go a bit longer on the fuel and not have to stop again. But we'll wait and see how that unfolds. But the way I'm thinking, the first 3 cars, you know, it looks like Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore are sitting in 4th place. That's because they're stopped. They're fueled all the way to the end of the race. Everything's all good. But for the other 3, we don't know for certain they're going to come in for fuel, but most likely they will be in.
So that's the chaser, Johnny Reid, National Endurance Champion, a number of times with Neil Foster. you know, when you talk about Neil Foster, who's such a good cat, the one thing Neil Foster does, he knows how to conserve tyres, right?
Yes.
One of the good ones of that. Loves racing, loves getting out there.
Absolutely. No, he sure does love getting out there. And
But a great poker face, right? A great poker face, says Neil.
That's the one.
Mind you, that's an IMS thing, I think.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. You're not wrong.
They learned that off Uncle Lyle.
That's it. Yeah, so what'll be interesting here is to see the way that this all unfolds with those pit stops, and what I'm keen to see as well is I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Gaunt Fawcett car put 4 new tyres on their stop. The reason for this is they know they've got a huge gap to the lead. They know they're most likely not going to lose a position to the car behind, so why not spend that extra 10 seconds to put tyres on? And I know you're going to laugh at me and hope for a safety car. You may as well play that card. You can't go forward, you can't go back. Spend that time to put some green tyres on and hope for a crack at the end of the race is the way you play out.
Completely, and we've seen some of the leading drivers go cross country. I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen, barring from one of the lower runners go off in the runoff at the bottom of the front straight, anyone else go off. It's been all the front runners that have been pushing.
Yeah. Well, again, it's to make those passes happen, and that's what I said from the start of the race. It's going to be the back markers or the cars that you're lap. I shouldn't call them back markers because they're all racing within their own races. As we see Daniel Gaunt coming into pit lane for his final stop with 30 minutes to go. Will we see him put tyres on? You can see there are tyres in the lane. They are going to be putting tyres on this car.
So what we need to do now is also keep an eye on where is Johnny Reid in the 27. Where is he? Johnny Reid is now coming towards the turn 10, so he's going to get the jump without even a blink. Pedersen's coming in as well, so it's going to be a huge lead change because he's in front, coming front straight now, and 27 is now chasing down Greg Murphy, who I think is yet to do that final stop. Gaunt is out.
Fresh tyres on the car, 4 new tyres. What can he do? Is this going to be the difference? The gap is large. It's very, very big. I can't see him closing down the gap that much, but
I would like to think so. Yes, there is traffic he's got to get through, but he's quick and on fresh rubber.
Yep, absolutely. It's a lot fresher rubber from here. So this is going to play out interesting to see what we're going to see for the rest of the race.
So there's Johnny Reid sitting in P2 behind Greg Murphy, who is still to stop. And if you go backwards now, there's Daniel Gaunt is on a mission already. There's 1 car, 2 cars past, coming in through the Euromark hairpin at turn 4, goes through Fulton Hogan at 5, and takes another car. That's the Shell Lee's car. Passed that a number of times. They're probably getting sick of seeing that McLaren go past.
So we look at Johnny Reid's last time, 21.4, and then we'll just wait for Dan to settle in, see what lap times he starts pumping out.
So he's now coming through Casino and up through 8, Southern Salvation, and through 9. Already Johnny Reid is starting to pick up Greg Murphy in the Race Lab Renault.
Clean air between Johnny and Dan. Look at that, exactly a straight worth of gap.
Is green rubber worth a straight?
Wow, that's going to be a huge call to close him in that much, but Dan will know this is his only opportunity to just push on from here. And if we see a safety car between now and the end of the race, get ready for a real race on our hands.
So Greg Murphy being hunted down by Johnny Reid. In the Alliance Group 27 Audi. Knows how to win many races as Johnny Reid. He's very, very quick. Chalk and cheese when you talk about co-drivers, I'm going to say, because what Reid can do with the car, you've said it yourself. He's a magician behind the wheel. He's also got an older magician in front of him in the form of Greg Murphy in the 51. And he's getting closer and closer. 26.5 minutes left in this 3-hour race here at Mike Pira Motorsport Park in Christchurch. The opening round of the Car Tyre Services South Island Endurance Series, and a lead change coming up. It might be at the end of the straight. Reid on it. on a run. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
No, doesn't make it easy.
And there's a back marker they've got to get through. Murph's not going to give away anything.
No, and look at Johnny's last lap time at 20.1. Let's see what Dan does this lap. 19.4.
Yeah, see, I told you. Ye of
Green
little faith.
tyres.
Ye of little faith. He is pulling them in.
It's still a lot of time for him to have to find.
Reid gets the pass. There's your new leader. Just like that. Johnny Reid goes into the lead. The question now is, can Daniel Gaunt, who is approaching the Euromark hairpin now, catch him? So he'll be praying for traffic.
Yep.
Lots
but then
of
at
traffic.
the same time, though, that traffic that Johnny's got to get past, Dan then has to get past it. Dan, all he's praying for is a safety car. That's what he wants to try take this race win. And then obviously opposite Johnny, he does not want to see that at all. But, you know, either way, it's going to be an interesting run to the end of the race here. Still a long way to go, really. We're talking 25 minutes. Still a long time in the cars.
Long way to go in endurance racing. So Dan Gaunt starting his hunt now. The hunt and the chase. It's a real chase now. Johnny Reid passes start-finish now. Daniel Gaunt now comes on to the front straight.
Let's see what this time is. This should be the optimum lap on the tyres. I'm not sure if he got any traffic, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dan's even faster this lap if he's had no traffic. 19.5, just as fast as next lap.
So he's running 19s.
Versus
21s.
21, but he did get held up with traffic with Murph there as well. So that's another second and a half out of it. We're just going to have to keep an eye on this gap. 11.9 seconds.
This is the fun part of the 3-hour race. It's essentially two and a half hours to figure it out, and then the last half hour just goes gangbusters. You need at least 3 protagonists involved. The thing is, the Murphy car still has to come in for its final pit stop.
Well, maybe, as I said, maybe they're good enough on fuel to make it the whole way.
That was the Askew car, just going a little bit off track, taking some dust with it. The Murphy car still trailing the Johnny Reid car, and there he's hauling him in. I'm looking at Daniel Gaunt now, and I can see them, you know.
That gap is definitely closing there.
Yes, it is. Get a better indication now because he has hauled the gap in. And start finish there for Johnny Reid. Well, actually, to be fair, it doesn't look like it's changed too much.
We'll
find out now.
Johnny's last lap time, 21.
10 seconds. 10 seconds the difference. 10 seconds in 23 minutes.
So Dan actually just pulled another 1.2 seconds out of Johnny that lap.
That's a Shane Van Gisbergen thing. When you know someone's quick, we've seen SVG do that so often in supercars. You go, oh, he's not gonna do 7 seconds with about, you know, let's say 10-15 laps to go. What does he go and do? Doesn't goes blows everybody away. That is skill.
And see, look how much Johnny's getting held up here. Look at all this traffic that he's stuck in at the moment. This is really working against Johnny. He's just been caught up. But as I said, Dan's got to come through that traffic too. So it's obviously, you know, the luck in navigating the traffic and getting through.
I would say in the kindest of ways that Dan's a little more reckless. I think he you know, in this, not reckless in a bad way. He will look at this traffic and go, yeah, fine, just get out of my way. He won't be as gentle, if you know what I mean. He'll look
I've
there.
raced with both of obviously Johnny and Dan, and you know, it's basically reckless is an interesting word for it. It's you've got to take a risk. You start taking more risk. You know, I've been
Murphy in. Sorry to interrupt. Murphy in. So Dan Gaunt now definitely in P2. Now we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but no, it just comes down to the situation and what you're in. You know, I've been chasing Johnny in a race, and some of the moves that he's pulled, you're like, oh, he's probably, you know, but then he's probably been behind me and seen the same thing as well. And that's because I don't want him to get past me. And same thing, I've been behind Dan in the New Zealand Endurance Final and some of the moves he was pulling, but he has to. You know, it depends on the situation. You've got to pull the big moves to make it work. And look where Dan is starting to catch that traffic as well now, in the same place as where Johnny was. So that basically comes back to, you know, affecting each other in the same sort of spots as Dan gets really held up through here, and then he's stuck on the marbles in the infield through turn 6 there.
Murphy out of the lane, sitting in P4 behind Pedersen. Pedersen went past as Greg was just coming out of the pit lane, so that'll hurt them. But that was always to be expected as well, because they had to make that pit stop. And Pedersen, held up. Gee whiz, that was a good pass at the Euromark hairpin. Johnny Reid passes pit straight. You know what? Johnny Reid's still holding that fairly, as you would determine it, length of the straight lead. It was 10 seconds before it's gone out to 11 seconds.
Yeah, Dan got held up by that traffic that Johnny had the lap before.
Johnny did a 1:19.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see now as well, is you just got to remember that obviously when Dan had those new tyres on, you have that new tyre advantage, which gives you a lot of lap time, and then they fall away a little bit to match the older tyre like what Johnny's on. So
spin there from one of the Manthe Porsches. Now, you called for a safety car?
Wow.
Did someone call for a safety car?
They're getting going again. So good for some, not so good for others.
Just wanted to check. You have been calling for a safety car to spice things up.
Speaking of, we see that Mustang going very, very slowly out there on track, down the main straight, down the end.
The Mark Mustang?
The Mark Mustang.
19.5 minutes to go. Daniel Gaunt chasing Johnny Reid. Familiar story.
And let's see what the lap times are at the end of this lap. Dan last lap was only he's actually slower by 0.8 of a second. So
12 seconds, 12.8 seconds. It's gone out now.
Basically, look, Johnny has just basically pulled another second back on Dan. So that new tyre advantage that Dan had for those couple laps, that's it, gone. That's going to start leveling out again. These GT tyres, Michelins, are such a good tyre the way they last.
How brutal is that, though? How brutal is that? You think you're on greens, you start to see progress, and then boomfa, within 5-6 laps,
it's
gone.
all over. Yep. But we'll wait and see how that one all unfolds. But, Dan's a very experienced driver, as we keep talking about, so he knows that his new tyre gain isn't going to last too long. And that's why he's hoping for a safety car as soon as possible, because that's where he's got more advantage. But the longer it goes on, the advantage certainly shifts more towards Johnny.
The other interesting little chase potentially is Murphy on Pedersen. Pedersen is 47 seconds, 9 seconds behind. Murphy is 9 seconds behind and Pedersen, and you've still got 18 to go, and he's on fresh juice as well. So the 909 car, the 909 Manthe of Tom Alexander and Francois Beziac heading out. They've done their final stop. They're sitting in P10 at the moment. The Manthe team's had its moments today, but I think one of the strong performers, particularly in the 1 hour, is Melisimak.
Yeah, absolutely. Driving very, very well there, and he's, he'll be certainly happy with his weekend.
So you're looking at Ann Pedersen, him and Father Paul and the Hoonigan AMG GT3, sitting in P3. He had a spin that came out of nowhere around Casino earlier on, which is turn 6, but he's a good 47 seconds or thereabouts behind the leader, which continues to be Johnny Reid, piloting with Sam Fillmore. And the DeVeth and Smith car just sitting in the top 5, unable to push. But I'll tell you who's pushing is that Renault. Murph's got a bit between his teeth, and just not sure if he can pull that back. It was 9 seconds, it's now 11 seconds back from Pedersen. So actually, no, it looks like he's got the bit between the teeth. Maybe just the way the car sits on the road. It looks like a rocket ship from the back.
And look at the way that gap seesaw. You can see Dan was a second quicker that last lap than what Johnny was. Traffic again, that's just all it comes down to, is navigating the traffic as good as you can.
The great thing about endurance racing is you know who the top teams are, the strong teams are, and sometimes it would appear in this particular part of the world that the strong teams do come to the fore, but not always.
Yeah.
And I love that idea with endurance racing, that know, you can be there, but there is always that outside chance that someone that you're not expecting, who's got a good team and a good kit, can actually go and upset the apple cart, and that's what keeps you coming back for it.
It is. You just keep learning from that, and makes you want to come back for more when those sort of situations happen.
So under 16 minutes now, a little over 15 minutes left in the 3-hour race of the Carter Tyre Service opening weekend of the South Island Endurance Series. And it's Zaz Carr with a little bit of you lift a wheel off there, Johnny. What's going on there? And the 27 Alliance Group Audi R8, driven to perfection. Good, strong stint by Sam Fillmore. Admittedly, not a great start. Got himself back into the groove. And then handed it over to Johnny, and away go Johnny go, as the saying goes, because he has gone. And as much as Daniel Gaughan has pushed, and he has pushed and pushed, he just cannot seem to drag in that 27 Audi.
Yeah, he's given it a real good crack, but obviously he's just not quite got the pace now. Wow, when I say pace, last lap, look, he was quicker than what Johnny was. But that's the thing, you've got to sort of put that into perspective as well. Johnny's got this gap, so he doesn't need to take as much risk as what Dan will be making to get further ahead. So, there's just that constant judgment of shouldn't I, committing to those different passes. Lawson heading back out on track in the Magan Turbo GT3. Beautiful sounding cars at Exits Pit Lane now.
Yeah, so that'll also be another car that Murph will want to navigate to try and push, but I think as the clock starts ticking down towards the finish of this race, really, I can't believe I'm going to start. Maybe we need a safety car.
Here you were saying no safety car race, but that's the thing now. Now those tyres of Dan's would have certainly come off the absolute peak. It's if there was a safety car, it certainly wouldn't be quite as much advantage.
Beautiful day here at the Mike Graham Motorsport Park in Christchurch. There was a threat or a little teaser of potential rain, but the grey clouds went away, and it's been sunshine and blue skies and lots of cumulus clouds around. There's been a good strong crowd out here enjoying some good honest motor racing, and as we mentioned before, just people getting out enjoying the sun as we head into spring and hearing the roar of different types of engines out there, and strong racing. The first 2 1-hour races were really strong and a lot of fun, and then you get the big boys come out and play, and seeing some of the big boys make mistakes too.
Yes, yeah, you've seen obviously the clash with Fawcett and Vanderdrift earlier in the race. It'll be interesting to get both sides of that story and see what actually went down there. We did see it from here, but obviously it's a bit hard on this angle to see exactly what happened. And same thing with Dan, he got caught up again. So that guy's had a couple of spins today, which is obviously not what they would want. And I guess it's a race of would have, should have, and could have. And there's always that up and down the pit lane.
So now a lot of traffic. Greg Murphy hitting a lot of traffic coming into turn 4. Trying to get around Lawson and the Magan Turbo Warehouse GT3 Mercedes. He's going to put all the pressure on them to get. It was just nice to get past by Lawson. Lawson just pulled over.
That's cool. That's awareness. That shows racecraft. Shows that he's not in a race. He doesn't need to hold him up, and just shows great awareness there from Lawson.
Going to be a long haul though, because the Mercedes Van Pedersen's got plenty of time on him. As we keep an eye on Johnny Reid sitting comfortably. And where is Dan Gaunt? So there's Johnny Reid, but where is Dan Gaunt amongst all this?
He is heading down into the carousel. It's called Casino.
Casino, coming into Casino now. So I think Johnny Reid, though, has maintained that lead, but he's coming out of Casino now and heading towards Southern Salvage, and then up through that turn 8 and turn 9 is
that gap's basically just stabilised at that 10 to 11 second mark. And that's what Johnny will be managing from here, because he'll now be thinking, we've got this long to go in the race, just in case there is a safety car, I'll look after my tyres that little bit more and be that little bit safer. You're always thinking that step ahead.
it's a hell of a long time to concentrate too. People think, oh yeah, hop in the car and drive away, but when you're driving in a car where you're fully enclosed, you've got all your kit on, it's hot, apart from you because you have air conditioning.
It's still hot, even with the aircon, trust me.
And then, you're dealing with so many things, and that's where the team comes into play. I'm always intrigued too. How often does your race engineer talk to you?
It depends. On a situation like this, you'd be, say for example right now, Aaron Harris, who's on the radio to Johnny, there won't be a lot of talk going on. You'd be for Aaron, he'll probably be just responding to questions from Johnny. What times is Dan doing? What's the gap? And then, you might talk to an engineer and say, update me on the gap each lap, and you'll do that for a while, and you might get sick of that, and you'll tell him to stop saying it. It's just for whatever's going on. You sort of it depends on the team, and some engineers who work with drivers, they get to know each other so well that they start understanding when a driver wants the information. And when they don't want the information, we've all seen Kimi Räikkönen tell his engineer, "Shut up! I don't need to hear." You've all heard that, and sometimes it's the opposite. It's talk to me. What's happening? Where am I? And it's a constantly changing thing. But I could say at the moment there wouldn't be a lot of talk from, say, Aaron Harris is on the radio to Johnny Reid at the moment. It'll just be the odd every other lap update, and gap's still the same, or giving, another thing that I like to ask for when you're in the car is give me a lap time. Give me a lap time to drive to. It's what you literally ask, what lap time do you want me to do?
At this level of racing, is concentration a learned thing over years of racing? Because, let's say you run an hour and a half set, you've got to be on the game constantly. So the mental game is such a big play.
Yeah, it's something that you try learn, but really it comes down to fitness. It's a fitness thing. It's a preparation the week heading up to an event. You start drinking a lot of water the Monday before a race event because you've got to be so hydrated heading into it, and hydration is key to keep the concentration. So you just really focus on that, and the worst thing you want to be doing is drinking a whole lot of water 10 minutes when you jump in the car, because what most likely you'll need to do after that. So you actually do the opposite. You stop drinking an hour or so before the race because you want to be fresh and ready. So it's a huge thing to get that level of concentration, and getting in the car all the time. You just got to keep thinking about it and what's going on.
And understandably, because of that heat in the car, you're losing a couple of kgs in the car after a race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can lose quite a bit of weight in a race, and you get out of the car and you're soaked, your suit's soaked. Even in the aircon, you still come in absolutely soaking wet, and you just sweat so much. Like you'll see Dan after the race, he'll be hot. He'll be real hot in that car.
Dan Gaunt is still trying very hard to chase down Johnny Reid, but we can see them from our commentary position. There is a marked gap. Is he getting closer? Can I just throw that out there? Is he getting any closer, or is that just an illusion?
9.7 seconds says our timing monitor.
So he is getting closer. It was at one stage 12.1, so he is closer, but he's probably going to run out of time unless late.
But then there's only 8 minutes, so if there was a need for a safety car, the chance of finishing now on a safety car. I seem to be the bearer of bad news.
I just sense a complete and utter bias towards the IMS car that you've driven. Because you couldn't make it any clearer. Johnny Reid goes past start finish. Dan Gaunt comes onto the home straight, trailing in P2. Let's just double check what that margin is. 9.8 seconds. Well, it has been as high as 12. He's pushing as hard as he can, and he's the sort of guy that will not give up until the very last minute. Well, basically, to that checkered flag is flying.
Absolutely, he'll be pushing on for sure. But at the same time, you start managing those gaps a bit more, and that's what Johnny will be doing as well. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing over the last 2 or 3 laps that gap actually close up between Dan and Johnny as well, because Johnny will be taking less risk in the traffic. It's that whole, again, risk versus reward. Is there a reward to pass a car, or I don't want to damage the car when I'm 8 minutes from the finish? I can afford to lose a second here or there, just being a bit more patient around traffic.
And the gap to P3 is 51 seconds to the Pedersen Mercedes. That just shows you how much the gap back to the Pedersen Mercedes it is. But that just shows you the outright pace that the McLaren and the 27 Alliance Group Audi have on the rest of the field, despite what we saw at the beginning of the race. When it comes down to it, in the end, pace is everything. There's the Pedersen Mercedes, North Island 3-hour champions. Not today, though. They'll pretty much, barring a rogue safety car, finish in P3 ahead of Helms and Murphy. Greg Murphy still caning that Renault RS01. And this will be, and quite simply, that'll be great practice for Murphy ahead of Bathurst, because I would hate to think how challenging Bathurst is on the body.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a long race. And then again, this is what I was saying earlier, for Murph to be doing all this racing, this you could call this preparation for his Bathurst attack.
Out now.
Full preparation, and you know that's why he's out there doing it, for that reason, to keep that race fitness up and work on his level of concentration and heat and all that as well.
And he is doing a lot of fitness too back in the bay. He's doing a lot of fitness. He's looking lean. He's got the flash fade hairdo. All it's to make to cheat that I'm really fit look.
Yeah.
But he's working really hard, and I think the closer that Bathurst gets, you can see the genuine excitement. Although he is anxious, right? He's not the driver that he was when he won for Bathurst. He's very aware of that.
Yep. And I think that's a good thing, and as someone of his experience and level, to be aware of that is probably actually going to make him a better driver when he gets there, rather than trying to, and we don't need to say this to him, he'll be the first to say it himself. It's, for him to go there with that mindset is probably going to only help him.
More than aware. He said, I haven't done this for, I think it's 10 years since he last raced. He said, I'm not going to turn up and drop race winning times when I'm up against pros that are doing this every week.
Yep.
He said, but I'm going there because this is something that's we can do, and it's for Richie and for Boost Mobile and Erebus to allow them to do this and get on as a privilege. And and there will be back at the mountain. Right,
so
back
cool
at the mountain, and his popularity is still enormous.
Yep.
You win 4 Bathursts, and and you're a good bloke, and people love you. And so
we won't tell him we're saying all these nice things about him.
No. I know his son Cormac is here, and his son Ronan, who finished P2 today in a great race in that Class 2 and 3 in that Porsche. Will hopefully not tell him as well as he piles through. So we are counting down to the finish of the 3-hour race. A little over 3 minutes to play. So where do we all stand? Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore on the Alliance Group Audi 27, the R8, sitting in P1, followed by Dan Gaunt and Andrew Fawcett in the 101 numbered McLaren 720S GT3, followed by Pedersen, Paul and Ant, who are well back. They are like a good 50 seconds back. And then 4 is Helms and Murphy, and Smith and DeVeth and their McLaren round out the top 5. Dan Gaunt has not given up. He can see him. He can actually see him.
6.2 seconds the gap has dropped to. But this is what I said, Johnny's not taking as much risk. Dan's taking a lot more risks to try and close that gap, and that's taking nothing away from either driver. That's just how you manage your race. It comes back to that management of what's important. And at this point in the race for Johnny, it's about getting to the finish. For Dan, it's about taking risk and trying to still pull that gap in.
Well, the really good thing is drivers are doing the right thing there. It's good racecraft. They're showing the way. And look at this. So Reid onto the front straight, and now Gaunt onto the front straight. So it must be the most frustrating thing for the chasing driver, because it gets down to the point, if you'd just given me another couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, what might have happened?
Yeah, but then on the flip side of that, though, is you'd see that a bit more from Johnny pushing on with that risk. But, as I say, I'm not taking anything away from each driver.
No.
It's just what stage of the race and what they're trying to get out at this point in the race. But that gap is definitely closing down. But with only 2 minutes to go, that should be last lap board, either this lap or the next. It's certainly going to close the race. And for the McLaren guys in the McLaren, it's a race of the should have, would have. So without 2 spins, what could it have been for them?
Yeah, the 2 spins. We saw once. We don't know what the other spin was about. Was around turn 2. Before between turn 2 and 3. Couldn't see that.
Actually, speaking of, there's a car slowing out of the last corner. Way too late for a safety car to change anything.
Way too late. Just pull off and stay out of the way.
Yeah, we want to see the end of this race under green.
So, Johnny Reid about to come onto the front straight. The last lap board is about to come out for Johnny Reid. There it is. Last lap on the road for the Alliance Group Audi R8, the 27 car, being hunted down by Dan Gaunt who gets the last lap board, but it's probably just too late. But you got to say, regardless of whatever everybody knows in the world of motor racing, hell of a drive by Dan Gaunt.
Absolutely. A fantastic drive. And, same with Johnny. A great drive by Johnny. Had a lot of pressure on him earlier in the race to be able to hold that off. So, great drive by both drivers. It's been not easy for either of them, and they've pushed each other super hard the whole way.
So, it's the Mark Mustang that's slowing and allowing the cars to go past. That's the one that's had the issue. And look at that. You just look at them. We can see it in front of ourselves. The gap just closing and closing and closing. In the end, pick a number. I'm reckoning maybe 6 seconds, maybe a
4. I reckon it might drop down to 4 when Johnny's going to take it real easy around this last bit of traffic, being the last lap. He'll just take it even easier passing these guys.
Daniel going to be ringing that 720 out. He'll be on the limiter. Look at this. We can see it ourselves. It's almost as if you just want to push them together and say,
a couple more laps, guys.
Like
pushing them in the ring, isn't it?
Round the final corner for Johnny Reid, teaming up with Sam Fillmore today, and they get the win in their first of the 3-hour races in the Carter Tyres Insurance South Island Endurance Series. Second place goes to Andrew Fawcett and Dan Gaunt in that wonderful McLaren 720. Third place, when they finally come around, will be Ann Pedersen and Paul Pedersen. Fourth place, we go to Shane Helms and Greg Murphy. Fifth to Smith and DeVeth. Still just waiting for that third podium spot to come past. That's a heck of a lead they had. It was 1.6 seconds, the gap at the end.
Huge gap at the end. As we can see, Ann Pedersen behind Bill Riding there.
So into the final straight now, and it is the Pedersen Mercedes, the Hoonagain, coming across to take P3. There it is. What a race it was. They too had a spin, but come home in third place. And that was and finally, Greg Murphy and the Renault RS01 comes through to take out fourth position. Fine race from that team in the opening weekend. So there you have a confirmation of the opening 3-hour round of the Carter Tyre Services South Island Endurance Series. Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid in the 27 Audi R8 take the win by 1.6 seconds. At one stage it was 12 seconds, and just Dan Gaunt just threw everything. He threw the kitchen sink at it. Andrew Fawcett in that 101 McLaren, and then Ant Pedersen and Paul Pedersen, the father and son combination, round out the podium. Shane Helms and Greg Murphy, then P4 in the 51 Renault, and Smith and DeVeth and their McLaren round out the top 5. Knighton, Malazimek, Shellp, and the rest make up that top 10. And there is the rest of the field going 11 through 20. Would have liked to have seen more from the Mark Mustang. That would have been fun. But that's a learning curve. Brand new toy for them. New toy for them. And Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift at one stage leading the race for the first hour, and then a couple of gremlins, and then Chris Vanderdrift late, going cross country and putting it straight back in. We'll have to find out more about that before the next round. And Scott O'Donnell unable to get that car out of the garage. CV joined. What was a broken drive shaft as well. So their day was done very, very early. What did you make of that one before we hear from the drivers? What did you make of all of that?
Well, yeah, the top three was certainly what we expected with, who was up there as well. The only cat amongst the pigeons that we expected within the top three was obviously that Brabham, but didn't make the distance with that wheel falling off. But, between those three, it could be anyone's title for the rest of the South Island Series.
Really has provided a great day of racing here at Mike Prayer Motorsport Park. The 1 hour races, just reminding you who won those. Scott O'Donnell and Michael Lyons won the classes 4 and 5 1 hour race from Mike Hall and Daniel Kropp. Congratulations to those three. Sam Collins and the Mark Mustang won the class 2 and 3 1 hour race from Ronan Murphy in his first real hit out in that Wolfbrooks Porsche. And then Hiramana Melzmack, who had a great run and threw down some great lap times, finishing P3. So now they will line up and we'll get Corbin to have a chat to the winners and also all three places to see how they felt this race went. You can see Johnny Reid out there now talking to his Sam Fillmore. Sam, he loves racing. You talk to him, say, "You ready to go?" "Yeah, I can't wait." I'm dead set, genuinely excited about it all.
Yeah, he's just a driver that just loves being out there and, just loves being at the track, and super happy guy who just wants to be doing it and, fully deserves the result today, taking the race win.
Tell Sam, Corbin. So a good crowd turnout. I mean, this is the other good thing, to see a great crowd here. Sometimes you wonder about endurance racing and people, but I think the amount of endurance racing we're seeing on television now is really starting to get people back into the game.
It is, and it shows when you see the people here. You can see the cars all leaving out the back as well. It's certainly something that's pretty cool, and to have world-class cars here, literally, the same cars that you go and watch racing at DTM over the weekend that are racing here in New Zealand at Ruapuna. They're no different to those cars. So to see them here, it's you can see why people come out and want to watch it.
So not too far away from hearing from the third place getters, which is the Pedersen team. Corbin just lining them up and getting ready to have a chat. We'll get down there as soon as we can, because it's been a good day out. It's been a good day out for that team. They had their moments, and I still can't figure out why at the casino Ant Pedersen went off.
Our third place getters, Paul Peterson and Anthony Peterson. Guys, it was pretty stressful out there for a while. Ants, what happened? We saw you down in the casino a little bit sideways out there on the grass.
Yeah, I found another competitor, which wasn't ideal, but we got going again. Finished up third. Dad did a great job early on. Yeah, it was a good day.
Talk us through that early stint, Paul. Obviously very successful, making up a few important passes to sit there and hold on to third at the end of the day.
The McLaren or the Audi, but the traffic was my friend today, so I just managed my way through it and held Sam off, so it was good.
Awesome. Quick word for your sponsors.
Yeah. Couple of sponsors. Thanks for your help, and I'd like to call out Ruby and Harry. I think they're watching back home on the live feed. So hey kids, see you tonight.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
No worries. Thank you.
Down here with our second place getters, Andrew Fawcett and Daniel Gaunt. Guys, pretty hard fought out there. What do we make of that?
Yeah, tough day today. We had to fight back. We were 30 seconds down after getting spun out by one of the Nissans in lap 4. But anyway, good to get on the podium. And the car was just stellar. Well prepared by IMS, well executed by IMS once again. It's a fantastic result. Pit stops. And great drive by Dan.
Obviously a pretty big last stint out there as well, Dan. What was going through your head in the dying stages, because that gap was just getting smaller and smaller?
Yeah, I kind of knew that Johnny would probably just be managing the gap. We had pace, but he had an answer. When I put a push lap in, he'd do the same. So had we had another 15 minutes, I think we'd have been able to get to the back of him, and we had to go a separate way. We're right there in the second stint. we decided to go a bit longer, and it didn't work out. They executed fantastic. This guy did a mega job to get back, get us back in the hunt after getting taken out at the last corner there, and just happy to have been invited back for a South Island Championship, and really looking forward to the next one.
Quick word for your sponsors.
Thanks to Game Over for giving us a run in the go-karts there in Christchurch a couple of nights ago. It was just enough to get my eye on for this race.
Good practice. Yeah, good practice for anyone wanting to do some car racing. Head down to Game Over Christchurch, and if you want a piece of land, you come and see the My Land partners.
Best of luck for round 2, guys. Congrats.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks.
And our winners of the 3-hour Enduro, Johnny Reid, Sam Fillmore. Guys, we've got to be absolutely over the moon to start the series like that.
Oh, absolutely pumped. It was a really thrilling race. To be honest, there was no point where, right through to the very last lap until we crossed the line, that I was confident that we were going to get the win. It had its challenges all the way through. From the start, Sam got a clean getaway. And from there, it was just about managing, tyres and keeping it consistent for the first half of the race. And then once I got in, I was under tremendous pressure from Dan Gaunt and the McLaren, which was really fired up. And I was managing certain things as well, just to keep us in front. The traffic was a challenge as well, especially when you're the first car coming through it all on Ruapuna. But then in the final phase of the race, there was a tyre, the left front tyre was going down, so we were down about 6 or 7, 8 psi. So it was really awkward to drive the car, and I was any longer, and I thought it might have delaminated or popped off the bead. So we were very lucky.
Sam, just how good was the Audi to drive today, mate?
Oh, it was fantastic. We knew we had a great package. We tested down here last Friday, and Johnny and I came away from that with the team really excited that we had a fast car. And then when we arrived here on Friday, yesterday, we felt exactly the same. We thought we had a car that could win, but in saying that, hey, what a great field of cars and a great field of drivers. So exciting and so much fun to be racing in so many neat cars.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the celebrations, and we'll see you at round 2.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks very much.
So that's us done for the opening round of the Carter Tyre Services South Island Endurance Series. The winners of the 3-hour race, the big show, Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore, Andrew Fawcett and Dan Gaunt coming in on P2, and Paul and Ant Pedersen coming in on P3. On behalf of Andrew Waite, I'm Stephen McIver. We shall see you next time around. Enjoy.